The Labor Movement in the United States. Volume 4. The Industrial Workers of the World, 1905 to 1917. By Philip V. Foner. International Publishers, New York. Copyright by International Publishers Company, Inc. Preface 1. Birth of the L.W.W. Preliminary Conferences, R4, Industrial Union Manifesto, R7, Revolutionary Syndicalism, 19, Response to Call for June. Convention, 24, the Chicago Convention, 29, Industrial Workers of the World, 36. 2. The Moyer, Haywood, Pettibone Case. The Assassination, 40, Orchards, Confession, 4R, the Kidnapping, 46, Labor and Socialist Protests, 5R, Haywood. Trial, 55. 3. The L.W.W., 1905 to 1907. Reaction to formation of IWW, 60, IWW. Inroads on A. F of L, 62, the Russian Revolution, 68, IWW. Growth, 69, IWW Leadership, 7R, 2nd IWW. Convention and First Split, 74, Other Issues at 1906 Convention, 77, W. F of M. Leaves IWW, 78, Socialists and the IWW, 7G. 4. The L.W.W., 1907 to 1909. Progress in Organization, 81, IWW. Strikes, 83, 3rd. IWW. Convention, 98, Economic Crisis and the Unemployed, 100, the 4th Convention in the Second Split, 103, Results of 1908 Convention, 112. 5. Composition and Principles. Composition of the IWW, 115, Labor Solidarity, 123, the Class Struggle, R29, Religion, Patriotism, and Morality, 131. The One Big Union, 133, Direct Action, Strike Tactics. Immediate Demands, 134, The General Strike and the New Society, 140, Concept of Leadership, 144. 6. Ideology and Tactics. Education, 147, IWW. Songs. Joe Hill, 151, Syndicalism. Sabotage, Violence, R57, Political Action, 167. 7. The Free Speech Fights, 1909 to 1911. Pattern of IWW. Fights, 173, Missoula, 1909, 175, S.Kane, R 909-10, 177, Fresno, 1910-11, 185. 8. The Free Speech Fights, 1912 to 1914. Aberdeen, 1911-12, 191, San Diego, 1912, 194, Other Free Speech Fights, 1912-13, 205, Kansas City, 1914, 209, Decline in Achievements of Free Speech Fights, 210. 9. Organizing the Lumber and Construction Workers. Conditions in Lumber Industry, 214, WW in Lumber, 190,512, 219, Grays Harbor and Coos Bay, 220, Weakness of IWW in Lumber, 225, Conditions of Construction Workers, 227, The Canadian Northern Strike, 228, IWW. Accomplishments, 231. 10. The Southern Lumber Drive. Conditions in Southern Lumber Industry, 233, Formation of Brotherhood of Timber Workers, 235, The 1911 Lockout, 238, B of TW. Joins IWW, 243, The Grabo Affair, 245. The Maryville Strike, 250, Decline of B of TW, 255. 11. Migratory Farm Workers, The Wheatland, AF-R. Should small farmers be organized? 258, Early Efforts to Organize Agricultural Workers, 259, The Wheatland Strike, 261, The Roundup, 265, Arrest and Trial of Ford and Sir, 267, The 1914 Strike, 272, The 1915 Campaign, 274, What the Wheatland Affair Accomplished, 278. 12. Organizing the Home Guard in Steel. The McKees Rocks Strike, 282, The Hammond Strike, 295. The Struggle at Newcastle, 299, Results of Organizing Drive in Steel, 303. 13. The Lorraine CE Strike. Status of IWW in East, 19 RR, 306, Conditions in Lawrence Mills, 307, Unionization before 1912, 313, Organization of the strike, 317, Mass picketing, 321, Removal of the children, 325-14. Victory at Lawrence and after. Forces against the strikers, 329, Arrest of Eder and Giovannitti, 335. Strike-breaking role of AFL, 338, Victory, 340. Eder Giovannitti Defense Campaign, 343, The significance of the Lawrence strike, 346. 15. The Patterson strike. Conditions in Patterson silk industry, 352, The 1912 strike, 353, The 1913 strike, 356 Patterson's despotism, 359 Role of the AFL, 362 The Patterson pageant, 364 Defeat of strikers, 367. 16. Akron and Detroit, Rubber and Auto. Conditions in the rubber industry, 373, The 1913 strike, 375, Reign of Terror smashes strike, 380, Effect of defeat, 383. Status of unionism in auto industry, 383, The Studebaker strike, 385, Results of WW drive, 389. 17. The Socialist Party and the L.W.W., 1909–1914. Relations in 1910–11, 392, Haywood vs. Hillquit, 395, Haywood's Cooper Union Speech, 398, Effect of Lawrence Strike, 400, 1912 Socialist Party Convention, 403, Recall of Haywood, 408, Results of Adoption of Article 2, Section 6, 413. 18. The Debate over Boring from Within. Role of William Z. Foster, 416, Foster urges IWW to adopt Boring from Within, 418, Foster on Revolutionary Tactics, 422, Formation of Syndicalist League of North America, 427, Mann urges WW to bore from within, 430, IWW rejects Mann's appeal, 431. 19. The L.W.W. and the Unemployed, 1913–1915, WW. Organizes unemployed on West Coast, 436, Edmonton, Canada, 440, Boston, Detroit, and New York, 441, IWW. Activity in winter of 1914–15, 450, Sioux City Free Speech. Fight, 456, Role of Government, 458, Significance of Work of IWW, 460. 20. What's Wrong with the One, WW? Discussion in WW. Press, 463, Reasons for Failure to Grow, 465, Reasons Not Mentioned by Wobblies, 470, Results of the discussion, 472. 21. The Agricultural Workers Organization. Formation of AWO, 474, 1915 Organizing Campaign, 475, 1916 Organizing Campaign, 478, AWO. Organizing. Methods, 480. 22. The Mesabi Range Strike. The Workers and the Industry, 486, Early Organization in Strikes, 491, 1916 Strike Begins, 493, Violence Against Strikers, 498, Arrest of I.W.W. Leaders, 500, Local Support of Strikers, 502, Action of State AFL, 505, The Strike Continues, 506, End of the Strike, 5N, The Legal Aftermath, 514. 23. The EVERETI Massacre. Beginning a New Push in Lumber, 518, Prologue to Everett. Free Speech Fight, 521, Free Speech Fight Begins, 523, Reign of Terror, 527, Tragic Voyage of the Verona, 531, Mass Arrest of Wobblies, 535, Defense Campaign, 539, Trial of Thomas H. Tracy, 542, Trassus Acquittal and its Effect, 546. 24. On the eve of America's entrance into World War I 549. St. Tilda Tous of IWW, 549, Creating a New Image, 552, IWW. And the War, 1914–17, 554, Foreshadowing Wartime Repression, 557. Reference Notes 559. Index 597. Preface. In his pioneer study of the IWW, published in 1919, Paul R. Brissenden wrote, The public still knows little about the organization and its members. The public has not been told the truth about the things the IWW has done or the doctrines in which it believes. The papers have printed so much fiction about this organization and maintained such a nationwide conspiracy of silence as to its real philosophy, especially to the constructive items of its philosophy, that the popular conception of this labor group is a weird unreality. Despite the appearance since 1919 of a number of valuable studies of the IWW, and less valuable accounts, including novels and poems, which over-romanticize the organization, Professor Brissenden's statement is almost as applicable today as when he made it. In genera tilde the letters IWW still conjure up the picture of a sinister internal enemy of American society, an organization of bomb-throwing hobos who preached and practiced violence for no reason but to make trouble. Thus, a work published in 1956, The Rock, Why Mountain Revolution by Stuart Holbrook, sums up the history of the IWW as a great soaring saga of violence, and a review in the New York Herald Tribune of June 12, 1955, summarizes Wallace Stegner's novel, The Preacher and the Slave, as follows. Stark, unrelieved violence is the beginning, substance and end of Mr. Stegner's novel. If its swarming hobos, bums and soapbox evangelists are not committing crimes in the name of the IWW and the B-I-G-U, Nyan, which so alarmed the nation in the early days of this century, they are glorying in past depredations or planning future outbreaks. Robert G. Sherrill stated flatly in The Nation of March 9 feet 1G64, that members of the IWW talk to their implacable employers with fire, gunshot and dynamite. In The Quest of the Dream, published in 1G64, John P. Roche writes that romanticization of violence was the dominant characteristic of the IWW. No one would realize from these accounts that the IWW made valuable contributions in the campaign to organize the unorganized, particularly the unskilled, the foreign-born, women, and Negro workers, spearheaded the fight for free speech, and pioneered in the battle for industrial unionism. Fortunately, the year 1 also saw the publication of Rebel Voices, and 1 W. Anthology, edited by Joyce L. Kornblue, made up of articles, songs, poems, cartoons, and photographs from the Labadie collection at the University of Michigan Library. But this work, despite its value in providing a true picture of the IWW, is not a history of the organization. The present volume covers the history of the IWW from its formation in 1905 to the eve of America's entry into World War I in 1917. While it does not encompass the entire life of the organization, indeed, on paper at least, the IWW is still in existence, it does cover its most active period. The IWW did important work after the United States entered the First World War, and this will be discussed in a subsequent volume, but its major concentration had to be on defense activities against government repression. After the war, the IWW gradually sank into insignificance. I had originally planned to include a chapter on the case of Joe Hill, but in view of the length of the present volume, this proved impracticable. However, since the 50th anniversary of Hill's execution was approaching, he was shot to death by a firing squad in Salt Lake City on November 19, 1915. I decided to expand the chapter into a full treatment of the case, and it is being published as a separate book. The names of many of the individuals appearing in this volume were spelled variously in the press. I have used the spellings that appeared most frequently. The present volume is the second of a three-part study of the American labor movement from 1900 to 1917. The first in this series was Volume 3 of the History of the Labor Movement in the United States. Published in 1g64, it covered the policies and practices of the American Federation of Labor, 1gu 1909, and of the immediate precursors of the IWW, the Western Federation of Miners and the American Labor Union. The third part in this series, Volume 5 of History of the Labor Movement in the United States, will deal with the AF, of L, the Railroad Brotherhoods, and the Socialists, 1909-1917. The files of the IWW headquarters in Chicago have been scattered by fire, vandalism, and the action of government agents in the post-World War I onslaught on radical and nonconformist thought. However, there is a vast body of material related to the IWW throughout the United States, and I have made every effort to make use of these sources. In the preparation of this volume, one have had access to the correspondence of the AF of L and to collections of manuscripts, newspapers, pamphlets, and unpublished and published studies in numerous libraries and historical societies. I wish to thank the staffs of the Chicago Historical Society, Colorado State Historical Society, Forest History Society, St. Paul, Idaho Historical Society, Kansas Historical Society, Minnesota Historical Society. Wisconsin State Historical Society, Library of the U.S. Department of Labor, Library of the Department of Labor, Canada, Minnesota State. Law Library, New York State Library, Washington State Library, Library of Congress, National Archives, National Bibliothèque, Paris, British. The following cities: Akron, Boston, Chicago, Detroit, Denver, Edmonton, Canada. Eveleth, Min. Everett, Wash. Bridgeport, Con. Hammond, Ind. Hibbing, Min. Lawrence, Mass. Minneapolis. New York, Patterson, N.J. Philadelphia, Portland, Oregon, San Diego, Calif. San Francisco, Schenectady, N.Y., Seattle, Wash. Skowhegan, Me. Spokane, Wash. Tacoma, Wash. Utica, N.Y. Vancouver, British Columbia, and the libraries of the following colleges and universities: Brigham Young, California, Catholic University of America, Chicago, Columbia, Dartmouth, Duke, Harvard, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, London School of Economics, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, New York, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Reed, State University of South Dakota, State College of Washington, Texas, Tulane, Washington State University, University of Washington, Wayne State, Wisconsin, Yale. I wish to thank Professor Hyman Berman of the University of Minnesota for the opportunity to read his unpublished study of immigrant miners of the Mesabi Range. I wish also to thank Mrs. Louise Heinze, Director of the Tamiment Institute Library of New York University, for valuable assistance in obtaining material through interlibrary loan. I owe a great debt of gratitude to the late Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, who not only permitted me to interview her at length, but read a draft of the entire manuscript and made valuable suggestions. Finally, I wish to express my gratitude to the Trade Union Committee for the publication of Labor History for a grant which made publication of the present volume possible. Croton-on-Hudson, New York. August 1 cent 5. Phillips. Foam. A. Since this volume was published, 4 additional studies of the L.W.W. have appeared. The Wobblies by Patrick Renshaw, New York. 1G67, Rebels of the Woods by Robert F. Tyler, New York, 1967. We Shall Be All. A History of the Industrial Workers of the World by Melvin Dubofsky, Chicago, 196 grams, and Bread and Roses 2. Studies of the Wobblies by Joseph R. Conlin, Westport, Con. 196 grams. Dubofsky's work is a full-length study of the IWW. Renshaw's is a brief treatment of the organization. Tyler's is an analysis of the IWW's militant history in the Pacific Northwest, and Conlin's is a collection of essays dealing with such questions as whether or not the Wobblies were syndicalists in revolutions and whether or not they practiced sabotage. While these works, especially Dubofsky's, are useful, nothing in them has caused me to alter in any significant manner the text that follows. J. Florida C01R. American Federation of Labor Correspondence, American Federation of Labor Archives, American Federation of Labor Building, Washington, D.C. A small pour, Tion, is presently stored at the Wisconsin State Historical Society. GLB. Samuel Gomper's Letter Books. Formerly stored in American Federation of Labor Building, Washington, D.C. At present stored at headquarters of AFL-CIO. NA. National Archives, Washington, D.C. Pink.Man Reports. Pinkerton Reports relating to the Western Federation of Miners, 1906-1907. From the Holly and Bora Manuscripts, Idaho Historical Society. Report High U.S. Commissioners of Conciliation. Report by U.S. Commissioners of Conciliation William I. Fairley of Alabama and Hywell Davies of Kentucky on the Mesaba Iron Miners Strike in Minnesota, June 2 to September 17, 1916, submitted. October 28, 1916, National Archives. Strikers News. Strick. Ers News. Official Strike Bulletin of TLIE Striking Iron Ore Miners of TLIE Masaha Range, National Archives. TLL. Tamiment Institute Library of New York University. TRP. Th. Kodork Roosevelt Papers, Library of Congress, Washington, D.C. WS. -5 Crapbooks of clippings on the Wheeland-Hopfield riots, Wheeland, California, 1913 to 1915, University of California Library, Berkeley. WSHS. Wisconsin State Historical Society, Madison, Wisconsin. Chapter I. Birth of the L.W.W. By the summer of 1904, many progressive-minded Clements in the American labor and socialist movements were convinced of 3 basic principles. 1. the superiority of industrial unionism over craft unionism in the struggle against the highly integrated organizations of employers. 2. The impossibility of converting the conservative American Federation of Labor into a type of organization which would achieve real benefits for the majority of working men and women. And 3. The ineffectiveness of the existing organization of the industrial and radical type to build a movement which would organize and unite the entire working class. Clearly, in the eyes of these elements, a new organization of labor was necessary, one that would correspond to modern industrial conditions, and through which they, the working people, might finally secure complete emancipation from wage slavery for all wage workers. It was this conviction that led to the formation of the industrial workers of the world. One of the men who led the way to this new development was Eugene V. Debs. From the time he had organized the American Railway Union on this basis in 1-3, Debs advocated the industrial form of organization. He played a leading part in the formation of the American Labor Union. In 1902, and during the period between 1902 and 1904, his speeches and writings were full of references to the superiority of industrial unionism and the necessity of combining this principle with uncompromising action based upon the class struggle. His most important contribution in this period, and one of his chief theoretical works, was Unionism and Socialism, a plea for both, published in Appeal to Reason in 1904 and reprinted as a pamphlet shortly thereafter. The study began with an analysis of the development of unionism. Debs then emphasized that modern industrial conditions required a modern type of unionism. This is the industrial plan, the modern method applied to modern conditions, and it will in time prevail. But Debs was convinced that the AFL could not be quickly converted into a Mod 13 type of union, and that a new organization was necessary. Gompers and his lieutenants were completely wedded to the National Civic Federation philosophy of class collaboration. They refused to make any serious efforts to organize unskilled workers, especially Negro and foreign-born workers. They had frequently broken strikes by independent unions. They were unable to make any substantial gains in the face of the open shop drive, MD. They absolutely refused to embark upon united economic or political action. They were, in short, committed to the continuation of capitalism with all of its evils. The socialists inside the AFL had sought to change these policies through their educational programs. They not only failed to accomplish their objective, but their outlook was even corrupting segments of the Socialist Party itself. Certain socialist politicians, trying to win votes at elections from the conservative unionists, were trimming their own program to conform to the views of Gompers. There was, therefore, only one clear answer to this problem. A new revolutionary industrial union which would organize the unorganized and be uncompromising in its attempt to advance the cause of socialism. 2. Debs MPH-led did not impress the dominant elements in the Socialist Party leadership, who still clung to the belief that the AFL would soon be transformed, by the education of its membership, into a revolution union. But it did arouse widespread discussion in radical circles. Debs' viewpoint was discussed at the 12th Annual Convention of the Western Federation of Miners held at Salt Lake City during May and June 1904, and helped to crystallize the growing sentiments for a new, broad industry union. The executive board of the W.F.M. was instructed to take such action as might be necessary to bring the representatives of organized labor together to outline plans for the amalgamation of the working class into one general organization. 3. Preliminary conferences. The resolve of the W.F.M. gave impetus to the developing sentiment for a new labor organization. Dan McDonald, president of the American Labor Union, Clarence Smith, general secretary-treasurer of that union, George Estes and W.L. Hall, president and general secretary-treasurer of the United Brotherhood of Railway Employees, William E. Troutman, editor of the Brouwer Zeitung, official organ of the United Brewery Workers, N.D. Father Thomas J. Hagerty, socialist lecturer and editor, held informal discussions on the subject with W.F.M. officials. In the organizational work leading to the establishment of the industrial workers of the world, Troutman's role was a dominant one. For it was he who invited a group of radical labor leaders to a conference in Chicago in November 1904 to lay the groundwork for a new industrial union. The 6 who met in this preliminary conference were Troutman, Clarence Smith, Father Hagerty, George Estes, W.L. Hall, and Isaac Cowan, American representative of the British Amalgamated Society of Engineers. All agreed the time had come to establish a new labor organization that, unlike the AFL, corresponded to existing industrial conditions and would be the vehicle for the downfall of capitalism and the elimination of wage slavery. Several of those not present at this informal conference were kept informed of the discussions, and two of them, Debs and Charles Zero Sherman, General Secretary of the United Metal Workers International Union, joined the others in an appeal for a larger meeting. The appeal, in the form of a letter dated November 20, 1904, was sent to 36 persons, inviting them to a secret conference in Chicago on January 2, 1905. The letter emphasized that the events of the past year had convinced the signers that craft divisions and political ignorance were doomed to speedily end, and that they were confident in the ability of the working class, if correctly organized, on both industrial and political fields, to take possession of and operate successfully for their own interests the industries of the country. It continued, "We invite you to discuss ways and means of uniting the working people of America on correct revolutionary principles, regardless of any general labor organization, past or present, and only restricted by such basic principles as will ensure its integrity as a real protector of the interests of the workers." 11. The invitation received widespread support in left-wing circles. The W. F of M sent 3 delegates, Charles H. Moyer, W. D. Big Bill Haywood, and John M. O'Neill, editor of the Miners magazine. From the Socialist Party came A. M. Simons, editor of the International Socialist Review, and Mother, Mary Jones, an organizer for the United Mine Workers, but they participated in an unofficial capacity as individuals. Frank Bone, a national organizer for the Socialist Labor Party and the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance, was also present in an individual capacity and not as a representative of the party. Explaining that he was not able to attend the conference because the doctor had ordered him to rest and recuperate his strength, Debs wrote, "I keenly regret this, for I had counted on being with you and in giving such assistance as I could to the work of organizing that is to be undertaken along new and progressive lines. But 2 of those invited refused. Daniel de Leon, head of the SLP, was not invited. Perhaps there was fear that he would disrupt the proceedings, a tendency de Leon had already displayed frequently in the past and which he was to demonstrate again later. Another possibility is that de Leon was not yet identified as a supporter of industrial unionism. Indeed, it was not until June 1905, at the first IWW convention, that he endorsed the idea. Donald Kennedy McKee, the intellectual and historical influence shaping the political theory of Daniel de Leon, unpublished Ph.D. thesis, Columbia University, 1955, p. 14. To attend because of sharp disagreement with the purpose of the meeting. These dissenters were Victor Berger and Max Hayes, members of the National Committee of the Socialist Party. Berger did not even respond, but made his disagreement public in the Social Democratic Herald, in which he charged that the proposed new organization will bring on a condition of strife in the labor world that will enable Samuel Gompers to keep industrial union organization away for a much longer time than he would have been able to had the fight for it inside the AFL not been interfered with by impatient and short-sighted comrades. In a letter explaining his new refusal to attend, Hayes declared that the proposed new organization smacked too strongly of a revived socialist trade and labor alliance, and that he would not permit himself to be dragged into any more secession movements or fratricidal wars between fractions of workers because they are not of one mind at this juncture. Instead, he preferred to agitate on the inside of the organizations now in existence to dump conservatism overboard and prepare to take their places in the working class administration of the cooperative commonwealth. He was confident that this would be soon accomplished, for the rank and file of the trade unions are awakening as never before, and as soon as even a good-sized minority become thoroughly class-conscious, the fossilized leaders will go up in the air. 6. In the eyes of most of the men who attended the Chicago conference, to follow Berger's and Hayes' advice would not only be deluding themselves, but would also do an injustice and injury to the working class. Experience over many years had convinced them that the AFL leaders were misleading the labor movement, and they were not persuaded that the militant elements could change this situation by remaining inside the Federation. 7. The absence of the leaders of the right and center wings of the Socialist Party at the conference foreshadowed the sharp conflict that was to arise later in the party over the attitude to be adopted toward the IWW. But at the time, the rejection of invitations by Berger and Hayes did not dampen the spirits of those who attended. 23 persons were present in Chicago on January 2 when the secret conference was called to order by Troutman. They represented 8 different organizations: the American Labor Union, Western Federation of Miners, United Brotherhood of Railway Employees, Brewery Workers Union, Switchmen's Union, United Metal Workers, Bakers Union, and American Federation of Musicians. This was apart from the members of the Socialist and Socialist Labor parties, who were there as individuals. The conference took on the name of Chicago Conference of Industrial Unionists and elected William D. Haywood as its permanent chairman and George Estes, secretary. During the 3 days session, plans for a new labor organization to be based on the principles of industrial unionism, working class unity, and recognition of the class struggle were discussed and worked out. The result of the discussions was the adoption of the document known as the Industrial Union Manifesto. Industrial Union Manifesto. The manifesto pointed starkly to the displacement of human skill by machines and to the growth of capitalist power through concentration in the ownership of the tools of production, with the consequent disappearance of trade divisions among laborers, and sharpening class divisions and class antagonisms. While the worker, increasingly displaced by mechanical progress and deprived of his skill of craftsmanship, was sinking into the uniform mass of wage slaves, his power of resistance was being broken by the perpetuation of outgrown, artificial craft divisions which only served the purpose of keeping the workers pitted against one another, thus weakening their resistance to capitalist tyranny. On the other hand, the capitalists had carefully adjusted themselves to the new conditions of modern industrial society, had wiped out all differences among themselves, and presented a united front in their war upon labor. And through employers' associations, brute force, injunctions, and the use of military power, they sought to crush all efforts at resistance. At the same time, they concealed their more overt attacks on labor by such devices as the National Civic Federation, through which they sought to hoodwink and betray those whom they would rule and exploit, depending for success upon the blindness and internal dissension of the working class. In short, the manifesto emphasized, the employers' line of battle in the class struggle corresponded to the solidarity of mechanical and industrial concentration, while the workers' plan of battle still functioned along the lines of outmoded trade divisions. This worn-out and corrupt system offers no promise of improvement and adaptation. It offers only a perpetual struggle for slight relief within wage slavery. It is blind to the possibility of establishing an industrial democracy, wherein there should be no wage slavery, but where the workers will own the tools which they operate, and the products of which they alone will enjoy. Solidarity of the working class. The essential ingredient in achieving this goal was impossible so long as craft was separated from craft. Union men scabbed upon each other, engendering hatred of worker for worker. And unions discriminated against workers because of sex, creed, or color, all resulting in delivering workers helpless and disintegrated into the hands of the capitalists. It was impossible so long as craft jealousy blindly attempted to create trade monopolies through prohibitive initiation fees, and so long as craft divisions fostered ignorance among the workers, thus dividing their class at the ballot box, as well as in the shop, mine, and factory. All this hindered the growth £0 class consciousness and fostered the erroneous idea of harmony of interests between employing exploiter and employed slave. Previous efforts for the betterment of the working class, the manifesto continued, had proven abortive because they had been limited in scope and disconnected in action. Then followed 3 paragraphs which stated the ideology of the new organization to be brought into being. Universal economic evils afflicting the working class can be eradicated only by a universal working class movement. A movement to fulfill these conditions must consist of one great industrial union embracing all industries, providing for craft autonomy locally, industrial autonomy internationally, and working class unity generally. It must be founded on the class struggle, and its general administration must be conducted in harmony with the recognition of the irrepressible conflict between the capitalist class and the working class. It should be established as the economic organization of the working class without affiliation with any political party. Other conditions were that 1. All power should rest with the collective membership. 2. All labels, cards, fees, etc. should be uniform throughout. 3. The general administration should issue a publication at regular intervals. 4. A central defense fund, to which all members should contribute equally, should be established and maintained. All workers who agreed with the principles set forth in the manifesto were invited to meet in convention in Chicago on June 27, 1905, for the purpose of forming an organization of the working class along the lines worked out in the manifesto. 8. To push the meeting, an executive committee composed of W. D. Haywood, Chairman, W. E. Troutman, Secretary, and A. M. Simons, W. L. Hull, and Clarence Smith was established. The chief duty of the committee was to attend to the distribution of the manifesto. On the back of each printed copy was a charter classifying the industrial workers according to industry along with a statement entitled, Industrial Organization of the Workers. This declared that a labor organization to correctly represent the working class had to have two requirements. First, it must combine the wage workers in such a way that it can most successfully fight the battles and protect the interests of the working people of today in their struggle for fewer hours, more wages and better conditions. Secondly, it must offer a final solution of the labor problem and emancipation from strikes, injunctions and bullpens. This emancipation from strikes was evidently to be accomplished by a general strike which would bring about the end of capitalism and usher in the new workers' state based solely on the economic organization of labor. For after urging the workers to study the printed chart classifying the industrial workers, the document stated, observe, also, how the growth and development of this organization will build up within itself the structure of an industrial democracy, a workers' cooperative republic which must finally burst the shell of capitalist government, and be the agency by which the working people will operate the industries and appropriate the products to themselves. 9. Most of the ideas set forth in the Industrial Union Manifesto were not new. They had been stated over and over again by proponents of industrial unionism who had written many pamphlets and articles in radical journals describing the ineffectiveness of craft unionism in coping with modern tendencies in the industrial world. Debs had emphasized many of the same points in his pamphlet published only a few months before the manifesto was drawn up. But Debs, like most other critics of existing conditions in the labor movement, had stressed the need for a new departure in labor organization on the political as well as the economic front. Trade union members had to be class-conscious on the political field as well as the economic, and had to make use of the ballot box, not only to back up the economic struggles of the trades union, but to finally wrest the government from capitalist control and establish the working-class republic. But the Industrial Union Manifesto made only a passing reference to the ballot box as part of its criticism of the craft form of organization, and emphasized that the remedy for current evils was through the economic organization of the working class, without affiliation with any political party. In an interview 3 days after the secret conference, Troutman was asked by a reporter for the Cincinnati Post if the lack of emphasis in the manifesto upon the ballot box as a weapon of the labor movement in achieving immediate gains and the ultimate goal of socialism was a significant feature of the document. Troutman replied that it was the key to the entire manifesto, and that the sentence in the printed chart accompanying the manifesto, beginning, observe, also, and describing how the workers' cooperative republic would be established by the industrial unions set forth the philosophic framework of the document. The document, he declared, is based on the same principles as organized labor in continental Europe. The new labor organization is to be entirely free from party politics, and by the same principles as organized labor in continental Europe, he explained, he meant specifically the organization of labor under revolutionary syndicalism. 10. Revolutionary syndicalism. It is possible to dismiss Troutman's remarks as merely the statement of one individual. But it must be remembered that Troutman played a dominant role in the events leading to the formation of the IWW. It was he, it will be recalled, who invited the radical labor leaders to the preliminary meeting of industrial unionists in November 1904. When this small group of key leaders decided to send a call to others to meet in Chicago the following January, Troutman's name headed the list of signatures. The January session itself was called to order by Troutman. When a committee was selected to draft the Industrial Union Manifesto, Troutman was one of 3 chosen. That he helped to frame this document, he afterwards admitted with considerable pride. It was also he who was placed in charge of distributing the manifesto and letters inviting union leaders, including foreign syndicalist leaders, to participate in the June meeting. 11 Troutman's comment that the new labor organization to be established in June 1905 would be based on the principles of revolutionary syndicalism is, therefore, especially significant. There are many definitions of syndicalism. William Z. Foster, an outstanding authority on the subject, defines it as follows. In its basic aspects, syndicalism, or more properly anarcho-syndicalism, may be defined very briefly as that tendency in the labor movement to confine the revolutionary class struggle of the workers in the economic field, to practically ignore the state, and to reduce the whole fight of the working class to simply a question of trade union action. Its fighting organization is the trade union, its basic method of class warfare is the strike, with the general strike as the revolutionary weapon, and its revolutionary goal is the setting up of a trade union, state, to conduct industry and all other social activities. 12. It was in France that revolutionary syndicalism, or anarcho-syndicalism, as Foster correctly describes it, made its greatest headway. In general, It represented an amalgam of trade unionism, Marxism, and anarchism which began early in the 189 less than J's when many anarchist workers entered the French trade unions and, once there, combined their ideas with those of the Marxists and the, pure and simple, trade unionists. It became definitely established as a movement by the turn of the century with the publication of important theoretical works. In 1901, Law 11 Unir Socialiste des Syndicats by Georges Sorel, the chief theoretician of revolutionary syndicalism, was published as a book in Paris after being serialized 3 years earlier in Le Humanite. This work discarded political and parliamentary action, insisted that the state must be destroyed and never used as a means for achieving socialism, defended the general strike as the best method for bringing the new society into existence, and advocated an autonomous workers' movement based upon trade unions instead of political parties. Sorel also wrote a preface in December 1901 to Fernand Pellaudier's Histoire des Bourses du Travail, which was published in 1902. In this statement he insisted that parliamentary action led to compromises of the class struggle, praised Pellaudier for his theory of syndicalist decentralization based upon trade unions, and pointed out that the labor unions were to be the foundations of socialist society. The organization of the new social order upon the basis of trade unions was also one of the themes which Pellaudier stressed in the main body of the book. 13. Although most of the syndicalist intellectuals took no part at all in trade union activities, their ideas made headway in French trade union circles and particularly attracted the attention of discontented Marxists. Workers who clung to a revolutionary interpretation of Marx and Engels believed that socialist politics, particularly as practiced in parliamentary circles, violated the principles of the class struggle. They felt that the revolutionary flame of Marxism was slowly being extinguished by class collaboration and the insistence upon legality and evolutionary methods. They sought, therefore, an approach to socialism that would recapture the non-compromising interpretation of the class struggle which, they felt, lay at the heart of Marxism. To these dissatisfied Marxists, the ideas of anarcho-syndicalism had a powerful appeal. The opposition to political action in general and parliamentary action in particular, and the advocacy of methods of direct action, appeared to be a method of preserving the emphasis on the class struggle. Moreover, the anarcho-syndicalist concept of abolishing the state immediately after the revolution and basing the new society upon decentralized economic structures, filled in the void caused by the anti-political attitude of the anarchists. The economic organization thus replaced the political party as the agent for making the revolution. This it would do through the tactic of the general strike which, by bringing all production to a halt, would break the power of the capitalist class and enable the working class to take over industry. With immediate abolition of the state, the trade unions would then conduct production and form the centers of economic administration in the new social order. In short, the syndicat or trade union was to be a tool in the education of the working class, and a weapon in the continual war on the capitalist state. Every strike was viewed as a step toward a syndicalist seizure of power, and the workers would take their last step the day they enforced le grève générale, or the general strike. In all of this there was no explicit need for violence. Indeed, a number of syndicalist theoreticians claimed that all that was meant was an effective utilization of the concept of passive resistance. The transition from the capitalist to the syndicalist state would be less a seizure of power than a ceding of it. How then, did syndicalists achieve such a reputation as a revolutionary force? The revolutionary label was due largely to those syndicalists who felt the need to supplement this theoretical abstraction with a more positive and practical PRC-gram. The inclination toward violence was transmitted to syndicalism from the anarchism of Bakunin. And the varied definitions of such terms as sabotage, direct action, and even syndicalism itself. A striking illustration of this lack of precise definition was the many meanings accorded the word sabotage. It might mean anything from the destruction of machinery in its most violent form, to the comparatively peaceful slowdown. It might also mean the production of inferior goods, or more quaintly, working with such infinite care that the cost of production far exceeded the market value. Actually, sabotage in its more violent forms was disapproved of by the syndicalist theoreticians as being detrimental to working-class morality. The worker must be trained to take over and operate the plant, and anything that degraded or lessened his sense of dignity was the direct negation of the ideal of self-governing industry. Yet syndicalism came to be associated with sabotage in all aspects. The French syndicalists highly prized the militancy and aggressiveness of their rank and file and the spirit of no compromise with their natural enemy, the employer. This spirit of no compromise was to serve a dual purpose. It was to prevent the leadership from betraying working-class principles by falling into the pit of bourgeois respectability, and, also, it was the surest way, so the syndicalists argued, of preventing the working class from being duped by the capitalist class into thinking there could be any common identification of interests. The class struggle was paramount, and working-class solidarity was to be maintained by the spirit of no compromise. The backbone of the French labor movement, and the champion of syndicalism in France, was the Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT. It had been formed in 1895 as the result of the amalgamation between two highly localized and loosely knit federations, the Fédération des Syndicats and the Fédération Nationale des Bourses du Travail. When the CGT gave these two organizations a national coherence, it was not allowed to encroach on their essential localism. Each local syndicat, or bourse, regardless of number of its members, cast only a single vote in the CGT. Finances were largely under the control of the local organization, and its contributions to the central organization were extremely small. Local organizations were seldom burdened by any system of benefits and therefore risked very little by militant strike policies. In this, the direct dependence of the movement on the rank and file was assured, and localization became the essential basis of all effective working-class action. But, as the CGT put it in 1905, the affiliates composing the General Confederation of Labor must keep themselves separate from all schools of political thought. The revolutionary doctrine presented to the working class in France under the name of syndicalism was soon carried into Italy, Spain, and Portugal. As syndicalism developed in other countries, it developed new theories based on specific conditions in each country. But there existed a common belief in the need for a genuinely militant working-class movement. It was on this tenet that syndicalism presented a common front, and it was this, probably more than anything else, that won for syndicalism the appellation, revolutionary. These then were the principles of organized labor in continental Europe, on which, according to Trautmann, the new revolutionary labor movement in the United States was to be based. All this, however, does not mean that the IWW was basically the product of European ideas and influences. Although the influence of French syndicalism in the formative period of the IWW was greater than has generally been assumed, it is also true that the forces that brought the IWW into being were the product of U.S. economic and political developments. As Louis Levine wrote in his article, The Development of Syndicalism in America, published in 1913, the forces which drove American toilers to blaze new paths, to forge new weapons and to reinterpret the meaning of life in new terms were the struggles and compromises, the adversities and successes, the exultation and despair born of conditions of life in America. 1. The theory of industrial unionism which the IWW brought into sharp focus had no real intellectual basis in European syndicalism. It was, as we have seen in a previous volume in our discussion of the battle for industrial unionism inside the AF, of the Western Federation of Miners, and of the American Labor Union, essentially the product of the American environment. Even the seeds of an anti-political, anarcho-syndicalist tendency in the American labor movement had been planted in this country as far back as the 188 O's, long before the IWW came into existence. Among the factors influencing its appearance was the existence of great masses of disfranchised immigrants and floating workers, the widespread corruption of American politics that turned workers away from it, the reactionary policies of the AF, which Professor Paul Brissenden is incorrect in stating. It was only after 1908 that the syndicalism revolutionnaire had any direct influence on the revolutionary industrial union movement here. Even then it was largely a matter of borrowing such phrases as sabotage, engrais till de vapeur, etc. The WW, a study of American sin. Dickalism, New York, 1919, page 53. The philosophic framework of the IWW in the months prior to the first convention in June 1905 was constructed chiefly by Trautmann and Father Thomas J. Hagerty, both of whom had been influenced by the anarcho-syndicalist movement abroad, and sought to advance in America the syndicalist ideas they had gathered from their contacts in Europe. Both men saw in the Chicago Conference scheduled to meet in June 1905 the opportunity for the realization of their dreams. See Trautmann's articles in American Labor Union, Ernal. September 3, 1903, Sept. 24, December 17, 1904, and Brouwer Zeitung, July 23, 1904. Also Hagerty's articles in Voice of Labor, March, June, 1905 and in Weekly People, Feb. 18, 1905. T for anarcho-syndicalist tendencies in the American labor movement before 1900, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 2. New York, 1955, pp. Lou, 102, 21, 3-14. Wing socialists that neither reform legislation nor votes for socialism seem to make much headway in gaining immediate benefits for the workers or bringing closer the day when the socialist republic would be established. All of these factors, William Z. Foster points out, led to the erroneous conclusion that politics should be abandoned and all energy directed toward building the revolutionary labor union. The adherents of this view naively supposed that the workers, organized in one big union, could, in the near future, call a general strike which would cause the end of capitalism, and then rule the new workers' state by trade union organization alone. 16 All this, the history of the IWW was to prove, was not as easy to achieve in real life as it was to put down in lengthy and stirring articles in journals and pamphlets. Response to call for June Convention. The Industrial Union Manifesto was distributed to all unions throughout the United States and to many in Europe from the temporary headquarters of the Industrial Union Movement of America in Cincinnati. In addition, it was published in every issue of The Voice of Labor, the Miner magazine, Appeal to Reason, The People, International Socialist Review, and a number of other radical journals. Special articles discussing the manifesto, written by Troutman, Hagerty, Haywood, A. M. Simons, Frank Bone and others who had attended the January conference, appeared in these journals. Discussions of the manifesto and the forthcoming convention were also conducted by a speakers bureau established by the Industrial Union Movement, which sent volunteers to address local unions in various parts of the country. George Speed was an especially active lecturer on the West Coast, and Joseph Gilbert, editor of the Socialist Crisis of Salt Lake City and a member of the Socialist Party National Committee, toured the Midwest and East for the speakers bureau. The lecturers also assisted in forming industrial union clubs in a number of cities. 17 While lack of funds appears to have limited the number of copies of the manifesto that were distributed, it did receive widespread publicity. The sponsors of the convention appeared to be satisfied with the reaction to their call. Indeed, Hagerty predicted that, on the basis of the favorable response, the industrial union movement will, in fact, be the dominating union influence in this country within 2 years at the most. By the time this optimistic prediction appeared in March 1905, all of the A.L.U. national and international unions, except the W.F. of M. had already voted to take part in the Chicago Convention. The W.I. of M. was to consider the question at its convention at Salt Lake City in May 1905. Mediate action on the manifesto, and, if approved by that body, the matter should then be submitted to a referendum vote of the membership as to whether representatives should be sent to Chicago. He urged a positive endorsement of the manifesto so that, the Western Federation of Miners will be the vanguard of any army that will lead them to industrial liberty. By a vote of nearly 4-1, the delegates endorsed the proposed industrial union, and selected 5 delegates to attend the Chicago Convention. It was understood that the action was to be submitted to a referendum vote of the membership. The miners were confident that this action would consolidate all the forces of organization of labor in the economic field, and would put an end to the deplorable situation in which the members of the W.F. of M. were forced to go down to defeat time and again, despite their unselfish and unstinting support of the entire working class, because the obsolete form of craft organization of other workers compelled them to fight alone an unequal battle against the combined forces of the capitalist class. The delegates proclaimed, "We can no longer fight alone, but must realign the forces of organized labor to weld them into a solid body." 18. The action of the L.U. affiliates and the W.F. of M. caused no surprise in labor circles. But this was not true of the favorable response to the manifesto by a number of A.F. of L. affiliates. Widespread publicity was given to the report of a committee appointed by the Schenectady Trades Assembly, composed of A.F. of L. unions, to consider and make recommendations regarding the manifesto. The report, submitted in April 1905, declared, "The motto of the industrialists is an open union in a closed shop, and your committee, believing that those principles contain the very essence of trade unionism, have no hesitation in commending them to this assembly and to the labor movement in general." Unions affiliated with the Trades Assembly were urged to send delegates to the Chicago Convention. 19. An A.F. of L. organizer in Schenectady immediately informed Gompers of the recommendations, urged him to condemn the committee's stand as socialistic, and to take action instantly, to prevent any endorsement by the locals affiliated with the Trades Assembly. Gompers needed no prodding on this subject. Once the existence of the Industrial Union movement was confirmed, he launched a series of scurrilous attacks on it. He denied that industrial unionism was the real purpose of the promoters of the June Convention, insisting that the A.F. of L. allowed for industrial unionism wherever it was advisable or desired by the workers. The only purpose was to divert, pervert, and disrupt the labor movement, in order to promote socialism. The whole venture simply proved that the trade union smashers and ram MCRS from without and the Boers from within are again joining hands. 120. It was typical of Gompers that he should lump all socialists together. In one group, even though he was fully aware that those who favored the one-foot boring from within strategy did not approve of the manifesto and the call for the Chicago Convention. The American labor movement would suffer great injury if any appreciable number of progressive trade unions should allow themselves to be misled into joining this movement, wrote Berger in his Social Democratic Herald, and we will not join it, he warned his comrades, for us blindly to begin a fight with the American Federation of Labor at this time would be a crime against the trades unions and a fatal error in the socialist propaganda. Both Gompers and Morrison kept sending clippings to the AFL Executive Council from this and others of Berger's editorials which condemned the industrial union movement, which stressed that not a single socialist who believed in fighting for socialism at AFL conventions favored the movement, and which criticized Joseph Gilbert, national committeeman, for speaking and in other ways seeking to help the movement, a procedure that was to the shame of the socialists. 21 similar editorials by Max Hayes were also forwarded to the Executive Council. But Gompers was determined to undermine the new movement by the old tactic of red baiting, and it was much simpler for his purposes to label the pending conference a socialist plot than to draw distinctions among different types of socialists. The AFL charge that disruption of the organized labor movement was the sole purpose of the June convention produced mixed reactions from its sponsors. Moyer did not deny the charge, but insisted that nothing could disrupt the labor movement more than had already been done by the AFL, and if the new movement, which has for its object the amalgamation of the entire working class, shall mean the disruption of the so-called labor movement of today, then I have no regret for the part one have taken in calling a Congress for that purpose. But most of the participants in the January conference did not take so cavalier an attitude toward the existing labor movement of today. To be sure, they believed that the AFL would have to go, since they were convinced that, it was functioning, it was harmful to the interests of the organized workers and held out no hope for the unorganized who, after all, comprised 95% of those gainfully employed. But they did not intend to conduct a wholesale or indiscriminate smashing of the local or national. Writing to Morris Hillquit, Berger furiously demanded that Debs condemn the movement in a decided and unequivocal manner or there will be war. If Debs stays with that crowd, he will lend them some prestige for a little while, but I am sure that would be the end of Eugene V. Debs. Evidently Berger felt that Hillquit did not take the matter seriously enough, for he wrote the New York Socialist leader that the danger of a split on the industrial question is far more serious than you imagine, judging from letters from Debs and others. Victor L. Berger to Morris Hillquit, March 28, April 28, 1905, Morris Hillquit Papers, Wisconsin State Historical Society. Hereinafter cited as WSHS. Unions affiliated with the AFL, as had been the objective of the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance. Rather their aim was to take over the AFL affiliates and unite them with the new unions to be established out of the unorganized mass. A. M. Simons, who was a central figure at the January conference, stated that the idea was to form a new central body, into which existing unions and unions to be formed could be admitted, but not to form rival unions. Ernest Unterman and others had hesitated to sign the manifesto until they were convinced that such an objective as that of the ST&LA was not anticipated. 22. What the promoters of the June convention hoped for, in the main, was that once the industrial union was launched, the existing local and national unions would pry themselves away from the AFL and join the new movement. Not the smashing of existing workers' organizations, but the elimination of the AFL and the formation of an effective industrial type of unionism which would serve the interests of all workers, those already organized and the vast majority still to be organized. These were the goals. The AFL leadership, however, continued to insist that the sole purpose of the pending convention was the destruction of the existing trade unions. This charge was broadcast on a mass scale. Thousands of leaflets containing reprints of Gomper's 3 editorials entitled, "The Trade Unions to be Smashed Again," were sent to local unions throughout the country. AFL organizers were ordered to drop all organizing work and concentrate all their energy on the campaign to convince the organized workers that the new movement sought only the destruction of their unions. There is no better work which our special organizers can do right now than to counteract the effect of this proposed industrial movement, Gompers wrote on May 13, 1905.23. In their fury over the industrial union movement, the AFL leadership lashed out viciously against the organization believed to be mainly responsible for its launching the Western Federation of Miners. In March 1905, the Executive Council declared that the WFM was paying the AFL's assistance in its 8-hour strike by taking an active part in calling a Congress for the purpose of forming another federation of organized workers of the country. It, therefore, called on its affiliated unions to make no further donations to the Legal Defense Fund of the W.F.M. which was being raised to assist in prosecuting pending Colorado court cases. 24. Gompers was deluged with protests from city centrals and from local unions of many affiliated international organizations. 2g Actually, the Executive Council's intemperate attack on the W.F.M. backfired, for it increased the determination of a number of A.F.L. affiliates to send delegates to the Chicago Convention. A.H. Kosselman, General Secretary of the International Glove Workers Union, urged Morrison to persuade the Executive Council to withdraw its circular on the W.F.M., pointing out that, since our locals have received the circular urging that no further contributions be made to the Miners' Defense Fund, a great many of our members throughout the country, particularly those inclined toward socialism, have become more disgusted than ever with the A.F.L. and are using strenuous efforts to have their locals send representatives to the convention at Chicago next June. I would consider it a great favor and believe it would be of special benefit to our organization if this question of continuing to send aid to the Western Federation of Miners were dropped altogether. Local No. 26s of the Journeyman Tailors Union wrote to the Executive Council that Gompers has more gall than we expected he had, and if anything should lead us to look with favor on the industrial union movement, it is this treacherous abandonment of a truly courageous union which has been fighting our battles as well as their own. 728. Informed of this communication, John B. Lennon, General Secretary of the Journeyman Tailors Union, acted immediately. If any of our unions join that organization in Chicago, he notified all locals, they will certainly have to get out of the JTUA. They will not be allowed to serve God and Mammon both at one time. Daniel J. Keefe, President of the International Longshoremen, Marine and Transport Workers Association, was another official who believed that the AFL represented God and the new union movement, Mammon. He issued a circular to all locals in late April, stating, "You must not consider sending representatives to the Industrial Union Conference at Chicago, June 27, as they are opposed to the policy of our organization and the AFL." 727. How many local unions affiliated with the AFL were intimidated by such tactics and prevented from sending delegates to the Chicago Convention, even as observers, it is impossible to state. While a few simply ignored threats from their international officials or appeals from Gompers, many local unions were prevented from acting favorably on the rising demand of the rank and file that their organizations be represented at Chicago to learn at first hand what the new movement had to offer the working class of the United States. Gompers tried to prevent the state convention of the United Mine Workers of Illinois from sending a delegate to Chicago, but W.D. Ryan, Secretary-Treasurer of District No. 12, UMW, in Illinois, informed him that since the delegates were going to listen and learn, and report their opinion of the meeting, the miners did not see where any great harm would result from them sending representatives under such conditions. Gompers to W.D. Ryan, May 13, 1905, W.D. Ryan to Gompers, May 15, 1905, American Federation of Labor Correspondents, Washington, D.C. Hereinafter cited as APL Corps. The Chicago Convention. Although Gompers bent every effort to prevent AP 0.L locals from sending members to the Chicago Convention, he himself dispatched a personal representative, Lee Grant, to observe and make confidential reports to him. Gompers paid him $50 for 8 reports, covering the expenditure by listing it as payment for an article on the convention in the American Federationist. 28 Grant's first, confidential, report, dated June 27, 1905, began the First Continental Congress of the Workers 0 the World, as it was termed by W.D. Haywood in his opening address opened today with considerable noise. Haywood's dramatic words in calling the historic convention to order were, "This is the Continental Congress of the working class. W.C. Arc here to confederate the workers of this country into a working class movement that shall have for its purpose the emancipation of the working class from the slave bondage of capitalism. There is no organization, or there seems to be no labor organization, that has for its purpose the same object as that for which you are called together today. The aims and objects of this organization should be to put the working class in possession of the economic power, the means of life, in control of the machinery of production and distribution, without regard to capitalist masters. The American Federation of Labor, which presumes to be the labor movement of this country, is not a working class movement. It does not represent the working class. There are organizations that are affiliated, but loosely affiliated with the AFL, which in their constitution and by laws prohibit the initiation of or conferring the obligation on a colored man. That prohibit the conferring of the obligation on foreigners. What we want to establish at this time is a labor organization that will open wide its doors to every man that earns his livelihood either by his brain or his muscle. There is no man who has an ounce of honesty in his makeup but recognizes the fact that there is a continuous struggle between the two classes, and this organization will be formed, based and founded on the class struggle, having in view no compromise and no surrender, and but one object and one purpose, and that is to bring the workers of this country into the possession of the full value of the product of their toil. Greater than 200 delegates representing 43 organizations were present in Chicago's Brand Hall when Haywood called the convention to order. Grant estimated, in his report to Gompers, that the delegates represented about 60 workers, but Charles 0. Sherman of the Credentials Committee claimed that they represented 150,000, and Haywood put the figure at 300,000. Both Sherman and Haywood were probably counting union membership of delegates without authority to act for their organizations, and Haywood probably threw in the members of the Socialist Party as well. 30. Grant's estimate was realistic. Of the 43 organizations represented, about half had instructed their delegates to affiliate with the new organization. Of this group, the Western Federation of Miners had 27 RQ members, all real, while all the other organizations together had only 24,000, some probably paper ones. Apart from the WFM, the other relatively large organizations which were ready to affiliate were the American Labor Union, claiming 16,750 members, including the United Brotherhood of Railway Employees with 282 members, the United Metal Workers with 3,000 members, and the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance, with 1,450 members. Almost all of the other organizations were small labor groups. 61 of the delegates represented only themselves, and 72 others came as sympathetic observers from organizations not ready to affiliate at once. Indeed, the majority of the delegates came merely to take notes and report back to their organizations. 31 inches on the whole from the standpoint of the American Federation of Labor. The gathering is entirely satisfactory, Grant reported to Gompers at the end of the first day's proceedings. As far as I have been able to learn, there are very few AFL locals represented. All told, only 16 AFL locals were represented, and only 5 of these were prepared to affiliate: a tailor's local, 2 UMW locals, a bakers and confectionery workers local, and a painters and decorators local. This, of course, did not include the Illinois district of the UMW, whose delegates attended as observers, nor individual AFL members who were there to watch. At the end of the second day, Grant wrote, "In the hall I met a goodly number of acquaintances who were members of unions affiliated with the AFL and who were socialists, but not one of them was there representing his union." 32. The ST&LA had a larger number of delegates at the convention than did the WFM, 14 as compared to 5. But the larger representation did not mean, as some have alleged, that the convention was dominated by the ST&LA. Regardless of the number of delegates present, the delegation from each organization had as many votes as the membership of that body. The 5 delegates of the WFM had a majority of the votes, and since 2 of these delegates, Moyer and Haywood, represented both the WFM and the AL.U., they decisively held the balance of power. Together, the WFM and the AL.U. outnumbered the others, 10-1, in voting power. It is true, however, that some of the smaller organizations exerted an asterisk. The manifesto had been sent to local unions affiliated to the AFL, and, in most cases, the International Union headquarters were not approached. Invitations are being sent to local unions affiliated with the IL&TA. Daniel J. Keefe, president of the Longshoremen's and Transport Workers Union, wrote to Gompers on May 5, 1905, requesting them to send delegates to said convention. They have not invited the general organization to be represented, AFL Corps. Influence far out of proportion to their numbers, largely because of the colorful personalities of individual delegates. Certainly, as we shall see, Troutman, Hagerty, and De Leon carried great weight in the convention, but this does not mean, as has been frequently stated, that any of them, and particularly De Leon, dominated the proceedings. Vincent Street John, prominent in the early history of the IWW, classified the groups represented in the convention into 4 principal categories: parliamentary socialists, 2 types: impossibilist and opportunist, Marxism and reformism, anarchist, industrial unionist, and labor union fakir. Paul F. Brissenden, in his pioneer study of the launching and early history of the IWW, questions this classification. He states that, at the time of the first convention, the direct actionist, anti-political, anarchist group was not yet a prominent element. The only two groups who exercised influence, he holds, were the delegates associated with either the Socialist Party or the Socialist Labor Party. Still another authority, Marion D. Savage, in her work, Industrial Unionism in America, classifies the Clements represented into three categories on the basis of tactics advocated. First, there were the members of the Socialist Labor Party who placed chief emphasis upon political action. Second, there were the members of the Socialist Party who were less doctrinaire than the members of the SLP, and who wished to subordinate political to economic action. The final group consisted of the anarchists, who stressed direct action instead of political action. 83. One thing is clear, there were many shades of opinion represented in the convention which made the task of working out any unified program of action extremely difficult. But the diversity of viewpoints represented was at first overcome by the determination of leading personalities at the convention to achieve a harmonious atmosphere. Lee Grant was frankly disappointed that the first day's proceedings were not marred by factional strife. But in his report on the events of the second day, he wrote gleefully to Gompers, "The first scrap between the regular socialists and the de Leonidas occurred on the floor today when A. M. Simons, a leading socialist, went after de Leon in a hot speech. Simons had, indeed, launched an attack on de Leon and the ST&LA, warning of the danger of allowing the new organization to come under the control of the de Leonites. But he was speedily silenced. The majority of the delegates were in no mood for dire predictions." Debs set the tone of the proceedings at this stage with an eloquent plea for harmony. He did not, however, refrain from criticizing Clements within the convention. Addressing himself to de Leon and the delegates who were members of the ST&LA, he admitted that he had long disagreed with their tactics. He did not belittle their principles and believed that they were sound on a number of basic issues and that in class, particularly in exposing the treacherous role of the labor lieutenants of the capitalist class. But he insisted that their tactics were in need of considerable improvement. Specifically, their fault lay in their dogmatic approach, for they failed to appeal to the American working class in the right spirit, and are too prone to look upon a man as a fakir who happens to disagree with them. Their sin was fanaticism, and fanaticism is as fatal to the development of the working class movement as is fakirism. Nevertheless, Debs was optimistic that the convention's contending factions could find the means of reconciling their differences, and begin the work of forming a great economic or revolutionary organization of the working class so sorely needed in the struggle for the emancipation. As for himself, he was ready to take by the hand every man, every woman that comes here, totally regardless of past affiliations. Debs' eloquent appeal provided the cementing agency for the continuation of harmony. Amid great cheers, de Leon declared that he and Debs had shaken hands over the bloody chasm of the past. He had come to the convention with an open mind and without any past grudges, except toward the capitalist class. He was ready to work with all those who would plant themselves upon the class struggle. 34. Another factor which held the heterogeneous group together was the bitter feeling against the American separation of labor, as the A.F. of L was to be referred to again and again during the convention. All were in agreement that they were not engaged in an attempt to set up a rival organization to the AF of L. This conception, said Haywood, was a mistake. We are here for the purpose of organizing a labor organization. Apart from details such as adjustment of credentials and reading of the manifesto, the first 5 days of the convention were taken up with an indictment of the AF of L. 3 main counts were directed against the Federation. 1. Its adherence to craft unionism, which limited unionism only to a small minority of the working class, the skilled aristocrats of labor. Helped to stimulate union snobbery, created the union scab, who continued to work at his particular trade when the men of an allied trade in the same industry were on strike, and rendered the working class helpless on the industrial battlefield. 2. Its assumption of an identity of interests between employer and employee and its denial of the existence of the class struggle. Concept symbolized by the role of the AF of L in the National Civic Federation, where the labor lieutenants were tied up closely to the captains of industry. 3. Its denial of the necessity of achieving socialism, its refusal to take the lead towards united political action on the part of the working class. And the domination of the AF of L by a small clique of dictatorial bureaucrats. The majority of the speakers during the first 5 days agreed that there was no hope that the evils of the AF of L could be eliminated by pursuing a boring from within strategy. The AF of L had, in Debs' words, long since outgrown its usefulness, and had become positively reactionary, a thing that is but an auxiliary of the capitalist class, and was under capitalist control. True, it had the largest membership of any labor federation in the United States. But this did not impress the members of the convention. The American Federation of Labor has members, Debs declared, but the capitalist class does not fear the American Federation of Labor. Quite the contrary. There is certainly something wrong with that form of unionism which has its chief support in the press that represents capitalism. Something wrong in that form of unionism whose leaders are the lieutenants of capitalism. Something wrong with that form of unionism that forms an alliance with such a capitalist combination as the Civic Federation, whose sole purpose is to chloroform the working class while the capitalist class go through their pockets. Debs saw only one course open to those who wished to build a labor movement which would include all workers, advance their immediate interests, and ultimately abolish the capitalist system and establish in its place a socialist republic. There is but one way to effect this great change, and that is for the working man to sever his relations with the American Federation and join the union that proposes on the economic front to represent his class. 33. On the sixth day of the convention, the discussion of the preamble to the constitution of the new organization began, and the friction which developed almost immediately revealed sharply the divergent views and conflicting ideologies of the heterogeneous elements present. It was the political clause, the second paragraph in the preamble, which provoked the conflict. As presented by Hagerty, Secretary of the Constitution Committee, the first and second paragraphs read, "The working class and the employing class have nothing in common. There can be no peace so long as hunger and want are found among the millions of working people, and the few, who make up the employing class, have all the good things of life. Between these two classes a struggle must go on until all the toilers come together on the political, as well as on the industrial field," and Hagerty is generally credited with being the author of the preamble. In the Industrial Union Bulletin, May 2, 1908, official organ of the IWW, he was referred to as author of the preamble of the IWW. Troutman called the preamble the creation of one man. Thomas J. Hagerty, Industrial Union News, September 1913. De Leon wrote, "The authorship of the preamble alone will make immortal the name of Thomas Hagerty, Ibid, October 1913. And hold that which they produce by their labor through an economic organization of the working class, without affiliation with any political party." 38. The second paragraph represented a compromise in the Constitutional Committee between the anarcho-syndicalist ideas of Hagerty and Troutman, embodying as it did their theories of non-political affiliations and direct trade union seizures and operation of industry, and the ideas of the socialists, particularly de Leon, who favored political as well as economic action by the working class. Its confused nature was immediately objected to by Clarence Smith, who charged that it did not represent the principles and purposes of industrialism but represents a toadyism to three different factions in this convention. It seems to me as if the paragraph is intended to be toadying to the man who does not believe in politics at all, the pure and simple trade unionist as we have come to call him. That it means a toadying to the socialist, and also the anarchist, if you please. Smith wanted all references to political action deleted. His stand was immediately supported by a number of delegates who emphasized that what was contemplated was primarily an economic organization based upon the conflict of classes, and demanded that all that confusing language about political action at the capitalist ballot box be stricken out, and that in its stead there be a plain statement of what the working class is going to do on the economic field. 37. On the other hand, A.M. Simons, while agreeing with Smith that the appeal made by the political clause was too vague, favored a statement clearly asserting a belief in political action, and especially the principle of independent political action. On behalf of the Committee on Constitution, Hagerty rejected Simons' proposal. He made it clear that what the committee had in mind was that the members of the new organization could participate in politics, but that politics had nothing to do with political parties. Thus Russian workers were engaged in politics through their revolutionary strikes. The new organization would welcome workers who belonged to no party. As for himself, he did not believe that the working class needed any particular party to win its freedom. The ballot box is simply a capitalist concession. Dropping pieces of paper into a hole in a box never did achieve emancipation for the working class, and to my thinking it never will achieve it. Hagerty's anti-political view was seconded by the anarchist, Lucy Parsons, wife of the famed Haymarket martyr, Albert R. Parsons. 38. It was de Leon who played the role of compromiser between the two warring factions. He defended the Po-I tickle clause as submitted at great length, stating that it was a synthesis of the two class-conscious positions represented among the delegates. The political Marxism, which he had, in the past, advocated, and to which he mainly adhered now, and the anarcho-syndicalist views for which Hagerty spoke and which he believed had important concepts to contribute. He acknowledged that he had changed some of his earlier beliefs, saying that he did not any longer adhere to an unlimited faith in political action under capitalism. It was necessary, he declared, to gather behind that ballot, behind the united political movement, the might which is alone able, when necessary, to take and hold. For the first time in his career, de Leon proclaimed that the process of taking possession of industry must be accomplished through an economic organization of the working class, because it is out of the question to imagine that a political party can take and hold. The real might, then, of the workers was in a disciplined, class-conscious industrial organization. Its ultimate power would be held in abeyance, but if the capitalists should be foolish enough in America to thwart the will of the workers expressed by the ballot, then there will be a condition of things by which the working class can absolutely cease production, and thereby starve out the capitalist class, and render their present economic means and all their preparations for war absolutely useless. 39. De Leon's stand must have come as a distinct surprise to those who associated him with the exclusive reliance upon electoral procedures and parliamentary action to achieve socialism, and who remembered how often he had declared that the trade union must be completely subordinate to the political party of the workers and serve only as a device for recruiting workers into that party. But those who had followed his editorials in the People as well as other articles in his journal knew that he had begun to question his earlier views, and that he had come increasingly under the influence of French syndicalism and the syndicalist views of Trautmann and Haggerty. It was not until December 1904 that de Leon became concerned with the concept of industrial unionism, and it was not until the spring of 1905 that he discussed the centrality of the trade union in the socialist movement. 40. But it was at the IWW convention that he clearly defended both principles for the first time, thus throwing his influence behind the syndicalist forces at the gathering. To be sure, he did not completely abandon his support of the political action Clements, but his endorsement of the syndicalist doctrine was an important factor in the outcome of the controversy over the political clause in the preamble. In the final vote, the controversial political clause, as proposed by the Constitution Committee, was sustained by a sizable majority. Yet the heated debate had clearly disclosed the delegates' conflicting views. There is still a decided difference of opinion among the delegates on the question of the preamble, Lee Grant wrote to Gompers immediately after the vote was announced, and I will miss my guess if the whole thing does not end in a fizzle. 41. Grant did miss his guess. True, the conflicting feelings of the delegates continued to be expressed on a number of other issues. But this did not prevent them from adopting a constitution ~ND various resolutions which reflected the class less than conscious spirit of the majority of those present and their desire to create a revolutionary labor organization on industrial lines that had for its immediate purpose the organization of the entire working class for their immediate improvement under capitalism, and for its ultimate purpose the overthrow of the capitalist system. When the delegates assembled in Chicago in June 1905, the general strike initiating the First Russian Revolution was already underway, and its reverberations were heard in the convention hall. "You men and women," Lucy Parsons told the delegates, "should be imbued with the spirit that is now displayed in FAR-0FF Russia and FAR-0FF Siberia, where we thought the spark of manhood and womanhood had been crushed out of them. Let us take example from them." Haywood said he hoped to sec the new movement, grow throughout the country until it takes in a great majority of the working people, and that those working people will rise in revolt against the capitalist system as the working class in Russia are doing today. Among the resolutions adopted by the delegates was one which hailed the mighty struggle of the laboring class of FAR-0FF. Russia against unbearable outrage, oppression and cruelty, and for more humane conditions for the working class of that country, and Kahn alluded. Resolved, that we, the industrial unionists of America in convention assembled, urge our Russian fellow workmen on in their struggle, and express our heartfelt sympathy with the victims of outrage, oppression and cruelty, and pledge our moral support and promise financial assistance as much as lies within our power to our persecuted, struggling and suffering comrades in FAR-0FF Russia. Among the other resolutions adopted were, that an educational bureau, composed of a literature and lecture section, be established, since the new movement was to be primarily an educational movement to show the workers that their interests are common in every part of the world, that the earth and all that the earth holds are theirs, that the first day of May of each year be designated as the Labor Day of this organization. That the new organization enter into immediate relations with the International Bureau of those industrial unions which were based upon the class struggle, with headquarters at Berlin. That militarism was an evil force inimical to all workers, that it be condemned, and that membership be denied to anyone who joined the state militia or police. Degree. Industrial Workers of the World. The Constitution Committee proposed the name Industrial Workers of the World for the new organization. Coates offered the name Industrial Union of America as a substitute, but Reardon of the W.F. of M objected to the term America, since it had been found that when the Western Labor Union changed its name to American Labor Union, it created ill feeling toward the organization in Canada, as America meant the United States to most Canadians. The suggestion of the Constitution Committee was adopted by a vote of 47.8 to 3,540. The Constitution, with its motto, "An injury to one is the concern of all," established the industrial workers of the world. Only wage earners were eligible for membership in the new organization. Race, creed, color, and sex were made no bar to membership, and any immigrant with a valid union card was eligible for immediate membership. Big Bill Haywood, at the meeting ratifying the work of the convention, declared that although unions affiliated with the AFL discriminated against a worker who was a Negro or foreign-born, to the IWW, it did not make a bit of difference whether he is a Negro or a white man. It does not make any difference whether he is American or foreigner. Initiation fees and dues were made very low in order to facilitate, in one delegate's words, the uplifting of the fellow that is down in the gutter. I do not care the snap of my finger whether or not the skilled workman joins this industrial movement at the present time, Haywood declared. When we get the unorganized and unskilled laborer into this organization, the skilled worker will of necessity come here for his own protection. The Constitution rejected time contracts in the trade agreements negotiated with employers because they prevented the workers from striking at any moment that appeared favorable to them and unfavorable to the employers. The presence of time contracts was also condemned because such agreements restricted the calling of sympathetic strikes and encouraged the development of union scabbing. Under the IWW plan of organization, the industries of the United States were divided on the basis of the products manufactured into 13 main industrial groups, 13 international industrial divisions divided into industrial unions of closely related industries in the appropriate organizations of a representation in the departmental administration. The departments of agriculture, mining, transportation, construction, etc., were further subdivided into industrial unions: agricultural workers, lumber workers, metal mine workers, marine transportation, railroad workers, railroad, canal, tunnel and bridge construction, ship-eye builders, etc. At the bottom were the industrial unions with the shop as its smallest unit of organization. All the crafts within a shop would belong to the same local. Thus, in the mining department, all the men working in and around the mine as well as the clerks in the particular mine office would be organized into a unit. These units were to be organized into a department when the number of units were great enough to justify it. Until that time, the locals were to affiliate directly with the Chicago office. Mixed IWW locals could be formed of workers living in the same locality and working in industries where there were no industrial unions. Such divisions and subdivisions, although a recognition of the fact of separate interests of workers in different fields, were not regarded as barriers to solidarity, but as administrative divisions for purposes of convenience. The universal transfer was adopted to facilitate movement across divisional lines. By the method of organizing all workers in any of the 13 groupings into one union, the IWW, it was argued, would have control of the workers who participated in the different phases of a particular manufactured product. Such control would increase IWW bargaining power and, if necessary, also would increase the effectiveness of strikes. The officers provided for under the Constitution were a General President, a General Secretary-Treasurer, and a General Executive Board composed of these two officers and the presidents of the international industrial divisions. The General Executive Board was all-powerful, and was authorized to take up all questions which had not been fully settled by the convention. This was a considerable authority since many issues were left loosely unresolved. On the question of strikes, the Executive Board was given the authority to call any union out on strike during the period when any other IWW union was involved in a strike situation. The Constitution was adopted by the vote of 42,719 to 6,998, and the convention then elected Charles O. Sherman, President, W. E. Troutman, Secretary-Treasurer, and 5 members of the General Executive Board: Charles H. Moyer and John Reardon of the W.F. of M. F. W. Cronin, Frank M. McCabe, and C. G. Kirkpatrick. Haywood, who had no official position in the IWW at this time, although he was to play an important role later, retired as chairman of the convention. President Sherman assumed the chair, and at 1:20 p.m., July 8, 1905, declared the first convention of the industrial workers of the world adjourned, signed Die, 43. Lee Grant immediately reported the news to Gompers, and noted that 4 feet the delegates were celebrating a little and most of them seemed sanguine of success. He assured Gompers that, on the whole, the entire affair has been satisfactory from the standpoint of the AFL, and he was convinced that the conflicting views expressed by the delegates would soon lead to major cleavages in the LWW. This, as we shall see, was an accurate prediction. But even Grant had, to a large extent, this plan of organization was based on a detailed illustration drawn up by Father Hagerty and published in The Voice of Labor, May 1905. While Gompers sarcastically labeled it Father Hagerty's Wheel of Fortune, Hagerty boasted that it brought together all workers of one industry in one union, all unions of workers in one big labor alliance the world over. To admit that the final outcome was significant. Despite the differences among the delegates, despite the mixed elements present, despite the many irrational and half-baked ideas which were frequently voiced, some of which became fixed in the Constitution, the convention had produced an entirely new organization of labor. As Grant admitted rather ruefully to Gompers, the convention did better than I expected, for I hardly believed it possible that the delegates would agree among themselves long enough to adopt a constitution or a name for the thing, and they did both. 44. Printed in tens of thousands of copies, the preamble to that constitution with its fiery first sentence, "The working class and the employing class have nothing in common," was to influence radical labor movements all over the world. And despite the many errors of theory and tactics associated with it, that name, Industrial Workers of the World, and especially its initials 1WW, was to make itself known throughout the world as the symbol of the American workers' indomitable struggle against ruthless capitalism. Chapter 2. The Moyer, Haywood, Pettibone Case. The IWW had barely come into existence when it was involved, together with the rest of the labor movement, in defending the victims of one of the worst frame UPS in American labor history, the Moyer, Haywood, Pettibone Case. The assassination. On the night of December 30th, 19-5, Frank Steuben BCRG, former governor of Idaho, was blown up by a bomb attached to the front gate of his home in Caldwell. Steuben BCRG had been elected as a populist governor in 1896 and 1898 with labor support. But when bitter strikes broke out in the Coeur d'Alene mining district in 1899, Steubenberg, who had established close associations with corporate interests, betrayed the trust placed in him by calling for federal troops to break the strike. As a result, the influence of the W.F.M. was effectively destroyed in Idaho. Almost immediately after the bombing, the Federation was blamed for the ex-governor's death. A.B. Campbell, an officer of the Mine Owners Association, was reported to have asserted, "There is no doubt that Steubenberg's death was the penalty for his activity in doing his duty during the strike." One Miners magazine immediately rejected the charge, insisting that the W.F.M. did not preach or practice anarchist principles. "We recognize the assassination of Steubenberg as not a step forward in the march of organized labor toward the goal of economic freedom. The murder of a man who may be looked upon by labormen as a tyrant does not destroy one iota of the system that has given birth to industrial slavery," the leaders of the W.F.M. announced. "We court THC. Fullest investigation of rumors accusing the Western Federation of Miners of Governor Steuben BCRG's death." 2. Soon the law enforcement officers came up with a likely suspect. He was Harry Orchard, real name, Albert E. Horsley, itinerant miner and 40. Occasional W.F.M. member, who had been in and around Caldwell for several weeks, posing as a sheep buyer. Orchard seemed to have wanted to be caught, for when detectives searched his hotel room they found crumbs of dynamite, plaster of Paris, and bits of twine, the very ingredients of the Steubenberg bomb. On January 8, 1906, James McFarland, head of the Denver branch of the Pinkerton Detective Agency, was employed by Governor Frank B. Gooding of Idaho as the chief investigator for the state. 3 McFarland had been the key figure in the trials of the Molly Maguires 1877, as a result of which 10 Pennsylvania miners were railroaded to the gallows, trade unionism in the anthracite regions set back for many years, and the cause of organized labor throughout the country injured. For many years, McFarland worked for the Mine Owners Association in Colorado to destroy the W.F.M. Naturally, he saw in the bomb explosion an opportunity to apply the tactics that had been used so successfully against the anthracite miners in Pennsylvania. He set out to create the impression of a secret terrorist organization, the Western Federation of Miners, which constituted a menace to the welfare of the nation. On January 10, 2 days after he entered the case, McFarland wrote that he was almost sure that Orchard was the tool of the W.F.M. The following day, he wired his Denver office to send me the pictures of Moyer and Haywood, and these today, January 13th. I showed the governor and also showed him a group picture, showing all the members of the executive committee of the W.F.M. For, in short, even before he had met Orchard or conducted any investigation of the evidence, McFarland had already concluded that the assassination should be pinned on the leaders of the W.F.M. and Moyer and Haywood in particular. At McFarland's suggestion, Orchard was transferred from Caldwell to the state penitentiary at Boise, where he was held in solitary confinement for 10 days. Herc, instead of being interrogated by local or state authorities, he was put under McParland's charge. Orchard's confession. McParland obtained a confession from Orchard. How he achieved this is revealed in McParland's hitherto unpublished reports of his 2 sessions with Orchard. His first meeting took place on January 22 and lasted 3½ hours. McParland spoke first, developing a line of thought. Just what this was, he neglected to mention in his report, but from his second report and from Orchard's response, it is clear that the Pinkerton manager told Orchard that he did not visit him to find out if he had assassinated Stewin BCRG. The state already had enough proof in its possession to hang him. The only way he could save himself was by squaring himself with the state through naming the leaders of the W.F. of M. who had used him as a tool to carry out the assassination. Alt.er about 25 minutes, Orchard broke into McParland's presentation. You speak your piece very well, but I don't know what you are getting at. I have committed no crime. I have heard and read over 40 times just such talk as you have made, and there are instances where such talk has only made innocent men confess to crimes that they never committed and to implicate others who were also innocent. Talk about acting square with the state? I never heard tell of a man that did, but that he afterwards p.I.d. the pen, ilty. He had been advised by his attorney, Fred Miller, to say nothing relative to the case. He was innocent of any crime, and McParland W. is simply wasting time in talking to him. I then cited to Orchard, McParland wrote, cases in which the state witnesses went entirely free, and to put the matter more forcibly to him and to bring it home to the personal side of the present case, I cited and named personally the Molly Maguire state witnesses who saved their own necks by telling the truth, and especially Kelly, who, although he swore on the witness stand that he fired the first shot into Alexander McKees, exclaiming, "Dead dogs tell no tales," went free. McParland then told Orchard of several other cases that I had personally handled wherein the state witnesses went free. He also kept reminding Orchard that his attorney would continue to caution him to keep his lips sealed until such time as the inner circle of the W.F. of M. had him properly hanged. After assuring Orchard he would use his influence to see to it that he got some exercise, MCP. Erland closed the interview. Orchard asked the Pinkerton to be sure to call on him again. 5. On January 25, McParland met Orchard for the second time. He found Orchard glad to meet him, and his manner entirely changed from what it had been on the first visit. McParland opened the conversation by asking Orchard if he had studied their first discussion, and more especially the points wherein I suggested regarding the matter of state's witnesses. Orchard replied that he had thought very little of anything except this matter. McParland then told Orchard that he had his sympathy, since although he was a murderer, he was in reality simply the tool of the inner circle. After warning him again that the lawyers for the inner circle would assure him that he had nothing to worry about as long as he kept his mouth shut and would continue to do this, even up to the time when he would take his journey from the cell to the scaffold, McParland emphasized that if he followed this advice, he would be convicted and eventually executed. Orchard then replied that he now had full confidence in McParland. I know more about you than you suspect. I am well aware that if you made a promise to a man, no matter what crime he had committed, if he did his part, you have always seen that your promise was carried out. Orchard then asked McParland why if, as the Pinkerton manager claimed, the state had positive proof of his guilt, it was necessary for him to confess. What benefit would it be to make a confession? To this I replied that he must remember at the very outset of our talk on Monday that I did not come there to find out whether he was guilty of the murder of ex-Governor Steunberg or not, as we had positive proof of his guilt and would hang him upon the proof in our possession, but as he was but the tool of the power behind the throne, the inner circle, the hanging of him would be very little satisfaction, and if he would come up and make a full confession of all that he knew in this case, the state would no doubt take care of him. To substantiate this fact, I recited a number of instances which he knew of himself wherein men had become state's witnesses in murder cases and not only saved their necks but also eventually got their liberty. McParland made it clear that the state would not be satisfied if Orchard mentioned just any names in his confession, and would, in this event, do nothing to save him from the gallows. He had specifically to name those cutthroats known as the Inner Circle of the Western Federation of Miners. This being the case, the state would gladly accept your assistance as a state witness and see that you are properly taken care of afterwards. Orchard replied that he understood McParland's point, but he was still worried lest even after serving the state of Idaho by naming the leaders of the W.F., of M, he would be tried in Colorado for crimes he was accused of having committed in that state where Idaho could not protect him. I told him, McFarland reported, that if he acted properly in this case we would get the leaders, and that was all that the state of Colorado and the state of Idaho wished, and that I thought I could assure him he would not be prosecuted for any crime that he committed in Colorado. He said, "Now, there is another objection to my becoming a state witness. The people of the state would never be satisfied to allow me to go unpunished. The governor has got to hearken to public sentiment, and I know full well that the sentiment means that I be executed." I told him that if he acted in good faith with the state, that the sentiment that now existed would be reversed, that instead of looking upon him as a notorious murderer they could look upon him as a savior, not only of the state of Idaho, but of all states where the blight of the inner circle of the Western Federation had struck, and assured him that he need have no fear on that score. This, I think, covered about the last objections of this man. After a passing reference to the moral side of this question, including the invocation of an all-seeing and divine providence, McFarland again assured Orchard that if he followed his advice he would not be hung, whereas if he did not, you will be hung in very quick order, as the state is ready to prosecute as soon as court convenes. After your conviction, when you see the noose dangling from the gallows, you will then want to confess, but you will be too late, as your testimony under those conditions will be of no importance. Orchard had remained silent throughout this last statement, but when McFarland spelled out just how he could avoid the gallows, he w-ilked over to the Pinkerton manager and said, "My God, if I could only place confidence in you. I want to talk. I ought to place confidence in you. You cannot live 100 years longer. You certainly have not got to build a reputation as a detective, and I am satisfied that all you have said is for my good." McFarland immediately suggested that James H. Hawley, the chief counsel for the state, be called in and that Orchard talk to him. Orchard balked at this suggestion. He now trusted only McFarland. "I know that you would not take the witness stand and testify as to one word that has passed between you and I here, nor would you add a word to what I have said. I have that much confidence in you." McFarland assured him that he was right. He would not take the witness stand at all, except that after he had made a confession that his testimony might require some corroboration on my part. McFarland ended his report of his interviews with Orchard on an interesting note. "I found that he prides himself on being very intellectual, and I catered to his vanity in that respect all through this conversation." 16. McFarland, it is clear, came to see Orchard with the express purpose of getting him to name the leaders of the W.F. of M as the men responsible for the assassination of ex-Governor Stuenberg, and this without having acquired the slightest evidence that this was the case. At no time before he visited Orchard did McFarland divulge to the authorities any evidence he had against the leaders of the W.F. of M. Yet McFarland did not ask Orchard who might have been associated with him in the assassination. He told Orchard, without having any proof of the charge, that the leaders of the W.F. of M, the so-called inner circle, had hired him to do the job. Orchard was given a clear alternative: either name the leaders of the W.F. of M as the instigators of the assassination, or hang I name them, and the states of Idaho and Colorado would see that Orchard was not made to pay for his crimes. To be sure, McFarland made a reference to the fact that he never really guaranteed Orchard his eventual freedom. 7. But everything he said during the 2 visits led Orchard to believe that this was part of the deal. Orchard's own confession of guilt as the man who assassinated Stuenberg would not suffice. The state of Idaho and the Pinkerton agency were determined to liquidate the leadership of the W.F. of M, and Orchard was to be used for that purpose. If there was any tool in the entire affair, McFarland's reports reveal that Orchard was to be the tool of the drive to exterminate the leadership of the Militant Miners Union. Concerned with saving his own neck, and apart from the initial reference to the fact that he would be implicating innocent men if he followed McFarland's line of thought, his conversations with the Pinkerton manager revolved solely about how he could make sure that if he did what he was told, he could beat the noose. McFarland's reports on how he got Orchard to confess are probably not unique in the history of frame UPS. Indeed, McFarland even reveals that he used the same technique to frame the Irish miners executed in the Molly Maguire case. What is unique is that these reports are at last made public, and it is possible to see the strategy used in the conspiracy to railroad the leaders of the W.F. of M to their death. For 4 days, January 27, 28, 29 feet 31, 1906, McFarland took down Orchard's statement. This was the sensational confession, explaining that he owed it to society, to God and to myself. Orchard confessed to the murder of Stuenberg, and, at the same time, admitted participation in the killing of no less than 18 other men, as well as numerous dynamitings during the past 2.5 years. Every one of his crimes, Orchard claimed, had been commissioned by the inner circle of the W.F.M., which included the president, Charles H. Moyer, the secretary-treasurer, William D. Big Bill Haywood, George A. Pettibone, a Denver businessman who was formerly an active member of the union and still semi-official advisor to the organization, and Jack Simpkins, member of the executive committee. All four men could be found in Denver, where the W.F.M. made its headquarters. 8. In subsequent interviews with McParland, Orchard kept embellishing his confession, which, incidentally, was never fully published. One gets a clear view of the distorted pictures he drew from the following report by McParland of one of his conversations with Orchard. In talking about the industrial workers of the world, he, Orchard, informed me when Haywood and Moyer returned from Chicago after organizing this order. Haywood explained the object of the order to him, Orchard, as follows. This order is something like a wagon. The officers are the hubs, and between each spoke is a union embracing all crafts or professions, even to bootblacks. The foundation or the anvil on which the hub turns is the emergency fund. Haywood went on to say when they had the order perfected and had all kinds of people, men and women, in it and got a few $100,000 in the emergency fund, there would no longer be any strikes. They would simply pick out men from the different unions whom they could depend upon, and when, in his 320-page book, Debaters and Dynamiters, The Story of the Haywood Trial, Cornwallis, Oregon, 1G64, David H. Grover devotes just one sentence to McParland's interviews with Orchard. He writes, McParland convinced Orchard that he had been used by the inner circle of the Western Federation who would now abandon him, page 63. A demand was made on an employer and he refused to concede to the Dirtland, they would simply remove him. Therefore there would be no more strikes, and having no strike benefits to pay out, the emergency fund would soon be filled to overflowing, and the employers or capitalists would soon learn that if the demand of their employees were not granted, they would be removed also, their friends would be removed. Of course, when Orchard made his first confession he explained this to me, but not so fully as he did today. Degree. The idea that the IWW would achieve its goals by building an emergency fund of hundreds of thousands of dollars and use it to assassinate recalcitrant employers and capitalists was so absurd that anyone with the slightest acquaintance with that organization would have realized that Orchard was lying. But McParland, who labeled all militant unionists as anarchists, reported Orchard's statement as proof of a nation-wide plot to assassinate employers. 10. The kidnapping, Orchard's confession, was not immediately released. Even the prosecuting attorney of Caldwell was not told of the confession until February 9, and McParland noted that he, the prosecuting attorney, did not seem to take any offense that this fact had been concealed from him up to the present time. Acting on McParland's advice, Orchard kept telling his lawyer that he was innocent. 11 Meanwhile, the state of Idaho indicted the 4 leading officials of the W.F.M., named by Orchard, as accessories to the murder of Stu and BCRG. Simpkins disappeared and was never found. The other 3 were in Colorado, and extradition was a complicated procedure. As McParland noted after a conference with Governor Gooding and James Hawley, who served in the prosecution of the Union men, as to the method of procedure relative to extraditing Haywood, Moyer, and Pettibone from Colorado to Idaho, owing to the fact that neither of these 3 parties has been in Idaho during this conspiracy, we cannot say that they are fugitives from justice, and we may have considerable trouble in extraditing them. However, we are perfecting plans by which we hope to get them into Idaho in a legal manner, where there is little doubt but that we can convict them. 12. The plans adopted were simple: kidnap the 3 men. From Boise, Idaho, McParland rode to Luther M. Goddard, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of Colorado, who he felt was just the man from whom to get the proper help that we wanted from the state of Colorado. Warning Goddard that his letter was strictly confidential, McParland informed him that he had unearthed the bloodiest crowd of anarchists that ever existed, I think, in the civilized world, not even excepting Russia, that the outrages committed by the Molly Maguires in Pennsylvania were simply child's play when compared with the acts of these bloodthirsty assassins, and that it was through an act of divine providence that I have been enabled to get at the bottom of the conspiracy. Since the conspiracy was of great importance to Colorado as well as Idaho, indeed, to all the western states where the blight of the Western Federation of Miners has taken root, McParland asked Judge Goddard's cooperation in getting the W.F.M. leaders moved from Colorado to El Daho. 13. McParland, Hawley and party quietly traveled to Denver. Judge Goddard, presented with Orchard's confession, arranged for McParland and Hawley to see Governor McDonald to get him to sign extradition papers. McParland, Hawley, and Goddard worked out the strategy whereby Moyer, Haywood, and Pettibone would be arrested, and speeded on a special train from Colorado to Idaho. No warrants would be served. The men would be simply picked up and forced to obey. McParland reported that it was decided to keep the Pinkerton agency out of the forefront since, if a habeas corpus writ was served on the officers in charge of the prisoners while en route through Colorado and Wyoming, they would surely be discharged and we might get into trouble with the United States authorities, and as I would have to be present at the prosecution, it became necessary to keep not only myself but the agency in the background during the arrest and the conveying of the prisoners from Denver to the state of Idaho. He added coyly, in order to clear myself particularly on this matter, I never looked at the requisition papers, nor did I carry them to the governor's office, but had Mr. Prettyman, one of the asked superintendents, do that. 14. Governor MacDonald heard McParland relate for 3 hours the substance of Orchard's confession. Then followed a discussion, in which a representative of the Mine Owners Association of Telluride participated, as to how Moyer, Haywood, and Pettibone were to be arrested, and whether, as was the usual custom in Colorado, the extradition papers should be referred to the Attorney General of the state. After the meeting, Mr. Wells, the MOA representative, informed McParland that the association would aise $25,000 or dollars so, if necessary, to assist in the prosecution. McParland objected to letting the Attorney General see the papers since he was liable to talk, and since his deputy, a former member of the W.F.M., is not removed very far from an anarchist. Although McParland and Hawley assured the governor that it would be death to the case to refer the papers to the Attorney General, they were not sure that he would be willing to stand the roasting he would get from the Rocky Mountain News and Times for playing, as it were, the part of a kidnapper if he signed the papers without referring them to the Attorney General. They were overjoyed when the governor picked up the papers and said, I will sign them and the record will not go into the Secretary of State's office until sometime next week, and I hope the prisoners will then be safely in Idaho. 115. Arrangements were then made for the sheriff to obtain 3 carriages and on Sunday morning, February 18, assisted by his deputies, arrest Moyer, Haywood, and Pettibone, and deliver them to a special train obtained from the Union Pacific Railroad. The menu for the train was prepared, plenty of good chicken and ham sandwiches, and a case of beer for the men guarding the prisoners. The day selected for the arrests, Sunday, was carefully calculated, for the Denver courts would be closed and it would be impossible to obtain a writ of habeas corpus. Even then, it was planned that if lawyers for the 3 men tried to get in touch with them, they should be given no information. McParland was still nervous that matters might be delayed and the W.F.M. leaders get wind of the plot against them, in which case we would lose all. 111. But the plan to arrest the 3 men simultaneously on Sunday morning had to be abandoned. Moyer had purchased a ticket for Lead, South Dakota, where he was going on Union business. At 8 p.m. on Saturday night, February 17, Moyer went to the Union Depot and boarded the sleeper which was scheduled to leave at 1:30 a.m. Learning of this from a Pinkerton operative planted in the W.F.M., McParland had Moyer arrested and placed in the county jail. There is no doubt in my mind, he reported, but Moyer was about to make his escape and the others would have followed possibly on Sunday. 17. Why, if Moyer planned to escape, he boarded a train at 8 p.m. which would not leave for 5 hours instead of waiting until just before the train pulled out, McParland did not bother to discuss. At any rate, the original plans were entirely changed. Haywood and Pettibone had now to be arrested as quickly as possible and taken to the county jail. They were picked up and lodged in the jail. In none of the 3 arrests did the arresting officers, when requested by the prisoners, present a warrant. Later that evening, a member of the firm of Patterson, Richardson and Hawkins, lawyers for the W.F.M., telephoned the county jail and inquired if Moyer, Haywood, and Pettibone were there. McParland jubilantly reported. Jailer Duffy replied that they were not. From this it will be seen that the sheriff carried out his instructions to the letter. 18. To keep reporters from learning that a kidnapping was in the making, the prisoners were transferred to the Oxford Hotel, a few yards from as predicted, the Rocky Mountain New One of Denver denounced the whole kidnapping conspiracy, saying editorially on February 19, 106, the manner in which the arrests were effected was repugnant to the spirit of the laws and constitution of this state, and the new one feels that the officials RCS Pomable for the proceedings merit the severest censure. Union Depot, and at 6 a.m., the special train left with the prisoners aboard. The train whisked them to Boise, stopping at no towns en route and taking on water and fuel only at way stations. The illegal journey ended at the Idaho Penitentiary, where the 3 W.F.M. leaders were held in solitary confinement on the death row. William Pinkerton, head of the Pinkerton Agency, wired McParland congratulating him for his splendid work. Thanking him for the compliment, McFarland replied. In connection with this matter would say that this evening ends the most strenuous week that I ever had in my life. Knowing the number of people that I had to take into my confidence here in Denver and that a slight leak from any one of them would be fatal to our plans, and that in order to secure perfect safety from legal attacks Sunday was the best day to start our special train, and furthermore that it was absolutely necessary that the train travel through Wyoming in daylight, as any person with a red flag could flag our train at night and cause us lots of trouble and eventually obtain these prisoners who would immediately be released under a writ of habeas corpus, it is hardly necessary for me to say to you that I have not slept very sound for the past week, and did not attempt to go to bed at all last night. 19. Of course, the fact that the legal rights of 3 American citizens had been wantonly violated and that they had no opportunity to protest their seizure was not a reason for McFarland's failure to sleep soundly. His only regret in the entire affair was that he could not send Pinkerton men on the special train. But he had swallowed his pride for the organization when advised by Colorado Supreme Court Justices Gabbard and Goddard that the agency and myself were of too much importance at the present time to get into trouble with either the United States or county officials en route to Boise. 2 degrees. Shortly after the prisoners were locked in the jail, the substance of Orchard's confession was released. On the same day, Steve Adams was arrested at Haines, Oregon. Orchard had implicated him as an accomplice in many of his crimes. Adams, too, subsequently made a confession, corroborating the one that Orchard made but which he later repudiated. Although Adams was released from jail after he repudiated his confession, he was immediately rearrested and charged with the murder of 2 individuals he had related in part of his confession. During his trial at Wallace, Idaho, Adams told how he had been persuaded to make his original confession. After I was taken to Boise and put in the cell with Harry Orchard, I was taken to the office of the penitentiary and introduced to Detective McPartland, sick. Partland told me he wanted to convict Moyer, Haywood, Pettibone, Street, John, and Simpkins, whom he called cutthroats. If I did not help to convict them, he said, I would be taken back to Colorado and either hanged or mobbed. If I did help, I would only be taken to Colorado as a witness. When we parted, McPartland told me he was my friend. They put me back in the cell with Harry Orchard, who talked with me about the need for backing up his story. I was frightened. The next day McPartland called again. I said I would do what he wanted me to do. When the confession was made, McPartland led me on step by step and showed me all they wanted me to say. He told me that what I had said about the Tyler and Boole murders was only taken with the idea of making the strong chain of evidence to convict the officers of the Western Federation of Miners. He wanted the names of the officers of the Federation used as much as possible all through the confession. 2 or 3 days later, Warden Whitney brought the confession for me to sign, greater than 21. One has but to reread McFarland's own reports of his discussions with Orchard prior to his confession to realize that Adams was describing accurately what had happened. The jury divided 7-4 for acquittal, and, therefore, Adams was found not guilty. This came as a shock to Orchard, and McFarland had to spend several hours convincing him that the fact that Adams' trial ended in a hung jury did not mean that his confession could not be used to corroborate Orchard's confession. He claimed that we had done better than expected. Orchard picked up courage in learning this from me and felt good. 22. McFarland repeatedly had to keep Orchard's spirits up. The prisoner was often morose. He urged Holly to visit Orchard occasionally so as to keep him in proper humor. On one occasion, McFarland almost lost patience with Orchard, and he wrote to William E. Bora, assistant prosecuting attorney. The trouble with Orchard is he has arrived at the stage that he does not realize that with the exception of Steve Adams, he is one of the greatest criminals on earth. However, we must use him, and I think it would be very well if you find time to make a trip to the penitentiary and have a little talk with him and get him on the right path. I wrote him a few days ago, but I must be very careful in writing letters to him because you can't tell what might happen. I have not heard from the governor, Gooding, since I left Boise, although I have written and asked him to drop down to the penitentiary and visit Orchard, LeJay. So the entire apparatus of the state of Idaho was mustered to keep one of the greatest criminals on earth on the right path, to make sure that the plot against the leaders of the W.F.M. went through as planned. Adams was rearrested and tried twice again, once in Colorado, but on both occasions, he was acquitted. He was finally released. Labor and socialist protests. Moyer, Haywood, and Pettibone were arraigned on February 1906, after which a habeas corpus proceeding was instituted, as the arrested men claimed that their seizure was illegal. When the Idaho Supreme Court and the U.S. District Court ruled against the 3 prisoners, the case was carried to the U.S. Supreme Court. The highest court ruled that the seizure had been illegal, but now that they were in Idaho's jurisdiction, there was no legal remedy. In a dissenting opinion, Justice Joseph McKenna said, "Kidnapping is a crime, pure and simple. All the officers of the law are supposed to be on guard against it. But how is it when the law becomes the kidnapper, when the officers of the law, using its forms and exerting its power, become abductors? The foundation of extradition between the states is that the accused should be a fugitive from justice from the demanding state, and he may challenge the fact by habeas corpus immediately upon his arrest." 12. Meanwhile, labor and progressive forces were not silent. The W.F. of M. had immediately charged that the illegal proceedings were the result of a conspiracy between state officials and mine owners to punish innocent men and destroy the militant union. The commercial press scoffed at this charge, and found the men guilty in lurid headlines and stories. But the American workers and their allies, especially organized labor and the Socialist Party, were quick to see the implications of the outrage in the West, and protests came quickly. On February 20, 1961, the W.W. distributed a leaflet headed, "Shall Our Brothers Be Murdered?" It charged that the secret arrest, illegal deportation, and general criminal character of all the proceedings marked this as the first step to railroad these innocent men to the gallows, in the hope of thereby breaking up the radical working-class organizations and putting an end to all resistance to tyranny. The arrest, it declared, was the result of a conspiracy premeditated by the capitalist pirates of the West, led by the mine owners and backed by the Standard Oil Company. The leaflet called for mass indignation meetings, not to pass meaningless resolutions, but to act as becomes men conscious of their rights and determined to maintain them. It urged the immediate launching of a defense fund, 12G. On March 10, 1906, the so-called kidnapping edition of the Appeal to Reason came off the press, and was quickly distributed to trade unions, radical and liberal organizations throughout the country. It featured Eugene V. Deb's fiery appeal, under the head, "Arouse ye slaves all. Murder has been plotted and is about to be executed in the name and under the forms of law." Charles Moyer and William D. Haywood, of the Western Federation of Miners, are charged with the assassination of ex-Governor Frank Stuenberg, of Idaho, as a mere subterfuge to pounce upon them in secret, rush them out of the state by special train, clap them into the penitentiary, convict them upon the perjured testimony of villains, and then strangle them to death with the hangman's noose. If they attempt to murder Moyer, Haywood and their brothers, 1,000,000 revolutionists will meet them with guns. On April 14, 1906, American newspapers carried the text of a telegram from Maxim Gorky, the famous Russian author and revolutionary, who had come to the United States to raise funds for his fellow revolutionaries in Russia. The telegram was addressed to Haywood and Moyer and read, "Greetings to you, my brother socialists. Courage. The day of justice and delivery for the oppressed of all the world is at hand. Ever fraternally yours." To this greeting Haywood and Moyer replied from jail, "Brother. The class struggle which is worldwide, the same in America as in Russia, makes us brothers indeed. Convey our best wishes to fellow workers in your native land. We are with you in spirit. Accept fraternal greetings. 026. The Chicago Daily Socialist of November 4, 1906, featured Jack London's brilliant article, "Something Rotten in Idaho," in which the socialist novelist ridiculed Orchard's confession, noting that Colorado is a fertile soil for confessions, and pointed out that Moyer, Haywood, and Pettibone were in danger of dying for a crime they had never committed because they stood between the mine owners and a pot of money. These men are leaders of organized labor. They plan and direct the efforts of the working men to get better wages and shorter hours. The operation of their mines will be more expensive. The higher the running expenses, the smaller the profits. If the mine owners could disrupt the Western Federation of Miners, they would increase the hours of labor, lower wages, and thereby gain millions of dollars. This is the pot of money. 027. At the A.F. of L convention at the end of 1906, Gompers denounced the outrage against constitutional rights, but made no recommendations for financial aid or for a campaign to secure justice for the victims of the Frame U.P. In December 1906, the executive board of the Socialist Party asked Gompers to call a national conference of labor organizations, under the auspices of the A.F. of L, to provide means of protection, methods of defense and channels of publicity on behalf of Moyer, Haywood and Pettibone. The request was accompanied by supporting petitions from leading officials of 17 national unions. Gompers, however, opposed the proposed action, explaining in a confidential memorandum to the A.F. of L. Executive Council that he doubted that the conference would accomplish any good results for the men. It may indeed react to their detriment. Any action should take the form that will have at least some assurance that it will be of a practical and tangible character. Agitation is one thing, tangible and practical results are another. 028. This was typical Gomper's double talk. Moreover, while rejecting a concrete proposal for much-needed action, he did nothing to propose anything practical and tangible. In January L-P, the New York Central Federated Union, at a mass meeting, declared that Gompers and the A.F. of L had still done nothing for the defendants, and announced that unless they soon show their colors in this fight, it would be forced to conclude that Gompers is too closely allied with the employers of the country. On the motion of the Secretary of Local 144 of the Cigar Makers Union, the CFU called on the Executive Council to convene a national conference of labor unions to urge that President Roosevelt use his influence to obtain a fair and impartial trial. 29. But the AF of L leadership continued, in the words of the Miner magazine, peddling hot air as a substitute for tangible action. During February and March, Gompers received scores of letters from international and local unions, central labor bodies, and Moyer-Haywood Pettibone defense committees, asking what he was doing or would do to strengthen the defense campaign. But besides sending a form letter to all such inquiries stating that it was the determination of the Executive Council to do anything and everything that it can to be helpful, the AF of L leadership continued to do nothing. Finally, on March 18, unable to resist the pressure of the rank and file, the Executive Council issued a statement demanding a fair trial by an impartial jury before an unbiased judge, expressed confident belief in the innocence of the defendants, and assured them of every assistance within our power to the demonstration of their innocence before the world. But when a week later the Central Labor Union of Indianapolis requested the Executive Council to send a member to the trial in order to obtain the fullest information, the request was filed and forgotten. 10 McParland, incidentally, reported gleefully that, "We know Gompers is well aware the inner circle of the Western Federation of Miners is simply a crowd of murderers." 81. While the AF of L leadership remained inactive, the W.F. of M, the IWW, the Socialist Party and nearly the entire trade union movement was rallying to the cause of the defendants. Moyer-Haywood conferences, defense committees, were formed in many large cities by individuals and groups representing the IWW, the SP and unions and central labor bodies affiliated with the AF of L. The letterheads of many of the conferences carried the slogan, "Death cannot, will not, and shall not claim our brothers." A defense fund estimated at $87,000 was raised by popular subscription. 82. As the date for the trial of the W.F. of M leaders approached, protest parades were held in every major city. In Boston, 50,000 Unionists marched through the streets chanting, "If Moyer and Haywood die, if Moyer and Haywood die, 20 million working men will know the reason why." A tremendous mass rally in San Francisco heard speakers declare that the defendants were framed because they fought for the 8-hour day and for higher wages for thousands of miners. 20,000 New Yorkers paraded from the East Side to 42nd Street's Grand Central Palace, where they cheered, wept and hooted, as John Chase, Morris Hillquit, and others condemned the frame up. The audience of 8, who joined in singing to the tune of "Hold the Fort." When you look upon your babies round your hearthstone bright, think of Haywood's tear-faced daughter, think of her tonight. Make a vow to God in heaven, to that God on high, that these boys in Idaho by greed shall never die. 33. A Pinkerton agent, operating inside the Socialist Party, attended the meeting, and reported to the agency that representatives of the building trades, cigar makers, brewers, and typographers unions were present, with the East Side sweatshop employees predominating. He reported, too, that Isaac Cowan, one of the speakers, declared, "Do you realize that no one of you are safe from the attack of these blackguard Pinkertons, who will swear to anything for a money consideration?" 34. On the eve of the trial, President Roosevelt stated that Haywood and Moyer were undesirable citizens. Roosevelt's hostility to the defendants is revealed in his correspondence. He showed no concern over the illegal way in which the 3 Unionists had been seized and taken out of Colorado. He accepted the idea that there was a conspiracy on the part of the W.F. of M to assassinate those opposed to the Union. "I think that the Western Federation of Miners is a body just like the Molly Maguires of Pennsylvania," he told Lyman Abbott, editor of the Outlook. "That there are a number of good, honest, and stupid men in the ranks I have no doubt, just as I have no doubt that this was true of the Molly Maguires. But the moving spirit is to be described as representing a revolt against economic and social injustice, only in the sense that we thus describe a band of road agents who rob a coach. 35 On May 9, 19Q6, McParland reported that Brigadier General Hale had visited Roosevelt and had been asked if he knew the Pinkerton manager personally. Hale, who was a neighbor and friend of McFarland, had recommended him highly. To this the president replied, "I am very glad to hear you speak in that way. Such persons as I have talked to who know MCP, Euland give him the same character." McParland was happy. He felt that an appeal to the president by the Western Federation of Miners would get a cold reception. 30. These Rooseveltian views, though reflecting the president's hostility to militant trade unionism, were at least private. But when he denounced Haywood and Moyer as undesirable citizens, the president was molding opinion on the eve of a trial in which their lives were at stake. Labor and socialist groups immediately attacked this characterization of the men facing trial. Debs, who had also been named an undesirable citizen, accused Roosevelt of improper action and charged that he was conniving at the legal murder of the two labor leaders. Haywood agreed. In a statement to the press, he declared, "The president says that I am an undesirable citizen, the inference being that as such, I should be put out of the way. His influence is all-powerful, and his statement coming, as it docks, on the eve of my trial for my life, will work me irreparable injury, and do more to prevent a fair trial than everything that has been said and done against me in the past." A delegate to the New York Central Federated Union proposed that, instead of the Statue of Liberty, put up a statue of President Roosevelt in the harbor dressed as a Russian Cossack. The Chicago Federation of Labor passed resolutions condemning the president for usurping prerogatives which neither the law nor the Constitution of the United States gave to him. Delegates from the Federation of Labor, the Socialist Party, the IWW, and many other groups joined in a huge protest parade in Chicago. Among the banners carried by the demonstrators were ones which proclaimed, "I am an undesirable citizen, but Teddy Roosevelt wants my vote," and, "To be loyal to the workers is to be undesirable." Most of the marchers wore buttons bearing the inscription, "I am an undesirable citizen." 37. John H. Brinkman, president of the Washington, D.C., Central Labor Union, summed up the attitude of organized labor: "We condemn President Roosevelt for the utterances he has made respecting these people, and we cannot view it as other than an attempt from the chief magistrate of this great republic to influence a jury before whom these men will be tried." This view continued to prevail even after Roosevelt, in a letter to the Cook County Moyer-Haywood Conference, denied that he had intended to influence the court, but repeated and defended his remark that the men on trial were undesirable citizens. 38. Haywood Trial. The long-awaited trial began in the Ada County Courthouse in the town of Boise, Idaho, on May 7, 1907. Haywood, whom the state deemed the most guilty of the three defendants and about whom McParland is alleged to have said, "Haywood is too dangerous an agitator, he must be done away with," 39, was the first to be prosecuted. Moyer and Pettibone would be tried separately later on. For the next 3 months, the attention of the nation and that of many other nations was focused on the dramatic scene in Idaho. Degree 4, as one newspaper correctly editorialized. It is not merely that Moyer and Haywood are on trial at Boise. A great labor organization is on trial. If Moyer and Haywood are found guilty, if it is shown that the Western Federation of Miners did conspire to assassinate a state governor who was unfavorable to labor, then organized labor will receive its bitterest blow. H. The prosecution was headed by James H. Hawley, of whom it was said, "Jim Hawley has defended more men and got them acquitted and prosecuted more men and got them convicted than any lawyer in America." Hawley's associate counsel was William E. Borah, Idaho's most prosperous lawyer, who had been elected to the U.S. Senate only 4 months before the trial began. Less than a month before the trial opened, a federal grand jury, meeting in Boise to investigate land frauds in Idaho, returned indictments against several persons including Borah. Borah called in the Pinkerton agency to investigate the witnesses who would testify in the trial. He told operator number 19 that he had reason to believe that N.M. Ruick, the U.S. District Attorney, was paid $15,000 by the Western Federation of Miners to secure his Senator Borah's indictment in retaliation for the part he took in the trial of Haywood. 42. Clarence Darrow, whom the New York Times deprecatingly described as the socialist lawyer from Chicago, headed the defense counsel. McParland informed Governor Gooding that Darrow and his wife are free lovers as well as socialists. 43. Already well known as a champion of labor,
Darrow had defended Debs after the Pullman strike, and had advanced the case of the United Mine Workers before a federal mediating board after the coal strike of 1902.
Darrow was assisted by Edmund Richardson, General Counsel for the W.F.M. One of the members of the Defense Counsel's staff was a man whose function was described by Governor Gooding in a letter of April 10, 1907, to President Roosevelt. I am sending you several reports of number 21 secret operative of the Pinkertons who has been in the employ of the state for more than a year last past. He has reported to me every day and I have absolute confidence in him. His work has been of extreme value to us. He has so fully gained the confidence of the attorneys for the defense that he has been put in full charge of the work of pulling the county for the jury that will try the Haywood case next month. Among other duties, the Pinkerton agent was in charge of investigating the backgrounds of people on the jury list for the defense. His responsibility was to uncover any factor that might prejudice the prospective juror against the defendant. He regularly sent reports to McParland listing the names of the people on the jury list the defense counsel preferred to have serve on the jury, thus enabling the prosecution more easily to challenge them. 411. In short, the governor of the state of Idaho, as an ally of the mine owners, had planted a spy to sabotage the work of the defense, and President Roosevelt, who had assured the Chicago trade unionists that he favored a fair trial for the defendants, did not reveal this information nor even rebuke the governor, just as he had not been shocked by the way in which the three men had been taken out of Colorado. Roosevelt, while not disturbed by the planting of a Pinkerton agent on the defense staff.
As his own and McFarland's reports reveal, number 21 kept the prosecution fully informed of the strategy to be used by the defense, the witnesses to be called and what their general testimony would be, and the plans to secure evidence to rebut Orchard's testimony. 46. Nor was number 21 the only Pinkerton agent doing such work. On April 26, 1906, McFarland reported some information gathered by an operative working inside the W.F.M., and added, in connection with this report would say that in following up the reports of number 20 at Boise, while I know him to be a painstaking, hard-working operative and it may be possible that he is getting all the information that is to be secured in Boise, be that as it may, I have concluded to withdraw this operative and replace him with another operative who is also a member of the Western Federation of Miners in good standing and well thought o.u. The prosecution rested its case on the testimony of Harry Orchard, and during 6 days on the stand, he described how he had killed 19 men, including Stuenberg, at the behest of Haywood and other members of the W.F.M.'s inner circle. But despite McParland's intensive and widespread efforts, the state could not produce a witness to corroborate Orchard's fantastic story of his conspiring with Haywood. Beyond his own word, there was only the flimsiest of circumstantial evidence to suggest this. Even Judge Fremont would, though refusing out of fear to throw the case out of court on the ground that there was no evidence corroborating Orchard's testimony, conceded later that there was very little legal corroboration upon which a verdict of guilty could be justified. 48. The defense set out to prove that Orchard lied to save his own skin, and presented witnesses who portrayed him as a bigamist, a drunken gambler, a pathological liar, and a police informer. It was brought out indeed, Orchard openly admitted it that he had a constant association with McParland, and it was clear that he had been carefully coached by the Pinkerton manager, although the fact that the defense did not have access to McFarland's reports on how he got Orchard to confess hampered its case. It also turned out that he had been in the pay of detectives employed by the Mine Owners Association when he first met Haywood. They had, in fact, paid for his trip to Denver and had been seen in their company several times before the Independent Depot explosion in which 14 miners had been killed and many others maimed. Orchard claimed that he had been hired by Haywood to blow up the depot, but it emerged that he was actually an assassin hired by the Pinkertons who were working for the Mine Owners Association. Although the defense's attempt to present evidence to show the existence of a great counter-conspiracy to destroy the W.F.M. was ruled out, Orchard's testimony under cross-examination established this fact. The defense also argued that Orchard killed Stuenberg out of revenge, that he had been forced to sell his 1/16th interest in the Hercules mine at Coeur d'Alene for $300, thus losing the chance of becoming a millionaire as a result of Stuenberg's actions in the labor struggles of 1899. McParland, who learned in advance, through a reliable source, that the defense was going to raise this fact, to show the reason why Orchard killed ex-Gov. Stuenberg, was exceedingly worried over the effect it would have on the jury. 49. In late July 1907, the case drew to a close. Darrow was convinced that the verdict, despite the total absence of corroborative evidence, would be guilty and that the trial would end in a hanging.
He decided to throw everything in his speech to the jury. The most eloquent courtroom pleader of his time was never more effective. In his summation, Darrow kept hammering away at the idea that what was involved was not the life or death of Haywood but the conspiracy of the mine owners. Association to murder the Western Federation of Miners.
If at the behest of this mob you should kill Bill Haywood, he is mortal, he will die, but I want to say that 1,000,000 men will grab up the banner of labor where at the open grave Haywood lays it down, and in spite of prisons or scaffold or fire, in spite of prosecution or jury or courts, these men of willing hands will carry it to victory in the end.
Darrow told of the life of the miners before the advent of the W.F. of
M. Of the long days, the dangerous working conditions, and the starvation wages paid by the rich mine owners. But the Union had changed all that. It had built stores, libraries, hospitals, and union halls, supported the sick, buried the dead, cared for widows and orphans.
Darrow spoke of the labor spies who infiltrated the Union and deliberately sought to weaken it. Orchard was part of this conspiracy.
He described, too, the violence of the state authorities, the brutalizing tactics of the militia, the suspension of legal rights, the confinement of arrested strikers in crowded, filthy, bull pens, and the mass deportations across state lines. When all lawful means of resistance failed, a union had no choice but to retaliate with violence. Labor unions, Darrow said, are often brutal, they are often cruel, they are often unjust. I don't care how many wrongs they commit.
I don't care how many brutalities they are guilty of. I know their cause is just. After 2 days, his speech came to an end. In a weak, hoarse voice, he closed on a note of the most moving eloquence. I speak for the poor, for the weak, for the weary, for that long line of men who, in darkness and despair, have borne the labors of the human race. Their eyes are upon you 12 men of Idaho tonight. If you kill Haywood, your act will be applauded by many. In the railroad offices of our great cities, men will applaud your names. If you decree his death, amongst the spiders of Wall Street will go up paeans of praise for these 12 good men and true. In every bank in the world, where men hate Haywood because he fights for the poor and against the accursed system upon which the favored live and grow rich and fat, from all these you will receive blessings and unstinted praise. But if your verdict should be not guilty, in this case, there are still those who will reverently bow their heads and thank these 12 men for the life and reputation you have saved.
Out on our broad prairies where men toil with their hands, out on the broad ocean where men are tossed and buffeted on the waves, through our mills and factories and down deep under the earth, thousands of men and women weary with care and toil, these men and these women will kneel tonight and ask their God to guide your hearts. These men and these women and these little children, the poor, the weak, and the suffering of the world, are stretching out their helpless hands to this jury in mute appeal for Bill Haywood's life. 110.
Darrow concluded his address, one of the most eloquent ever heard in a courtroom, late in the evening of July 27. Early the next morning, the case went to the jury.
After 20 hours of deliberation, the jury brought in a verdict of not guilty. 111. The labor movement had won what Debs called one of the greatest legal battles in American history. It had cost the W.F. of M and the entire labor movement a good deal of expense and time, but it had been worth it. To the Seattle Socialist, there was one good effect of the Haywood trial. It has drawn the curtain and labor has an unobstructed view of the class struggle. Lee 2.
Although Haywood was set free, the state brought Pettibone to trial, but in January 1908 he was also acquitted. M. Moyer was never tried. Despite McFarland's repeated assurance that he would save his neck if he did as he was told, Orchard was sentenced to die by hanging. But his punishment was commuted to life imprisonment. He died in prison in 1954 at the age of 88. Verdict not a surprise, was the heading of the lead editorial in the Bridgeport Post of July 29, 1907. The verdict of not guilty brought in by the jury in the Haywood case, it declared, will not surprise those who have carefully followed the evidence.
The state clearly failed to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Haywood was connected with the killing of a former governor of Idaho. To President Roosevelt, as to the Mine
Owners Association, most officials of Idaho and Colorado, and the Pinkerton Agency, the verdict came as a bitter disappointment. There has been a gross miscarriage of justice, to my mind, out in Idaho in the acquittal of Haywood, Roosevelt wrote to Whitelaw Reid, American ambassador to England. It is not a pleasant matter from any standpoint. 114. But from the standpoint of the American labor movement, it was indeed a most pleasant matter. Chapter 3. The L. W. 1905 to 1907. Reaction to formation of 1. W. The launching of the new industrial union roused a mixed reaction in trade union and socialist circles. Gompers, his earlier apprehensions relieved by reports from AFL observers at the Chicago Convention, could not restrain his joy.
He promptly informed the Executive Council of the absolute failure of the Chicago gathering to cause even a ripple upon the minds of our fellow trade unionists. He had learned that, even those who were enthusiastic for the movement are all at sea as to what they shall do, and have lost heart. In a circular to the labor movement, Gompers tried to cover the August gathering with ridicule. The mountain labored and brought forth a mouse, and a very silly little mouse at that. He characterized the IWW plan of organization as fantastic, and prophesied that the future will record the Chicago meeting as the most vapid and ridiculous in the annals of those who presume to speak in the name of labor, and the participants in the gathering as the most stupendous impossibilists the world has yet seen. 1.
The only thing that seemed to worry Gompers was that all right-wing and most center elements in the Socialist Party echoed the charges of the AFL leaders against the IWW. For these attacks on the new industrial union were coupled with appeals to the socialist rank and file not to antagonize the AFL by supporting a dual union movement, but to bore steadily within the Federation and transform the AFL members into socialists. There is one result, however, of the Chicago gathering. Gompers wrote to John B. Lennon, which I feel we will have to meet, and that is that the socialists will more thoroughly concentrate their efforts in the Federation of Labor to try to capture it, too. Actually, precisely the opposite happened, for one of the main results of the launching of the IWW was that the conservative leaders of the AFL gained a tighter control over the affairs of the Federation. A number of socialists who had been combating the Gompers leadership most vociferously inside the AFL dropped away from the Federation into the new industrial union, while those who remained increasingly worked hand-in glove with the Gompers leadership.
The left wing of the Socialist Party voiced its approval of the outcome of the Chicago Convention, and announced its support of the new industrial union. Simons wrote that, the convention makes the beginning of the end of civic federation and craft war in the American labor movement. Debs regarded it as, the greatest labor convention he ever attended because the delegates agreed, upon the great vital principle of uniting the working class upon the economic field in a revolutionary organization recognizing and expressing the class struggle. Greater than he toured the East and Middle West in the fall of 1905, organizing for the IWW, addressing meetings of steel and meat packing workers in Chicago, needle trades workers in New York and mass meetings of various types of workers in a number of cities. The year now drawing to a close, he declared on November 24, will be memorable in the annals of labor because of the organization of the industrial workers of the world. He emphasized that the supreme need of the working class was to unite and act together economically and politically, so that its members could overthrow the capitalist system and emancipate themselves from wage slavery. Since the IWW was based on these postulates, the revolutionary movement of the working class will date from the year 1905.
Debs called on the workers to sever your relations with capitalist unions and join the IWW. He urged all workers to memorize the preamble to the IWW's constitution and use it as a guide in their activities. Point 4. Debs' public appeal to the workers to cast their lot with the IWW infuriated the right and center socialist leaders. Max Hayes, Morris Hillquit, Abe Cahan of the New York Forward, Victor Berger, Fred Heath, and W. J. Gent, all joined in criticizing Debs on the ground that his action would seriously impair the movement to achieve industrial unionism within the AFL.
The Federation, they maintained, had been moving in its own way toward an industrial form of organization, and the activity of the socialists in founding and supporting the IWW
was destroying this development.
Nevertheless, there was still a good chance that the AFL could be captured by the socialists, and Debs could help this cause by refraining from attacking the Federation. Debs was also accused of injuring the Socialist Party by allying himself with Daniel de Leon, who was an enemy of Socha-oneism and a prevaricator and slanderer, a humbug professor and all-around adventurer, who led in causing internal strife and disruption in the labor movement. Pictures in February 1 go 6 Debs qualified his previous statements urging workers to withdraw from the AFL and join the IWW with the observation, no man is expected to join the industrial workers of the world to whom it means the loss of his job. The Industrial Worker, Feb 1 go 6.
Showing Debs and de Leon warmly shaking hands before the former's speech in favor of the IWW at Grand Central Palace in New York City on December 10, 1905, were published in the Cleveland Citizen, the New York Forward, and the Milwaukee Social Democratic Herald with the caption, "Beware of the enemy of socialism, a warning to Comrade Debs." 11. Debs hit back sharply at his critics. He denied that the right-wingers could convert the A.F. of L into a clean industrial union. To talk about reforming these rotten graft-infested A.F. of L unions, which are dominated absolutely by the labor boss, is as vain and wasteful of time as to spray a cesspool with a tar of roses. He denied that the IWW would split the labor movement, for a glance at the A.F. of L demonstrated that it was already sharply divided by a factional struggle for power. He denied that he was injuring the Socialist Party by his friendly relations with de Leon. De Leon is sound on the question of unionism.
Debs wrote in the autumn of 1905, and to that extent, whether I like him or not personally, I am with him. He praised de Leon for devoting considerable space in the daily and weekly People to the activities and prospects of the IWW, for urging his followers in the SL.P. and the
ST and LA to exert themselves to the utmost in its behalf, and for delivering several speeches in a number of cities to help gain members for the new industrial union. Anyone in the United States who believed in the doctrines of Karl Marx, Debs insisted, had to throw his full support behind the IWW6. This Debs did. Throughout the first year of the LWW's existence, he rendered it wholehearted support. The initial number of the Industrial Worker, January 1-6, official organ of the IWW, published at Joliet, Illinois, featured Debs' article, Industrial Revolutionists, in which he hailed the IWW as a revolutionary economic organization, which had come at the right time, and had a stupendous mission to fulfill. The April 1906 issue carried Debs' assurance to members of the IWW that if they did their best, victory will be with the industrial workers of the world. In the July 1-6 issue, Debs once again announced his belief in the need for the IWW. Never was an organization more timely, or better adapted to the pressing needs of the time. LWW. Inroads on AF of L. A month after the IWW was launched, Gompers told a Pittsburgh audience that the new union had died a borning and that the A.F. of L. had nothing to fear from the organization. The whole scheme went up in thin air. It was inevitable that it should do so, he commented, for the scheme of industrial organization embodied in the LWW went counter to basic trade union principles. If the trade union movement was based on this scheme, one THC tinker, the tailor, and the candlestick maker would legislate upon every minute detail affecting the interests of the workers. 7. However, many members of the A.F. of L viewed the industrial union idea differently, and soon Gompers was to learn that for an organization that had died a borning, the IWW was attracting the interest and attention of important elements within the Federation. I am in receipt of several letters from our representatives in Buffalo setting forth that the industrial workers of the world are making headway among the workers of that city. James O'Connell, president of the International Association of Machinists, wrote to Gompers on October 26, 1905. There are a number of other places, too, where the industrial workers of the world are making apparent headway, namely Schenectady, New York, Newport News, Virginia, Cleveland, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Rochester, New York, Chicago, Illinois, Milwaukee, Kenosha, Racine, Oshkosh, Whisk, and many other places. It appears to me that it would be a good idea if a circular letter was addressed to the organizers of the A.F. of L, calling their attention to this effort that is being made by the industrial workers of the world and outline some sort of a policy so that the organizers might take hold of the work a little more CNCR-getically. 8. Other reports submitted to Gompers around this time emphasized that some A.F. of L unions were losing members to the IWW, especially among the brewers, machinists, meat cutters and butchers, shoemakers, textile workers, stogie makers, and mine workers. By the end of 1905, Max S. Hayes wrote in The World of Labor column of the International Socialist Review that the LWW appears to be gaining strength in New York, Chicago, and smaller places, especially in the West. A national officer of the Brewers told me a few weeks ago that the rank and file in many parts of the country are clamoring to cut loose from the Federation and join the industrialists. Still another national officer, a socialist by the way, said he had visited the little city of Schenectady, NY, recently and found the machinists, metal polishers and several other trades unions in open revolt against their national organization and going into the camp of the industrial workers. Some of the garment working crafts and textile workers are also a FFECTED. 19. O'Connell's appeal to Gompers calling for energetic action to stave off additional inroads among A.F. of L members by the IWW was echoed by others. An organizer for the United Mine Workers from Missouri wrote, "I think it imperative at the present time for the American Fed of Labor to act, if it is going to act with reference to the growing influence of the industrial workers in this state. If you do not, there is real danger that we will lose many members to the industrialists. Special organizers should be sent at once into the field to combat the influence of these dangerous Clements." 10. The request for special organizers came from various parts of the country, and it was useless for Gompers to try to convince the correspondents that the IWW had simply gone up, in thin air. Instead, he replied, "I am sure that I am quite within the bounds of truth, when I say, that if I had $1 million now at my command, I would comply with the constant requests which are being made to this office for the appointment of special organizers to meet the threat of the so-called JN. Industrial workers.
Indeed, I could use every penny of it in carrying on organization work, but our funds for this branch of work are limited, and as a consequence, we will have to find other means to combat the forces of our enemies who are preaching disintegration and division." The method hit upon by the AFL leadership was to issue a notice to central labor bodies to expel all delegates who were, in any way, associated with the IWW. This action, however, did not meet with wide approval. I found a very strong sentiment against unseating the delegates to the Trades Assembly who had joined the IWW. James F.
Valentine, president of the Iron Molders Union of North America, wrote to
Gompers from Schenectady, New York. There is considerable dissatisfaction among the rank and file of the local unions connected with the
Assembly due to the demand that the Assembly expel these delegates. They feel that the IWW people are doing something for the workers, which is more, they tell me, than can be said of the AFL organizers. I am convinced from a study of the situation in Schenectady that we need better organizers and fewer expulsion orders. 11. The Central Labor Union of New Bedford, Massachusetts flatly refused to expel the IWW Union of Textile Workers organized in that city in the fall of 1905. To make matters worse, John Golden, president of the United Textile Workers of America, informed Gompers in March 19 Q6, the president and secretary of the Central Labor Union have stated that the industrial workers of the world deserve to be represented because they are organizing textile workers who have been neglected by our union. It is clear that we have an unscrupulous enemy to deal with. A month later, Golden reported that the IWW Union was still representated in the New Bedford Central Labor Union, and he urged Gompers to go into that city and organize a new central body. J. Windle, president of the Yonkers, New York, Federation of Labor bluntly informed Gompers that the organization would not honor his order demanding that it expel the IWW. Butchers Union. They are true union men, clear through, and are among the best workers we have in the cause of unionism in this city. As an evidence of their temper when the motion was made to seat the IWW delegates, the president at the time refused to entertain it. His decision was appealed from and the organization voted unanimously in favor of the butchers. While I recognize the necessity for discipline and obedience to headquarters, I must tell you frankly that it would do far more harm to the cause of unionism to force us to unseat the butchers than to forget that they are affiliated with this body. 12. Part of the reluctance of these and other central bodies to expel IWW delegates arose from the assistance AFL unions obtained from IWW members during strikes.
In Cleveland, the IWW bricklayers went out in a sympathy strike with AFL HOD carriers, and refused an offer of 10% increase in wages and a closed shop contract, if they would desert the building laborers. In Newark, New Jersey, LWW shoemakers refused to work with strikebreakers brought in to defeat AFL strikers.
In Schenectady, New York, IWW metal polishers voted to stay out of the plant until the striking AFL engineers won their battle.
Such examples of working-class solidarity stood in sharp contrast to the policy of several AFL unions whose officials engaged strikebreakers to take the places of IWW strikers, and placed boycotts against goods made in factories where IWW members were employed.
In Youngstown, Ohio, the tinners and slaters, heretofore divided in 4 crafts, joined the IWW and struck. The employer wired the AFL for scabs, and these were sent despite the protest of the local painters. The International Association of Machinists, the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, and the United Cloth, Hat and Cap Makers ordered firms which had agreements with these unions to discharge all IWW members. 13. It is true that the IWW was not reaching into new fields and developing new unions. Instead, it concentrated almost exclusively during its first year of existence in forming unions in industries in which AFL Unions already existed to a lesser or greater degree, thus immediately bringing down upon itself the charge of injecting the evils of dual unionism in these industries. In the case of the struggle between the United Cloth Hat and Cap Makers and the IWW, the industrial workers gained the reputation of carrying dual unionism to the point of union destruction.
In Detroit, the cap makers sympathetic to the IWW, led by Lazarus Goldberg, a cutter who was an ardent admirer of de Leon and a member of the SL.P., joined the mixed local of the IWW which had been organized in that city.
In October 190-5, the cap makers walked out of the Detroit Cap Company, the biggest in the city and one with which the AFL union had practically a closed shop agreement, demanding that two of their members, who had revealed IWW sympathy and had criticized the AFL union and its officers, be discharged.
Their argument was that because of their attitude, these two men were non-union men, and the union permitted the union workers to quit when non-union men were employed.
The IWW mixed local replied by accepting these two as members. When the Detroit Cap Company demanded that each worker sign an individual contract with the company and post a $25 bond to guarantee that he would remain with the company until May 19 Q6, the union rejected the proposal. On November 27, 19 Q6, the men were locked out, and the union responded with a strike. But the cutters, led by Lazarus Goldberg and two other LWW members, refused to go out with the men. The question, noted the Detroit Times of December 1, 190s, whether the IWW are organized to act as strikebreakers or as a bona fide labor organization has been raised in the capmakers' strike. 5 days later, it commented, "This is the first real controversy that has arisen between the two national organizations, the AFL and the IWW, and it is being watched with interest by the entire labor movement." Realizing that its prestige was challenged, the IWW finally declared that its members would not be allowed to work as strikebreakers and informed the capmakers union that it would leave the decision and time of calling out the LWW members in the hands of the AFL organization. IWW capmakers who refused to aid the union were expelled. But the strike of and greater than men had been so weakened by the conflict between the AFL union and the IWW that it ended on February 1 19 Q6 in a total defeat for the workers. Not only was the strike lost, but the Detroit Union was destroyed. 14. In certain instances the IWW's appeal met with quick response from the members of AFL affiliates only because the workers had become disillusioned with the conservative policies of these unions. Moreover, the IWW brought with it a spirit of militancy and vitality which had been lacking in these unions, and spread the idea of unionism to workers who had not been affected by the idea before. The International Ladies Garment Workers Union is a case in point. At its birth in June 19 QO, the GWU had only 2,310 members in 7 locals. Growth in the next 2 years was rapid as a result of the militancy of the workers which was expressed in the winning of 158 out of the 189 strikes conducted in this period. By 1904 there were 5,400 members in 66 locals in 27 cities. But after 1904, the union's growth was exceedingly slow.
This was partly due to the general open shop drive, but, in a large measure, it was the result of the leadership's cautious policy, patterned on the AFL to which it was affiliated. They, the leaders, writes Louis Levine, historian of the GWU, continuously pointed to such craft unions as that of the cigar makers, as a mod to be copied. There was a definite desire to restrain the workers from striking often.
Organization and preparation were the main slogans. High dues were advocated as a means of building up a strong treasury. A system of sick and death, strike and out-of-work benefits was recommended to the local unions. Boycotts were advocated and used. But above all, faith was pinned to the union label. It was hardly to be expected
that the socialist-minded membership, including the revolutionary elements from Russia who had entered the garment industry in increasing numbers after 1903, would be satisfied with such a conservative policy. The immigrants who had participated in the militant activities of the Jewish Bund in Russia, helping to organize the Jewish workers and leading them in strikes for the improvement of working conditions, were quickly dissatisfied with the policies of the AFL. If this new immigrant group had sympathies for any branch of the American labor movement, notes Martin A.
Cohen in his unpublished study, Jewish Immigrants and American Trade Unions, they were for the industrial workers of the world. The same could be said for many Italian workers in the industry who were attracted by the fact that the IWW invited all workers to join on an equal basis with dues and initiation fees low enough not to bar any worker from the ranks of organized labor. 11. IWW unions, composed of workers who had become disillusioned with the ill. GWU and of workers who had not been unionized, were established in Cleveland, Boston, Chicago, St. Louis, and, of course, New York, the heart of the industry.
In the last named city, the various craft unions were combined into an industrial union, Local 59, IWW, with the cloak makers comprising Branch 3, the pressers Branch 6, the white goods workers Branch 12, and the ladies' tailors Branch 10. Local 59 and its branches conducted a vigorous campaign against the false principles of the American Federation of Labor, by which one group of workers is led to believe that it is superior to and can get along without the aid of the less skilled or poorer paid workers in the same industry. The reference was especially meaningful in the cloak industry because the
English-speaking, highly skilled cutters were a conservative and craft-conscious group who looked down upon the less skilled immigrant Jews and Italians, and refused to assist them in their struggles to organize. The ill GWU leadership based itself upon the skilled, whereas the LWW deliberately sought to build its strength among the rest of the workers, the majority in the cloak industry, and through them to unionize shops which had not been organized before. Through the course of the class struggle, the LWW believed the highly skilled and the less skilled workers in the industry could be united. Hence they advocated the recognition of the class struggle in the shop every day and the uniform organization of all branches of the clothing industry into one grand industrial body, which would affiliate with similar grand industrial bodies in other industries, thereby uniting the entire working class. 16. In the course of 1905-06, the LWW succeeded in organizing many shops which had not been reached before, and had it not been plagued by internal conflicts, it could have become the dominant factor in the ladies' garment industry. But these conflicts eventually drove most of the locals back into the ill GWU. Nevertheless, when they did return, they brought with them the ideas of industrial unionism and a spirit £0 militancy which helped to rejuvenate the international. The Russian Revolution. One reason for WW prestige among the garment workers, many of whom had a revolutionary background in Russia, was its fervent support of the Russian Revolution. In October 1905, a general strike paralyzed
Russia. The government capitulated, promulgating the Tsar's manifesto which promised civil liberties and conferred legislative authority upon the elective Duma, conceived originally as a purely advisory assembly.
But the liberal bourgeoisie was frightened by the revolutionary trend, and gradually moved to make peace with the Tsar. Only the workers kept the revolutionary struggle alive. In December, an armed insurrection of Moscow workers lasted 8 days but was drowned in blood by loyal troops. Despite its limited resources, the WW responded eagerly to a call of the International Socialist Bureau in Brussels, Belgium, for an international demonstration on January 22, 1906, to support the Russian workers on strike and raise funds to assist them. Mass meetings sponsored by the IWW, often in conjunction with local members of the Socialist Party, took place in several cities on that day. President C. Sherman, A. M. Simons, and William E. Troutman addressed a mass meeting in Chicago, and hailed the Russian Revolution as the greatest struggle for human liberty ever witnessed in the annals of history. 17.
The general strike, in the opinion of the WW at that time, had proven its value in Russia. Indeed, the Russian Revolution had demonstrated the validity of the WW doctrine that struggle on the economic front was all important and must be fully developed before political action could be effective.
What was it that happened in Russia? The workers quit work, tied up the railways, dosed the shops, shut down the mills, and suspended profit-making in general. With what result? Business was alarmed and government compelled to make what, to autocrat and aristocrats, were revolutionary concessions. It was a struggle in the economic field. It is likely to win more than any battle with ballots has done for any people in the world. The Russians are better fitted than before to conduct a triumphant political campaign and secure control of the government. 18. The principles of industrial unionism had been vindicated in Russia.
This did not mean that the IWW felt that the time was ripe for a general strike in the United States. Unless we are trying to deceive ourselves and hold out a false hope to others, we will confront the facts squarely.
The working class has neither a political nor economic organization powerful enough to undertake a general strike. The Industrial Worker, February 1, 6.
Industrial unionism is solidifying the Russian working man. The majority of the revolutionary workers in Russia were the unskilled, and only through industrial unionism could they have been organized in the revolutionary struggle. When would Gompers and his clumsy federation ever stir Russia to arms? The proletariat of Russia, recognizing the class struggle and organized industrially, was, the directing and dominating power of, in fact, is the revolution. The sun of the Socialist Republic will first cross the horizon of the Slavic Empire. 19 Even after the revolutionary tide in Russia had receded and the Tsarist government withdrew its concessions and greatly curtailed the power of the Duma, the LWW continued to voice its faith in the ultimate triumph of the revolutionary cause and to render its support.
The LWW welcomed Maxim Gorky, who had come to the United States to raise funds for the continuation of the revolutionary struggle in Russia. And when sponsorship of Gorky's meetings was abandoned by leading American liberals because it was discovered that the actress who had accompanied the Russian author to the United States as his wife was not married to him, the WW proudly announced that it would sponsor the meetings. Gorky stands out clearly in the life of the Russian people for exactly what the industrial workers advocate in America. We welcome Maxim Gorky to America as a representative industrial unionist, as a missionary of order throughout the land. 20 LWW. Growth. Although there is no record of outstanding organizational results during the LWW's first year of existence in mass production industries, on the farms, and in the lumber camps, members of the new unions were not entirely inactive in these areas. The metal and machinery department's growth to 3,000 members in March 1906 was largely the result of organizational activity in the General Electric plant at Schenectady, New York, which city was soon known as one of the strongest centers of industrial unionism. Apart from the workers in the GE plant, the IWW's metal and machinery department organized Italians who were not permitted to join the AFL's crane runners union on the ground that they were guineas. 1. In Crescent City, Oregon, the sawmill workers and woodsmen were solidly organized in the WW. They displayed their labor solidarity by helping the Sailors Union of the Pacific win a strike against the leading lumber company in the city. After the strike was over, the boats carrying lumber from Crescent City were manned by Union sailors. 22. Without the flair for dramatic action which was later to characterize the organizing activities of the IWW, these early efforts went practically unnoticed in the press. But the LWW was proud that its opposition to race prejudice in the labor movement was noticed in the North American
Times, a Japanese newspaper, published in Seattle, which announced,
"A few days ago, two men who represent the industrial workers of the world called on the Times office, informing us that they are proposing to hold a mass meeting of laborers on May 20th. The special feature of the gathering is that every worker, no matter whether he is Japanese or Chinese, is invited. Here he can raise his voice and express his opinion. At this juncture we urge upon our brothers from Japan to consider the matter earnestly, and those who believe in it should join it at once. This new organization does not exclude you as others do, but they heartily welcome you to join. Don't lose this chance." 23. From the birth of the IWW to September 17, 1906, the date of the opening of the Second Convention, 384 locals were organized in the United States and Canada. Included among them were locals of the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance, which had installed their members in the IWW immediately after the founding convention. Most of these locals were in textile centers such as Paterson, Lawrence, Providence, and New Bedford, and others were in Newark, New York City,
Brooklyn, and Detroit. The membership of the IWW at the time of the Second Convention is not easy to determine with any degree of accuracy, varying widely from Secretary Troutman's optimistic statement in his report to the convention of 60 members including 27,000 in the W.F.M. to Professor George Barnett's estimate of
I.O. Jew. Vincent Street. John, who later replaced Troutman as IWW
Secretary-Treasurer, asserted flatly that the average paid-up membership with the WF.M. for the first year of the organization was 14,000 in round numbers. 2.
Whatever the membership figures may have been, three things are clear. 1. The IWW during its first year of existence, drafted its membership mainly from established unions which were affiliated with the AFL. 2. The majority of these members soon left the IWW, and the locals to which they belonged either broke away or simply expired victims of the intense factional feud that racked the early IWW. And 3. Certain AFL national unions, such as the brewers and local unions of the machinists, lathers, and the carpenters, showed some sympathy for the IWW shortly after the founding convention, and some even predicted early affiliation, but none of them joined the organization.
This was partly due to opposition of the national leaders of the organizations to the IWW, an opposition which in the case of the machinists threatened expulsion of all LWW sympathizers, partly because of the failure of the LWW to prove that it could accomplish much in the way of organization outside of the distribution of literature, and partly because of the sectarian, dual unionist policies pursued by many IWW leaders.
In any case, in most communities, the IWW, during its first year £0 existence, was not an industrial union but a propaganda group trying to instill and spread the idea of industrial unionism. In this respect, it did achieve some success. In Detroit, for example, the Federation of Labor adopted a plan for organizing workers into industrial unions. John J.
Scannell, Federation Secretary and originator of the plan, acknowledged that the existence of the IWW had influenced him in developing the idea. I believe this proves that a revolution is going on in the AFL, which will result in time in a complete industrial form of organization.
If that is true, there is no necessity for the organizations breaking away from and disrupting the Federation by organizing the IWW, because as fast as the conditions demand the change, the Federation will conform to it. 25L. WW. Leadership. From the outset, the IWW was plagued by a lack of capable leadership. President Sherman drained the small treasury in useless travel and operating expenses, and his ridiculously optimistic notes from the field, predicting membership in the hundreds of thousands by the second convention, were probably more to justify his expenditures than to present a realistic picture of the problems facing the new organization. 26 An honest and sincere official, executive board member John Reardon, formerly of the American Labor Union, tried to put a stop to the drain on the treasury by the president, but fresh from the mines, he lacked the necessary experience to cope with the problem. He sent Troutman
Sherman's expense vouchers with the comment, "For graft," written across the face, but the secretary-treasurer, busily roving around the country, had no time to examine the problem, and simply sent the vouchers through with instructions that they be paid. Sherman spent over $1,000 for travel and operating expenses within a few months.
His salary was $150 a month. Another evidence of graft was Sherman's connection with the Fraternal Supply Company, a firm in which he was a partner and which sold badges, ribbons, and the like for the use of lodges and unions. Full pages of the Industrial Worker were devoted to appeals to locals and members of the IWW to send in orders to the Fraternal Supply Company for badges and banners. On March N. 1907, P. A. Kirby, Sherman's partner in the company, charged in a sworn affidavit that after the formation of the IWW, the business of the Fraternal Supply Company was considerably increased, that the said Sherman being president of the Industrial Workers of the World and continuing his connections with the IWW started with a treasury of $817.59, which was transferred to the new organization by the American Labor Union after it ceased operations. Fred Thompson, The WW. Its first 50 years, 1905 to 1955, Chicago, 1955, page 23. This affiant in the Fraternal Supply Company, thereby participating in its profits, was not content with a fair or moderate profit on goods sold to the industrial workers of the world, but insisted that this affiant should charge unfair and exorbitant prices. 27.
The absence of capable officials during the formative year might not have been so serious had not the IWW been deprived so early in its career of the services of two of its most experienced and influential personalities, Charles H.
Moyer and Big Bill Haywood. The imprisonment of Moyer, an IWW executive board member, and Haywood, a member of the mining department, was a serious blow to the new organization.
For one thing, Moyer and Haywood could have exercised a restraining influence on Sherman's excessive expenditures and graft, and given the struggling organization the steadying influence it so sorely needed. Indeed, before he was removed from the scene, Moyer had sharply criticized Troutman for continuously being absent from headquarters, urged him to stay at the national office, and charged him with keeping a closer eye on the treasury. For another, the jailing of Haywood drastically affected the IWW's organizing drive, for he was the organization's most militant and aggressive organizer.
Moreover, the Frame UP caused the IWW to suspend nearly all its organizing work and devote itself exclusively to raising support and funds for the defense. To be sure, for a new organization barely starting out on its career, the IWW accomplished miracles in arousing public and financial support for the indicted men, and its tremendous activity in their defense made the name of the organization known to thousands of workers throughout the country who might not otherwise have learned of its existence. The April 19 Q6 issue of the Industrial Worker, almost entirely devoted to the case, received a wide circulation in labor circles. But the Western Federation of Miners actually benefited more from this publicity than did the IWW. In many cities, the WW and AFL unions jointly sponsored defense meetings, but usually no mention was made of the LWW. In these protests, only the WFM membership of the indicted men being stressed. The fact that Moyer and Haywood were also members of the IWW was usually ignored. 28. The celebrated case, however, had a temporary welding effect on the IWW, uniting all elements in the organization around a common cause. But underneath an internal battle had been brewing, and it soon came to the surface. Opposition to President Sherman had been mounting within the IWW throughout the first year of its existence. His extravagant expenditure of funds had especially antagonized the poorer and less skilled workers in the organization. On top of this, there was a growing impression that a conspiracy was being engineered by Sherman and his associates from within and without the LWW to wreck the new industrial union. Or, at least, to divert it from its revolutionary course. There were several groups charged with being involved in this conspiracy. Troutman accused the AFL leadership of having planted Sherman and a number of his followers inside the IWW in order to direct the new organization along conservative lines. He charged further that Victor Berger and a group of conservative elements in the WFM, who had assumed greater influence in that union while Moyer and Haywood were in prison, were also engaged in the conspiracy with Sherman. Specifically,
John O'Neill, editor of the Miners magazine, James Careven, acting secretary of the WFM, Berger, and Sherman were accused of having conferred in Denver on February 1, 1906, with the purpose of driving the radical elements out of the WW.
Just how much truth there was to these charges is difficult to determine. O'Neill flatly denied the accusation and even offered a $500 reward to anyone who could prove the truth of it. 29 Berger and Sherman ignored the conspiracy charge. Certainly there is no evidence of Troutman's charge that the AFL had planted Sherman and his associates inside the LWW to control the organization. But there is considerable evidence that Sherman had little interest in or sympathy for the basic principles of the IWW.
As General Secretary of the United Metal Workers International Union, he had advocated the principle of conciliation and arbitration between the employer and employee, and his difference with the AFL leadership had arisen primarily because the Executive Council refused to prevent the bridge and structural iron workers from interfering with the metal
workers' jurisdiction. On November 7, 1904, on the eve of the AFL convention, Sherman wrote to Morrison, "I have no difference with you or Brother Gompers that cannot be settled once the correct attitude is adopted towards the vicious efforts of the bridge and structural iron workers to raid our organization and take over our jurisdiction. I am ready to support you and Brother Gompers for re-election if you will not be wanting in our behalf." On February 15, 1905, Sherman assured
Morrison that a report that he was connected with the movement to launch a new labor organization was without foundation. 2 days later, it was announced that Sherman was associated with the Congress to be held in Chicago on June 27, 1905.30. All this, of course, was not known to the delegates at Chicago who elected Sherman president of the LWW mainly because he had no connection with either the Socialist Party or the Socialist Labor Party. But within the next few months there was increasing evidence that Sherman was intent on basing the LWW on the more highly skilled workers, that he showed little interest in the unskilled workers, and that, together with the conservative elements in the WFM, who were on the IWW
General Executive Board and with Socialist Party leaders, he was bent on converting the new industrial union into a replica of the AFL.81 Second LWW convention and first split. It has been suggested that if the second convention had been held in May, as originally scheduled, while the spirit of unity created by the Moyer-Haywood defense was still prevalent, the internal struggle might have been ironed out. 32 While this is highly doubtful, the two postponements of the convention 1st to June 27 so that the WFM could convene beforehand and be installed and then to September 17 until after the trial of the officials of the miners' union gave additional time for the internal conflict to emerge even more sharply. The second convention had barely opened at Chicago's K.P. Hall on the morning of September 17, 1906, when the conflict within the ranks of the IWW flared into the open. The Troutman de Leon Street
John faction accused Sherman of high-handed usurpation of authority in personally appointing a credentials committee to determine who had a right to vote rather than allowing the committee to be selected by a majority vote of those present.
Days of wrangling followed over the decision of the Credentials Committee as to who should be seated, during the course of which the convention moved to a larger hall after de
Leon's charge that Sherman had deliberately hired a small hall so that he could control the gathering. Sherman and his followers were also accused of deliberately delaying the convention to starve out the majority of the revolutionist, or wage slave, element who, coming from local unions which paid their representatives nothing but mileage, were without means of support.
A motion was introduced to provide $1.50 a day for any delegate who was without the necessary expense money.
Sherman held this to be in violation of Article 6, Section 8 of the Constitution, which provided that the expense of delegates attending the convention shall be borne by their respective organizations. Thereupon de Leon moved that this section of the Constitution be suspended during the meetings of the convention.
This was accepted by the delegates. In an interview in the Chicago Record-Herald of October 7, 1906, Sherman explained the real reason for his opposition to the motion. We believed we could starve them out by obstructive tactics. Now that Sherman could not starve them out, the delegates proceeded to the work of the convention. A proposal to abolish the office of the president was introduced as an amendment to the Constitution, and, when it was, the proposal had first been advanced at a pre-convention conference of 16
IWW locals in Chicago, which unanimously voted that the office of president of a class-conscious organization is not necessary.
The rank and file must conduct the affairs of the organization directly through an executive board or central committee. Carried, de Leon immediately pointed out that since there was no longer a president, the convention should elect a chairman. Vincent Street. John was elected to the position. Speaking to the delegates after he was deposed from his office, Sherman charged that his ouster was the result of a plot by de Leon and the SLP to control the IWW, and warned that their tactics are suicide to the movement. De Leon denied Sherman's accusation. He justified the president's ouster on the ground that the WW had to be purged of its opportunistic, non-revolutionary clements so that it could continue its work as the revolutionary economic organization of the working class of America. 33. The de Leon Troutman Street. John faction, with de Leon masterminding its operations, was now in control of the convention. But ex-President Sherman and the majority of the executive board members refused to yield control of the general headquarters of which they had taken possession and continued to control with the assistance of hired detectives. A battle for the headquarters followed, but when Sherman called in 21 Chicago policemen to help him and his followers, the de Leon Troutman Street John faction had to give in. The deposed president and the old executive board now had possession of the general office and all the books, records, papers, lists of local unions, and other property of the organization. The new leadership of the IWW controlled the organization, but were obliged to begin work without the equipment of so much as a postage stamp. There was exactly 7 cents left in Troutman's hands. 84. Sherman and his followers were later forced to surrender the headquarters as a result of a court order which upheld the convention in its actions and declared that Sherman's acts were illegal. Despite the decision, Sherman continued to conduct a separate IWW of his own in Joliet, Illinois, from where he announced he would set out to push forward and build up the industrial workers of the world. But apart from competing for allegiance for members in a few areas where the IWW had some strength and continuing to blast the delegates to the second convention as the Beggars, the Coffee and Donut Brigade, and the Brigade of the Hungry, Sherman's organization did nothing and it never amounted to anything. 311. The alliance at the 106 convention between de Leon on the one hand and St. John and Troutman on the other, had successfully dislodged the conservative forces. But on a number of other issues at the convention, these different elements did not see eye to eye. Street, John and Troutman, leading the anti-political action, pro-syndicalist delegates. Reprinting the text of the pre-convention conference in the Miners magazine, John O'Neill commented sarcastically, "There is a vast difference between being class-conscious and being class-crazy." September 6, 1906, pp. 1-2. Sought to delete the words, "political as well," from the second paragraph of the IWW preamble, which read, "Between these two classes, the working class and the employing class, a struggle must go on until the workers come together on the political as well as on the industrial field." But de Leon opposed the move, and the Constitution Committee, dominated by his followers, recommended that the preamble remain as it now stands. A heated debate followed. The pro-syndicalist delegates emphasized that it was necessary for the IWW to concentrate entirely on economic activity because all politics outside of this organization is capitalist politics. Moreover, it was a waste of time to vote at capitalist-controlled ballot boxes because the total votes released for the candidates do not comply with the votes that you put in the ballot box. These were rather weak arguments for the pro-syndicalist position, and de Leon and his followers had little difficulty in demolishing them. 36. Had Troutman and St. John, the theoretical leaders of the anarcho-syndicalist elements, openly attacked de Leon's position, the controversy might have created still another split at the convention. But they were not prepared at this time to throw down the gauntlet on the political issue. Instead, they chose to effect a compromise with de Leon. They agreed to support the Constitution Committee's recommendation that the preamble remain as it now stands, in return for de Leon's support for a resolution submitted by St.
John on behalf of the mining department, which called for a referendum of the membership on the question that the industrial workers of the world does not desire the endorsement of any political party, neither will the industrial workers of the world endorse any political party. 37. The resolution was approved by the convention, as was the Constitution Committee's recommendation that the
preamble remain unaltered. Although the outcome was a compromise, it was clear that there was a strong feeling among the delegates against political action. This was reflected in the approval of a resolution which ordered the Denver local to withdraw support for W.D. Haywood, who, although in prison in Idaho awaiting trial, was running for governor of Colorado on the Socialist Party ticket.
Local 125 was instructed to withdraw its endorsement and keep within the provisions of the preamble and constitution of the industrial workers of the world. Likewise, John O'Neill, who had endorsed the Socialist Party of Pennsylvania in the Miners magazine, was censured as being guilty of insubordination against the objects and aims of the WW in general and the mining department in particular. Following these acts, the convention inconsistently adopted a resolution recommending that good and welfare committees in local unions devote at least 10 minutes to the discussion of economic and political questions at each meeting. 38.
The discussion at the convention proved that although the issue of political action was not yet strong enough to split the IWW, the matter was far from settled. Neither side had really abandoned its position. De Leon made it quite clear after the convention that he expected the IWW to ally itself with the SLP and endorse that party as its political reflex. 39. The anti-political action element, led by Troutman and St.
John, likewise made it evident that they were not really satisfied with the fact that the only change made in the preamble at the 1906 convention was the inclusion of the statement that the IWW would not endorse nor desire the endorsement of any political party.
As future conventions would show, they were determined to eliminate any and all references to political action from the Constitution. Other issues at 1906 convention. Other matters discussed at the Second Convention showed the drift toward an anarchist ideology. The Resolutions Committee refused to recommend the adoption of sick and death benefit funds because such features were not among the aims, purposes and objects of the industrial union movement. Anything which lessened the workers' class consciousness, mitigated his recognition of the class struggle, and had the effect of dimming his understanding that, unless he overthrows the system of capitalist exploitation, he will always be a wage slave, was not acceptable. 40 here was class craziness, with a vengeance. Nevertheless, a few sound notes were struck at the convention.
It was agreed that special efforts should be made to organize the farm wage slaves, using the lumber workers, among whom the IWW had already made some headway, as a wedge to reach the farm laborers, and building closer cooperation between the farm and forest workers with the wage slaves of the industrial centers. It was also agreed that a more aggressive organizing policy be adopted towards reaching the immigrant workers with the IWW message. The literature of the industrial workers of the world, said Secretary Troutman, should be distributed in different languages in the various emigration ports in Europe, and central bureaus be established in American harbors, and be open to the immigrants, and information should be furnished them as to how they could participate in the struggles of organized labor. Although nothing was done along the lines of Troutman's suggestion to facilitate the organization of foreign-born workers, with their wide variety of languages, traditions, and customs, the convention voted to issue literature in many foreign languages, and to allow wage earners of a given nationality to form unions of their own in the respective industries in which they are employed, and where there are not enough to form unions of that kind, the parent unions shall allow the non-English speaking members to have branch meetings for educational purposes. A special inducement
was also offered to women and young workers through the adoption of a resolution to remit for female members 10 cents per member per month to the union, the same to apply to juniors. 41. On October 3, 1906, the Second Convention of the IWW adjourned. De Leon, who made the closing speech, touched on a matter of no small concern to the organization: the fact that the delegates of the Western Federation of Miners, the backbone of the LWW, had bolted the convention after the deposition of President Sherman. But he hastened to assure the remaining delegates that there was no real reason for discouragement. Numbers alone would not assure the overthrow of capitalism.
The earnest, the resolute, the revolutionary men had only to pursue that firm line of agitation that proceeds alone from well-established knowledge, and the emancipation of the working class, under the leadership of the IWW, would inevitably follow. 42.
W. F. of M. Leaves 1. W. W.
On June 6, 19Q6, at its 14th annual convention, the W.F. of M had gone on record as being an integral part of the IWW, and announced that it would do everything possible to build up the IWW throughout the country. 6 months later, the union was torn apart over the question of whether or not to remain affiliated with the IWW.
For over a year after the second IWW convention, which the W.F. of M membership overwhelmingly condemned in a referendum vote, the wrangling over this issue continued. Although Moyer and Haywood were still confined to their prison cells in Idaho, they joined in the debate by means of correspondence. Both were vigorously opposed to De Leon, condemned his role in splitting the LWW at the 1906 convention, and accused him of deliberately provoking the split in order to gain control of the new industrial union and convert it and its affiliated unions into an appendage of the SLP.
While Haywood condemned Sherman as well, he felt that the abolition of the office of president and the installing of a different system of administration was both unconstitutional and unnecessarily harsh.
The evils of Shermanism could have been eliminated without a division or any internecine trouble among the rank and file. 43.
Although connection between the WF of M and the IWW almost ceased after January 1907, neither Moyer nor Haywood wanted the miners' union officially to leave the IWW, and largely as a result of their influence, even while confined in prison, the 1907 W.F. of M convention did not vote for immediate withdrawal. Instead, a compromise was proposed which called upon the W.F. of M to invite the contending factions of the industrial workers of the world, the United Brewery
Workers, and all other labor unions ready to accept the principles of industrial unions as set forth in the manifesto issued by the Conference of Industrial Unionists at Chicago, January 2, 1905, to meet the Western Federation of Miners in a convention at Chicago, to convene October 1, 1907, for the purpose of re-establishing and strengthening the industrial
workers of the world, with an amendment providing for democratic control of the new organization by the initiative and referendum. The proposition was carried. 44.
But this effort at reconciling the two factions in the IWW and at reorganizing it on a reunited basis came to naught. The IWW leadership immediately branded the W.F. of M action as a reactionary peace proposal, pointed out that the Sherman faction was now really out of the picture, and that the only organization worthy to bear the name, Industrial Workers of the World, was the one sanctioned by the 1906 convention. Nevertheless, the W.F. of M. Executive Board decided to go ahead with its plan and issued a call for a unity conference in Chicago on April 6, 1908. The IWW dismissed the call, condemned the W.F. of M. Executive Board for addressing the invitation to officers of both factions of the IWW, and again pointed out that there is but one IWW in existence now or any time that has claim to the name. The W.F. of M dropped the plan for unification, and at the 16th annual convention in 1908, all connection with the IWW was broken off. 46. Socialists and the L.W.W. The serious rift in the W.F. of M over the question of affiliation to the IWW was cited by the center-right socialists as proving their earlier charge that the new union would only succeed in disrupting the existing unions. Even some former socialist supporters of the IWW either turned cool to the organization or barely attacked it.
Debs, for example, never wavered in supporting the principles of revolutionary industrial unionism, and although he did not attend the IWW's second convention, he had sent a telegram congratulating the organization and wishing success to their deliberations. But Debs had begun, even before the 19Q6 convention, to devote less and less activity in behalf of the IWW, for he had become increasingly concerned by reports that active workers in the Socialist Party all over the country have suddenly grown lukewarm in the effort to build up a political organization and are enthusiastically proclaiming the advantages of industrial unionism. To be sure, Debs himself had encouraged this tendency when he had emphasized in his speeches that the new union would achieve the complete emancipation of the working class from capitalism, and would develop the embryonic structure of the cooperative commonwealth. 46. But Debs' working class instinct caused him to see that this approach led to a complete underestimation of the party, and he consequently lost a good deal of his earlier enthusiasm for the WW. The unfortunate battle between the WW and the W.F. of M only served to further dampen his enthusiasm. However, Debs refrained from publicly attacking the new industrial union. Not so, however, A. M. Simons, who now became one of the bitterest socialist opponents of the IWW.
Writing in the International, Socialist Review. Following the 1906 convention, he charged that de Leon is doing the work of a capitalist spy, even if not getting the pay. In the eyes of the center-right socialists, however, there was one consolation. The split between the WF and the IWW, on top of the split at the 1906 convention, guaranteed the imminent dissolution of the new union. This was an opinion widely shared. The Detroit Times reported the fact that the Socialist Labor Party had captured the IWW convention, and that it was the opinion of a great many that this would kill the IWW movement, which, only a year ago, threatened the very life of the American Federation of Labor. 47. The IWW, however, disputed these gloomy predictions.
In its first issue, March 2, 1907, the Industrial Union Bulletin, now the official organ of the IWW, announced that its appearance was an answer to the undertakers, who had the IWW dead and prepared for interment 6 months ago. The 1906 house cleaning, it insisted, had enabled the WW to move ahead to accomplish its mission. The future of the organization is bright and promising.
Events would soon prove who was correct, the undertakers, or the supposed corpse. N. Chapter 4. The L.W.W. 1907 to 1909. The upheaval of 19Q6 had deprived the IWW of its strongest affiliate, the W.F., and this, together with the defection of the Sherman contingent, left the organization with fewer than 6 U members. Nevertheless, the IWW was still alive. On August 8, 1907, Gompers sent an urgent memorandum to a number of international presidents cautioning them not to be taken in by reports that the industrial workers of the world are dead and buried. In this connection, I desire to call attention to the very persistent work of organizing that is being prosecuted by the industrial workers of the world. I make mention of this because I think it necessary that something should be done in the near future to check the growth of this dual movement. 1. Progress in organization. Despite its straitened financial status, the IWW made a real effort after the second convention to organize the foreign-born workers. Circulars and pamphlets were issued in a number of languages, and in the summer of 1907, the Industrial Union Bulletin announced that this educational campaign was producing results, especially among Polish workers who were said to be taking to the IWW as a duck takes to water. Foreign language branches were increasingly established, such as the Hungarian branch of the Metal and Machinery Workers Industrial Union, LU. Number 113. There was also an English-speaking branch and the French-speaking branches in the textile industry. Jewish and Italian organizers were appointed, although lack of funds prevented the organization from filling requests for other RRG ANSCRs of these nationality groups. The Italian Socialist Federation and its local branches urged their members and all Italian workers to join the IWW, and its journal, Tu Proletario, became an official organ of the Industrial Union. La Propaganda, a weekly Italian paper, was started in Chicago. In San 81. Francisco, The Revolution, a Japanese language paper, opened its columns to the IWW and aided the organization in translating its literature into Japanese. In the same city, 2 Chinese socialists translated IWW literature into Chinese. The IWW also issued a pamphlet entitled Japanese and Chinese Exclusion or Industrial Organization, which it presented the following cold facts for consideration by the working class. 1. The Japanese and Chinese are here. 2. Thousands of them are wage workers. 3. They have the same commodity to sell as other workers' labor power. 4. They are as anxious as you to get as much as possible. This is proven by the fact that they have come to this country. For what? To better their conditions.
The pamphlet concluded, "We the industrial workers of the world have organized the Japanese and Chinese in lumber camps, on the farms, mines and railroads, and the United Mine Workers of America have organized Japanese in the coal fields of Wyoming.
This is proof that they can be organized, too." In May 1907, the LWW established relations with the Romanian Syndicalist General Commission at Bucharest with the aim of increasing international solidarity and to enable us to bring before the workers of Romania, Transylvania, etc., the conditions in America and the respective relations of the AF.L and the IWW to the international labor movement. In this way, the workers intending to emigrate to America will know where they rightly belong and will not be confronted with exorbitant initiation fees for the privilege of becoming or remaining part of the labor movement, and even after they get inside the wall, to be serving the master class. The industrial workers of the world accepts anyone presenting a membership card from any labor organization from other countries without any initiation fee. The AF.L is fighting against Chinese, Japanese, and the Southern European races, calling them undesirable class of immigrants, and is agitating for laws to bar them from America. The IWW extends a fraternal hand to every wage worker, no matter what his religion, fatherland, or trade.
The Romanian Syndicalist General Commission welcomed, with great pleasure, the IWW proposal, and asked for a clear and precise report of what was expected of it, so that we may be able to communicate. At its 1907 convention, the IWW condemned the cheeky smiley face of L for participating in outbreaks against Asian workers.
These outbreaks served to divide the workers. Industrial Union BU, Eden, March 16, 1907. PR less than exceedings, YD Convention, L. WW, Chicago, 1907, Report. Low. 7, page 9. Cadet our Hungarian comrades and to publish at our official organ. 3. In Lynn, Haverhill, and Brockton, Massachusetts, WW locals were organized among the shoe workers and among the textile workers in Paterson in Hudson County, New Jersey, Providence and Woonsocket, R.I., Lawrence, New Bedford, and Lowell, Mass. By March 1907, the IWW boasted of 1,000 members in Local No. 152, Silk Workers Industrial Union of Paterson, and predicted that, we have a splendid opportunity to organize the entire silk industry. The militancy of the foreign language branches in Paterson was frequently referred to in the Industrial Union Bulletin, and special tribute was paid to the women members of the local union. It is very encouraging to see the splendid stand taken by the girls and women in these silk mills. They grasp the situation and perform their part in a very practical and creditable manner, and it must be said further, to their credit, that when anything is suggested that savors of exploitation of the union by officers or committeemen in the pure and simple graft fashion, the women point out its tendency and oppose it with an insight and honesty that is fine to see. The IWW felt sufficiently strong in the textile industry to issue an official call in the name of the General Executive Board for the first Convention of Textile Workers, to be held on May 1, 1908, in Paterson. Won the call, printed in English, French, German, and Italian. The claim was made that over 5,000 textile workers have already been organized into the industrial workers of the world. The 22 delegates representing 7 textile workers' unions and a delegate from the United Brotherhood of Tailors set up the National Industrial Union of Textile Workers, which was to function as a subdivision of the Department of Textile and Clothing Industries, and was to be composed of wage workers of all branches of labor employed in the production of textile fabrics. Before adjourning, the convention sent fraternal greetings to the Textile Congress meeting in Vienna. 51. W. Strikes. Strikes conducted by the IWW between the second and third convention were much more successful than those in the first year of its existence, most of which were lost. In his report to the third convention, Troutman noted that out of 24 strikes involving 15,500 members, only 2 were flat failures: the strikes of restaurant workers of Tonopah and of the Detroit car foundry workers. All other strikes ended either in compromises or in the complete attainment of what the strikes had been inaugurated for. 6. Granted that all statements by IWW officials regarding gains in membership or victories in strikes must be taken with a grain of salt, yet it is true that there were some significant victories. Moreover, some of the characteristics that were later to be commonly associated with IWW struggles made their appearance. One was the prominent role played by the foreign-born strikers. This was best illustrated in the 5-week strike conducted by Local No. N3, Metal and Machinery Workers Industrial Union, against the American Tube and Stamping Company of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Local No. U3 was divided into 2 branches. No. I composed of Hungarian and other foreign-born workers, most of them unskilled, and No. 2 of English-speaking and mainly skilled workers. The strike began on July 15, 1907, when the company declared that the night shift workers at the West End plant would have to work continuously instead of changing with the day shift, once a month. Although the majority of those who quit were Hungarians, many English-speaking workers in the plant joined the walkout, and by the end of the day over 6 U workers were on strike. A committee representing the strikers presented AT&S Co.'s president Frank A. Wilmot with demands drawn up with the assistance of Samuel J. French, IWW organizer. These called for a 15% wage increase for the day and 20% for the night shift above the average wage of from $7 to $10 a week. Time and a half for all work after 8 hours, later changed to 10 hours, restoration of the old plan of alternating day and night shifts. No discrimination against the strikers because of their affiliation with the IWW. Later, another demand was added that a shop committee, selected by the workers for the purpose of adjusting any disputes over piecework, wages or minor grievances, be recognized and dealt with by the company. 7. President Wilmot rejected the demands and expressed regret that the Hungarians, whom the company heretofore had regarded as a race reasonably amenable to the laws of the country and as a whole calculated to make as large a proportion of good citizens as those coming here from other foreign countries, should let themselves become tools of anarchistic and socialist agitators from other states. He threatened to move the company's plant from Bridgeport if the strikers did not immediately return to work, warning that the property owners and storekeepers of this district would eventually experience a considerable loss in trade and depreciation of values in real estate. If the plant was moved, hundreds of this district would have to seek employment elsewhere and would move to more convenient districts. I understand many Hungarians own property in Little Hungary, as it is called in this district. 8. This threat did not work. Not only was the West End plant shut tight, but by July 19, the East End plant was also closed down as workers there joined the strike. That the company is in no condition to cope with the situation, the Bridgeport Post reported, is demonstrated by the fact that all business in the West and East Side plants is at a standstill. 09. On the morning of July 20, as the strikers lined up in their daily, silent demonstration outside the struck plants, circulars were distributed among them by company representatives. Printed in Hungarian, that contained a statement, signed by President Wilmot, in which the company offered $1,000 to the children of the strikers, provided they returned to work, the money to be distributed by the pastors of the 4 Hungarian churches. The circular also warned the Hungarian strikers that 6
American-speaking workers are ready to step into the places of the strikers at a moment's notice. But this strike-breaking maneuver also failed. Almost as quickly as the contents of the handbills were known to the men, the Bridgeport Post reported, matches were applied to the papers and they were burned. CD. 10.
Not only were the English-speaking and Hungarian branches of the IWW united in the strike, but, on the second day, the members of the AFVL's International Association of Machinists, despite the opposition of their officials, joined the strike. Officers of the International
Machinists local in the city today, reported the Bridgeport Post on July 17, expressed themselves as greatly surprised that the international men had entered into the strike with the industrial workers as they had just been granted the 54-hour week. On the previous day, one of these officers had told a Post reporter, "You can say for me that the IAM are not mixed up in this strike." 11. The company was also surprised since a major reason for granting the machinists a 54-hour week was to keep them from joining the unskilled, foreign-born workers in their battles.
But Samuel J. French was not surprised. As he explained to the press, the mistake on Mr. Wilmot's part was that he did not realize the educational influence of an organization of the IWW stamp, which teaches industrial unity on the principle that an injury to one worker of whatever craft or race is an injury to all others of all crafts or aces in the industry and uses printer's ink profusely in its efforts. His natural contempt for the intelligence of his cheap help evidently led him to believe that an attempt to play the day and night shifts against one another would destroy this unity rather than more firmly establish it. President Wilmot naturally fails to understand how toolmakers can have sufficient intelligence to stand for industrial unity with their more poorly paid fellow workers. 12. All who commented on the strike strays. Said the unflinching dedication of the Hungarians. The feature of the greatest interest connected with the strike, went one account, was the splendid manner in which any compromise of their position. 13. Even Stuart Reed, of L.
Organizer in New England, was impressed, and informed Gompers that the devotion of these hunks to the dual union is pathetic.
They sit at strike meetings listening to speakers whose speeches they cannot understand and join in the applause at the end louder than any of the others.
These people still have to learn that they can get nothing of real value from a ridiculous organization like the industrialists. Yet Reed did not permit his grudging admiration for the Hungarian strikers mingled with a typical use of the derogatory term, hunk, to stop him from ordering the MA local to follow the advice of their leaders and cease supporting the WW strike.
He was turned down, however, and was informed that when the machinists had gone out on strike during the previous spring, they had been assisted by the WW local. The machinists told Reed that while their leaders had forgotten, they would not betray the men who had helped them. "I am leaving Bridgeport." Reed wrote to Gompers in disgust on August 22, one less than 07. It looks like the industrialists will be able to claim a victory here, although how long they will hold on to what they have, is a big question. The machinists here are a rather poor lot, and I am quite happy to get away from them. The victory had come on August 17. The strikers voted to return to work after the company had agreed, in a conference with a committee of Hungarian businessmen, to restore the alternating day and night shifts. the ending of which practice had originally caused the strike, to arbitrate the wage question, to recognize a committee of shop employees, and to discharge anti-union foremen. Wages were raised as a result of the arbitration and the foremen were discharged. French attributed the victory to the educational and disciplinary influence of the industrial workers of the world, and paid a special compliment to the Hungarian working people of the West End for their intelligent susceptibility to these influences. 15. On January 24, one less than 07, the Somerset Reporter, a weekly published in
Skowhegan, Maine, carried the following news, at about 2:30.
Monday morning, January 21, the employees of the Marston Worsted Mills, to the number of 225, united in a strike, leaving the various departments where they were employed and quitting the buildings and grounds. Trouble had been brewing at the plant since the discharge of one of the Ganizer, named Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, was assisting French in his work. Miss Flynn, who was 17 in August, spent the summer months of 1907 speaking during the day to the strikers and at night at street meetings to collect money for the strike. This was her first strike activity. Interview with Elizabeth Gurley Flynn.
January 31, 1964. Reed shrewdly touched as early as 1907 on a weakness that was to characterize the LWW throughout most of its history: the failure to hold on to gains in strikes and consolidate their victories.
Sewers, Miss Marnie Bilodeau, a militant member of Pioneer Local No. 379, IWW. The local had demanded a 10% wage increase at the beginning of the year, but had settled for a 5% increase and the promise of an additional 5% in July if the season was profitable. It appeared that management was out to rid the plant of active union members and rescind the wage increase. Hence, when the company notified 26 weavers, also members of the IWW, that there was no longer any work for them, the entire working force struck.
As the Somerset Reporter explained, Industrial Workers of the World Local No. 379 takes in practically all the help in the mill, both men and women.
As all, or nearly all the hands are members of the organization, when the weavers were given their notice the rest of the help left. The workers struck as a body, even the man in the boiler room who blew off the steam and pulled his fires, shutting down the plant absolutely. 16. Within the week French arrived from New York to assist the strikers.
A letter was drafted and addressed to the company demanding the reinstatement of all employed at the mill on January 7, abolition of the fining system in the finishing room, discharge of the overseer of the finishing room, settlement of minor grievances, and recognition of a committee of employees to aid in the adjustment of grievances. The response of management was blunt: "There is nothing in your requests that the mill can grant." Upon receiving this reply, the strikers unanimously resolved that this note be stored in the archives of Local 379 for the benefit of some future historian of Skowhegan labor troubles. 17. Along with it, it might have stored the comment by the Somerset Reporter that the strikers were made up of a coterie of individuals who have come to us from other manufacturing centers in none of which they have had anything but a temporary residence. 18. Since the ranks of the strikers consisted of longtime residents of Skowhegan, it is obvious that the
reporter knew little about the town's working class. With the plant completely shut down, the company would have been forced to settle early in the strike. But on February 7, the Somerset Reporter published a notice, at the request of the company, which management believed would force the strikers to surrender. This was a letter addressed D to the employees of the Marston Worsted Mill by John Golden and Albert Hibbert, President and Secretary-Treasurer, respectively, of the AF/L's United Textile Workers.
The letter warned the strikers against the so-called industrialists, who had no standing whatsoever so far as the recognized trade union movement is concerned, as exemplified by the American Federation of Labor, and whose sole policy was to pull workers out on strike, on the most flimsy pretext, knowing full well at the time they have not a dollar practically speaking to assist the people they have forced out on the street. The UTW officials advised the strikers to return to work before it is too late, and if they desire to belong to a union, organize one that will have a legitimate affiliation with the recognized trade union movement of the country. But should the strikers fail to take advantage of this advice, the UTW would not hesitate to supply the firm with workers to replace those on strike. These would not be scabs, but union men and women, who, while standing out for their own rights, will not lose sight of the fact that other people have rights also that must command respect and consideration at their hands. The Somerset Reporter described the letter as self-explanatory. It was The officials of the UTW were publicly offering to assist the company break a strike in which every worker employed at the plant was involved, a strike called by the workers themselves without the knowledge of the National Office of the LWW, which sent in an organizer to assist the strikers only after the workers had walked out.
Any hope that management had that this letter would break the strike soon disappeared. The picket line surrounding the plant continued throughout the bitter winter when the thermometer ranged from 0 to 44 degrees below. In the face of the strikers' determined stand, the company found it impossible to take advantage of Golden's offer to fill the plant with Union scabs. 19. On April 23, the strikers won a complete victory.
The terms, as published in the press, were reinstatement of all workers discharged without discrimination, abolition of the fining system in both the finishing and weaving room, a day's pay for all work instead of piece work, and recognition of a shop committee to be elected by the local which was to meet with the company every 2 weeks to settle grievances.
In July, the second 5% increase in wages was granted by the company. 20. The sit-down tactic was introduced by the IWW on December 10, 1906, in the strike of the General Electric Industrial Workers Union of Schenectady, NY. When the General Electric Company refused to reinstate 3 discharged draftsmen, members of the IWW, 3,000 IWW.
Workers at the plant struck in what was called regular syndicalist fashion. At 2 o'clock the members of the IWW quit work, but remained in the shops, reported the Schenectady Union. They did not walk out, observed another paper, but remained at their places, simply stopping production. 21. How long they remained in the shops without working is difficult to determine. The contemporary press carried no further report on the sit-down phase of the strike, but years later, an LWW member who interviewed some of those engaged in the sit-down, wrote, "The sit-downers stayed in the plant 65 hours receiving food and drink from outside friends." 22. Condemned for shutting down the entire works because of the grievance of 3 members, the strikers' press committee replied that although the IWW at General Electric was composed of craft locals, it operated according to the principles of industrial unionism. The case is clearly one of discrimination against 3 members of the LWW, and as such the question of numbers discriminated against docs not enter into the matter. For the simple reason that if discrimination is permitted in one case, who then can feel he is protected? The principle of organization is that protection reaches down to the last man. N211, the action of the strikers has crippled the works, reported the
Schenectady Union. At the power plant nearly all of the employees were
IWW men, and when they left, it was necessary for the officials of the company and technical students to operate it. But the strikers were unable to win the support of the AF Trades Assembly, which ordered all members of its affiliated unions to continue working for GE. We do not recognize the Industrial Workers of the World as a bona fide labor organization, or its members as union members, the AF body informed the press. As to any individual organization affiliated with the American Federation of Labor going out in sympathetic strike, such action would result in the forfeiture of its charter. 25. It was clear that the strike could not succeed, and on December 20, even though the company still refused to rehire the discharged draftsmen, the IWW members called off the strike and voted to return to work. 26. The strategy used in the Portland, Oregon, sawmill workers' strike in March and April 1 less than 07 was so startling that it commanded attention all over the country. On March 1, 1 less than 07, workers in one of Portland's mills walked off their jobs and a strike was on. Unorganized and practically unled, the men had asked for higher wages, and having been turned down, they walked out. But the IWW members had not been unprepared, and before long they had taken over leadership of the strike and had organized a flourishing group in Portland. W.J. Yarrow, Portland leader of the LWW, told the Oregonian, "This situation, the strike, is not the product of a day's work. We have been working along the line of organizing workmen in the lumber mills on the coast for the last 10 weeks, and we are now in a position to control the organization." 27. The agitation at the mills took CFFECT, and the natural result followed a strike. By March 7, the strike was well underway. Portland's 4 largest mills and many of the smaller ones were closed, and the IWW was recruiting members rapidly. Mass picket lines surrounded plants which were still operating, and the men were called out, many of them being signed up on the spot. On March 7, the Oregonian reported,
Late yesterday afternoon, a delegation of more than 200 of the strikers went to the yards of the Inman Paulson Company and induced 47 of the members of the night shift to leave the yards.
A procession was formed and the new recruits were marched to the union headquarters where they signed the membership roll of the Industrial Workers of the World.
Commenting editorially on this news report, the Oregonian noted, "Where the AFL has failed, the IWW at one leap is succeeding. The Federation is slow to organize unskilled workers, the IWW is quick to do so. This is why the sawmill men are joining the numerically weaker organization, 28. The 1WW hired an excursion boat to make it easier to visit mills in the area, inviting men to join them on strike.
Notices were sent to all cities in the Northwest advising workers to stay away from Portland because a strike was on, and committees from the IWW met each incoming train to take in charge all laborers arriving in the city." 29 On March 8, the Oregonian reported, "Today, at the end of the first week of the UW mill laborers' strike, the lumber industry of Portland is completely paralyzed. Not a pulley is revolving at any of the 4 big mills, and 2 of the smaller concerns are temporarily out of business.
1,500 men are idle. A man could hardly throw a brick in the North End this morning without hitting a man with a ribbon on his coat. As fast as the mill laborers are organized, they are given red ribbons and told to wear them." On the same day, March 8, the Oregonian described a curious meeting of the strikers. Strikers last night formulated their demands, which embraces a minimum schedule of $2.50 for 9 hours labor for all mill workers.
In box factories, the minimum wage for box nailers is fixed at $3 for the 9-hour day with an increase of 25 cents per day for all other employees. This meeting took place a week after the walkout, yet up to this point no demands had been formulated by the strikers. The strategy, which was to be used often in LWW strikes in the Northwest lumber industry, 30 was based on the idea of presenting the employers with demands when the strike was in full swing and when they could see that they were dealing with a powerful movement.
On March 8, the Oregonian reported that the ultimatum of the strikers will be presented mill owners today, and if advanced wages are not granted, the industrial
workers of the world threatened to declare a general strike. The mill owners replied by locking out the strikers, and stating emphatically that they were used to dealing with their workers directly and were not prepared to substitute the new order of things. The employers denounced the strike as an imported disturbance not incited by the laboring men themselves but because they have been unduly intimidated by influences that are directing the strike. Yet if there was any disturbance, it was only in the minds of the employers. On March 12, with the walkout already in progress 2 days, the Oregonian noted that it has been the most orderly one that Portland has ever seen.
With 2,300 men out, of a total of 2,500 mill workers in Portland, and the strike headquarters, surrounded by saloons, there has been no drunkenness or violence and only 1 arrest. This was on the charge of refusal to move on when directed to do so by an officer. The men are directed by the strike leaders to preserve order, and the peaceful conduct of the strikers is causing surprise. 31. The IWW made immediate efforts to gain as many allies as possible. Many of the craftsmen in the city were mobilized to aid in the struggle, and longshoremen, carpenters, bricklayers, and others also lent their help. Miss Nina Wood, IWW organizer, helped to set up a women's brigade in aid of the strikers. Support came from loggers, and contributions of money from unions and sympathizers all over the country, including a large donation from the W.F.M., were reported in the Portland press. Not one of the striking men will go hungry or lack for a place to sleep. W.J. Yarrow declared, "In this fight we have the backing of the industrial workers of the world throughout the country, and we will have all necessary funds with which to wage our fight. We have arranged to care for the strikers through the medium of a soup house and ample bunking accommodations. We will stand together in insisting that the increase in wages is granted. We are not only in the fight to win, but we will WM. 32. The hard-hit employers received valuable support from the AFL. Labeling the IWW socialistic, the Portland Federated Trade Council announced that it would not endorse or in any way support the strike. Furthermore, C.H. Graham, president of the Oregon Federation of Labor, declared in an interview with a reporter that the Federation was not only not in sympathy with the striking mill hands, but would fail to lend the strikers any assistance while they were affiliated with the Industrial Workers of the World because that organization was recognized as an agency for disrupting the Federation. In answer, the IWW published and distributed a circular which went in part. Mr. Graham says that the Industrial Workers of the World was started for the purpose of disrupting the American Federation of Labor.
Nothing could be further from the facts, and this statement is a malicious lie and could only be hatched in the brain of a labor faker. No, fellow workers, we have nothing against any man who has to work for wages, which includes the rank and file of the AFL, but we have something against liars and fakers of the Graham type.
Moral support and flowery resolutions count for nothing in time of strikes. It is action that counts. He, Mr. Graham, cannot come into the industrial workers of the
world, as we do not tolerate labor fakers any longer than the time it takes to fire them out, a job which we had to do at our last convention.
Trusting that no union man will haul or handle in any manner the product of the sawmills and box factories. 33.
The dispute between the AFL and the IWW undoubtedly damaged the strike.
The attack on President Graham gave the Federated Trade
Council and the Federation of Labor the excuse for threatening expulsion for any AFL local union which assisted the strike, and a number of AFL members indicated that the circular had diminished their sympathy for the strikers.
Graham himself pointed this out in a letter to
Gompers which enclosed the WW circular. The dual unionists have overplayed their hand this time, he wrote. You and we should have no difficulty convincing our people that support for the industrialists is treachery to the true labor cause. That this was no vain boast is revealed by the following report in the Oregonian. Until this time, said a member of the Federation of Labor last night, the members of our organization have expressed great sympathy for the striking mill hands and have hoped that they might win in their contentions for better wages and a shorter workday, but the publication of such circulars will not conduce to a promotion of this feeling of sympathy or enlist from us a more active cooperation. 34. The strike lasted 40 days before it was called off by the IWW. The organization claimed that since most of the strikers had secured work elsewhere through the services of the IWW's Free Employment Office, there was no point in continuing the struggle. Still, it claimed victory on two grounds. 1. The mill owners were forced to pay the scale and later on will be forced to grant the hours, and 2. From the standpoint of industrial unionism the strike has been a great success. Thousands of men have been educated and the organization greatly strengthened. 311. Had not the AFL scabbed on the strike, the IWW declared, it would have gained an even greater victory. The contemporary press questioned the IWW claim of a victory, contending that the strike was lost largely because of the dispute with the AFL, though some concessions, such as slightly improved wages for some of the workers, were gained. But it was generally conceded that, in the larger sense, the first important WW action in the Northwest was spectacularly successful. As Vernon H. Jensen puts it, although in one sense the strike was lost, it brought the organization to the attention of the public besides securing improvements in wages and conditions. 36. On March 31, 1907, the Oregon Journal ran a feature article by John Kenneth Turner entitled, Story of a New Labor Union, which aroused widespread attention in the Northwest, and when reprinted in the press throughout the country and circulated as a leaflet by the IWW, created considerable discussion in other parts of the nation as well. Portland has just passed through her first strike conducted by the industrial workers of the world, a new and strange form of unionism which is taking root in every section of the United States, especially in the West. The suddenness of the strike and the completeness of the tie-up are things quite unprecedented in this part of the country. These conditions D4 not merely happened, they came as direct results of the peculiar form and philosophy of the movement that brought the strike into being. Wherever the industrial workers of the world are organized, they can paralyze industry at almost the snap of a finger. It is the way they work. There is no workman so poor, old or unskilled but what the industrial workers will organize him gladly. It makes no difference if he is white, black or yellow. As long as he works for wages he will be taken in and will receive the same consideration as the strongest and most skilled. If you are a businessman, or if for any reason you consider that the business interests of the community are your interests, you should choose the American Federation of Labor. The industrial workers of the world have no respect for business interests.
But if you are looking for a form of organization best calculated to paralyze a given industry in the briefest possible time, You should choose the industrial workers of the world. 37.
Whatever the exact nature of the immediate outcome, the Portland strike resulted in bringing the name of the IWW to the attention of workers of the Pacific Northwest, and, in the words of Vincent Street,
John gave much impetus to the IWW agitation in the western part of the
United States. A report from Seattle in the Industrial Union Bulletin stated, the Portland strike of the IWW is talked about in all labor circles, and as such, shows conclusively to the worker that there is only one kind of organization worthy of serious consideration: industrial unionism. 33. It was, however, at Goldfield, Nevada, in the years 1906-08 that the IWW made the first real test of its principles of revolutionary industrial unionism. Although the miners at Goldfield had been organized for over a year in the W.F. of M when the IWW was launched, the town workers were still mainly employed in open shops. The only AF of L unions were those of the carpenters and printers. Although feeble attempts had been made to organize the other workers into a federal union, this had come to very little. Early in 1506, the unorganized workers at Goldfield were unionized and brought together in a body which became known as Local Number 77 of the IWW.
Local 77 absorbed the old federal union, and later amalgamated with the WF of M, Local Number 220, thereby creating a mass union which included practically all the wage earners in the community. In the organization, the IWW official journal boasted, were miners, engineers, clerks, stenographers, teamsters, dishwashers, waiters, all sorts of what are called common laborers. It announced that the IWW slogan, an injury to one is an injury to all, would be put into effect the moment any group of members were attacked by the employers. 39. The power of the mass union soon made itself evident. In a series of swift strikes, miners won a wage scale of $5 for 8 hours for all skilled labor and for all underground work, and $4.50 for unskilled labor.
Bakers secured $8 and board for an 8-hour DIY. Dishwashers, $3 and board for an 8-hour day. Restaurant and hotel employees, $3 to $5 and board for an 8-hour day. Clerks, $S for a 10-hour day, and bartenders, $6 for an 8-hour day.
In addition to improvements in wages and hours, the union won complete job control by the workers.
Even the Goldfield Gossip, a bitter opponent of the IWW union, advocating that all members be hanged to telegraph poles, admitted that as soon as the industrial union entered Goldfield, its advantage to the workers, to the men and women for example, who were employed as waiters at restaurants, was immediately apparent.
Where these men and women had previously been called upon to work for 12 or 15 hours a day for a small wage, they found themselves, as members of the
IWW, commanding a higher wage, enjoying a union scale, and working only 8 hours a day. 40 inches radicals, agitators, I won't works, hydrophobias, anarchists, trouble breeders, were some of the milder epithets applied to the leaders of the IWW, especially Vincent Street.
John, who came to Goldfield in November 1906. The employers and their hired press were especially infuriated by a demonstration held by the IWW union on January 20, 1907. The date was chosen in commemoration of Bloody Sunday in St. Petersburg, Russia, January 22, 1905, but a chief purpose of the meeting was to protest the imprisonment of Moyer, Haywood, and Pettibone.
By order of the union, all mines and leases were closed, and even all restaurants and saloons for 2 hours during the parade, which had over 3,000 union members, headed by the newsboys, all wearing tiny red flags.
It was the largest demonstration ever seen in Goldfield.
At the close, Vincent Street.
John made a stirring speech and a series of resolutions were passed with great enthusiasm. One denounced the imprisonment of the 3 labor leaders, labeled the Supreme Court as the tool of corporate greed, and demanded that its members be elected by popular vote. Another sent true revolutionary greetings to the working class of Russia, Poland, and Finland, and closed, "We have no enemy but the capitalist class. Our country is the world. Our flag is the banner that is dyed red with the martyr's blood of our class. Down with capitalism." L. 741. To meet these alarming developments, a committee of safety and the Goldfield Businessmen's and Mine Operators Association were established in March 1907. The Employers Association quickly hit on the tactic of trying to split off the miners from the rest of the amalgamated union. In this work, the Employers Association had the full cooperation of the state and local AF/L officials.
AF/L organizers moved into Goldfield for the sole purpose of luring members from local number 220 whose organizing tactics were denounced as out-of-reason insane unionism. In
March 1907, Grant Hamilton, AF/L organizer, wrote to Gompers from Goldfield, D. I arrived here a week ago, and have been actively engaged ever since in addressing 2 or 3 meetings every night. You are no doubt aware that this is a stronghold of the LWW.
I am sorry to report that they have had considerable success here thus far, having organized most of the workers in the region.
They have won victories by their tactics of terror, but even some of our members seem to feel that since these tactics get results, we, too, ought to adopt them.
There are, however, some more sensible people even in the IWW Union, especially among the miners, and I hope to convince them that these tactics will only hurt them in the end and that they can best help themselves by joining a level-headed organization.
I am informed that no obstacles would be put in the way of these men becoming members of the AF/L because the mine owners do not want the LWW to gain a real foothold here. With the miners separated from the rest, it would be an easy matter to get the other working men into line. 42. The Goldfield papers hailed the arrival of the AF/L organizers. As a labor organization representing the best ideals and methods, we welcome them, declared the Goldfield Chronicle. 4.3. But the AF/L's efforts to break up the amalgamated union had no noticeable success. Vincent Street. John wrote from Goldfield late in March 1907. The situation is in our hands. All efforts to disrupt us by the mine owners, Citizens Alliance and the AF/L are failures. Victory is ours to date. 44. The Employers Association now took more direct action by locking out the miners and other members of Local 220.
Then, in a public statement, it declared that conditions are becoming intolerable through constant and unreasonable agitation on the part of the leaders of an organization known as the Industrial Workers of the World, and pledged themselves to absolutely refuse to employ any man in any capacity who is a member of the Industrial Workers of the World. At the same time, however, they announced they would recognize any miners' union that is independent of the IWW, and that other business interests and industries will recognize and employ members of separate craft organizations not affiliated with or under the jurisdiction of the Industrial Workers of the World. They announced further that this action is irrevocable, urged the miners to separate from the IWW and thus preserve their honor and manhood, and assured the miners that they had no intention of modifying or changing in any way the present conditions or wages or hours in effect in the camps. 4.5.
In the miners' union on this question, and that conservative members of the W.F.M. in Goldfield were anxious to dissociate themselves from the more radical IWW members. The Goldfield correspondent of the Chicago Journal of Finance wrote, if this program of the Employers Association is carried out, it will leave acting president Charles Mahoney of the Western Federation of Miners in charge of the situation. His enmity to the IWW is not concealed. 46. The conservatives in the W.F.M. made an effort to have the miners and town workers meet separately, thereby hoping to end the influence of the more radical IWW members in the affairs of the miners. Over the opposition of the town workers and many RNINERS, they forced the two groups in Local 220, the miners and the T0WN workers, to divide. As soon as the split became official, the mine owners agreed to end the lockout, recognize the miners' union and establish the same hours and wages that had existed prior to the lockout. But they continued to lock out IWW members, and filled their places with scabs furnished by the AF/L. 47. The W.F.M. accepted the employer's terms and the mines resumed operation on April 22, 1907. Soon enough, however, the miners discovered that, having succeeded in splitting off the miners from the rest of the workers in Goldfield, the employers would now seek to destroy the W.F.M. The mine owners deliberately provoked the break with the union by announcing that, owing to the financial panic that had started in October 1907, they would not pay wages in cash but only in cashier's checks and company scrip.
The miners then resolved that all members of this union refuse to work for any employer who will not pay the wages of his men in legal tender or satisfactorily guarantee the paper issued in lieu of the same. When the mine owners refused to guarantee the paper issue, the miners walked out on November 27. The businessmen, newspapers, and the AF/L unions immediately lined up on the side of the operators. 48.
Throughout the months of struggle following the formation of Local 220, Goldfield had been an armed camp.
Armed guards, furnished by the Businessmen's and Mine Operators Association, had patrolled the streets. But to smash the miners' union, the employers needed more than their own private army.
Nevada, however, had no militia, so Governor John Sparks, after consultations with the mine owners, mine operators, and self-defense union leaders and members also went about armed. Vincent Street. John carried a gun with him when he was attacked by a company agent, but he could not draw it quickly enough.
He was shot in both hands, and his right hand was permanently crippled as a result. Industrial Union Bulletin, November 16, 1907.
An armed battle between Maury R. Preston, officer of the Union, and John Silva, a restaurant owner whose place was being picketed, resulted in Silva being killed. Although Preston shot in self-defense after Silva had raised his gun toward him, he was sentenced to 25 years in the state penitentiary. He was released on parole in. And mill operators sent a telegram to President Roosevelt requesting federal troops. The president assured Governor Sparks that he was prepared to send a detachment of troops, but he must first have a description of the conditions that would justify the federal government in acting. The governor, having been shown the path to follow, immediately wired.
At Goldfield there does now exist domestic violence and unlawful combinations and conspiracies, unlawful dynamiting of property, commission of felonies, threats against the lives of law-abiding citizens, the unlawful possession of arms and ammunition, and the confiscation of dynamite and threats of the unlawful use of same by preconcerted action. 40. In response to this telegram, and without even bothering to consult other sources which contradicted it, such as newspaper reports that the miners were keeping the peace in every way, President Roosevelt sent federal troops to Goldfield.
When the troops arrived, the mine operators went into action.
They cut the wage rate from $5 to $4 per day, and forced each worker to sign a yellow dog contract, in which he had to swear that he was not and would not become a member of the union while in the company's employ.
Other industries in the vicinity also took advantage of the existing conditions to lower wages and smash unionism. Thus, under the cover of federal protection, the mine owners and other employers in Goldfield set out to make the area an open shop center. Trade unions throughout the country deluged the White House with protests, condemning Roosevelt for sending troops when there was not the slightest evidence of violence. In the House of Representatives, Isaac
Sherwood of Ohio was greeted with applause when he said, "The President, like the Secretary of War, had a labor record that needs extensive patching to make it presentable. Contrary to all precedent, contrary to law, in order to aid the mine owners to crush out the miners' union, the President called out the United States troops." An Iowan complained to Senator Jonathan Dolliver of that state that, "It appears to a great many people that the federal troops are now being used for the benefit of the mine owners in the settlement of strikes." The miners themselves accused the President of having been motivated by personal hatred against the Western Federation of Miners and its officers. 69.
Roosevelt was forced to appoint a commission to investigate the need for troops, and its report blasted Governor Sparks and the mine operators. As for the governor's request for troops, it declared, "Our investigation so far completely has failed to sustain the general and sweeping allegations in the governor calling for troops, and the impression is to con 1914 after serving 7 years." The Board of Parole Commissioners in voting the parole stated that he was convicted on testimony that was perjured. Solidarity. June 6, 1914.
Additions here given in that call is misleading and without warrant. The demand for troops, it continued, was part of the plot to destroy the miners' union and reduce wages, but the mine operators feared to take this course of action unless they had the protection of federal troops, and that they accordingly laid a plan to secure such troops, and then put their program into effect. 51.
Unfortunately, this unusually frank report was of little assistance to the miners' union, for, under the protection of the federal troops, the operators had been able to fill the mines with scabs. Moreover, despite the commission's report, President Roosevelt did not withdraw the troops. Instead, they were permitted to remain, for a reasonable length of time, until the Nevada legislature had established a state militia. The legislature was called into special session and speedily passed a state
police bill. The local W.F. of M and W.W. jointly adopted a resolution which condemned the establishment of a state militia as being inimical to the interests of state sovereignty and a relic of antediluvian, fossilized, fiendish barbarism. We raise our voices in protest against creating the organization as legalized, uniformed murderers, misnamed or called, under the disguise of the state militia. 52. But the joint action of the two organizations came too late in the struggle to save the strike. On January 30, 1908, after the police bill had been approved by the
Governor, the operators, now assured of continued protection for the scabs, posted regulations at each mine which eliminated the IWW and W.F. from employment, and ensured an open shop policy. The strike petered out, and when the miners went down to defeat, unionism in Goldfield for all workers sank into oblivion. 53. Despite the tragic final outcome for both the WF and the
IWW, doubly tragic because it was hastened by the internecine war that had developed between the two organizations. The achievements of the WW in Goldfield during the years of 1906 and 1907 proved that far from being dead, the organization was capable of organizing an entire locality. We proceeded. The IWW's official journal declared proudly, without force, without intimidation, without deportations, and without murder, to organize all wage workers in the community. 114. Third L.W.W. Convention. The third convention of the IWW met in September 190. Although over 900 locals had been organized since the IWW was launched, there were only about 200 in existence, representing a total membership of about 6 U. Of these, only 74 local unions were represented by delegates S3 in number, the others being too poor to send delegates. Financially, the organization was in the red, Secretary-Treasurer Troutman revealed that for the period from October 1906 to August 1907, receipts were $30,050.75 and disbursements, $31,578.76. He hoped, however, to collect enough money due from local unions after the convention to wipe out the deficit. 1111. Naturally, whatever interest was aroused by the Third Convention in the press was concentrated entirely on the question as to whether the factions which had won out over Sherman in 1906 would split apart. 58. It had been taken for granted in 1906 that sooner or later there would come a showdown between the De Leon faction and the one led by St. John and Troutman. Certainly there were signs even before the Third Convention that the alliance was beginning to weaken. The official organ of the IWW noted with displeasure early in 1907 that in the discussion in the columns of the People during the months November 1906 to February 1907, consisting of 13 letters to the paper with answers by De Leon, the editor, the SL.P. leader attacked those in the IWW who opposed political action, and warned that the rejection of political action would throw the IWW back upon the methods of barbarism. But, in the main, the IWW journal treated De Leon with a good deal of respect during this period. The March 9, 1907, issue featured the text of De Leon's speech in Chicago under the auspices of the IWW, and particularly emphasized his statement that it is folly to contend that the Republic of Labor can be set up or maintained without the Union, and those who talk of political action simply, unsupported by the industrial organization, are wrong. It observed editorially that De Leon now realized that such economic organization, industrial unions, must be supreme and separate from the political movement. Insofar as he now understood the truth of this doctrine, De Leon was proving himself to be a profound economist and student of industrial relations. Nevertheless, the bulletin made it clear that praise of De Leon did not mean that the IWW was subservient to the party he headed. 57. As was to be expected then, the tone of the Third Convention was one of harmony. The only controversy rose over the political clause of the preamble, and though the debate was lengthy, it was not bitter. A motion was again introduced by the direct actionists to delete from the preamble the exhortation to workers to come together on the political field. B.U. De Leon spoke out vigorously against the proposal, and the majority of the delegates upheld his position. The motion was defeated overwhelmingly, 113 to 15.58 in its reflection on the Third Annual Convention. The Industrial Union Bulletin hailed the fact that there had been a complete absence of the destructive tactics of the 1906 Assembly, attributed this to the fact that it was a gathering typically working class and loyal to the workers, and concluded that there could no longer be any doubt of the stability of the organization. Its future is full of promise. 59. Economic crisis and the unemployed. Barely was this prediction made early in October 1907, when a severe financial panic hit the country. In the last week of October, the New York stock market crashed, and several banks closed. The succeeding depression of 1907-08 hit the working class severely. There are 184,000 men out of work in New York City alone, a labor paper estimated in the spring of 1908. There are at least 75,000 out of work in Chicago. There are 30,000 out of work in St. Louis. There must be more than 500,000 unemployed in the whole country on the most conservative estimate.
The wages of those working were cut from 15 to 50%. 60. The crisis nearly wiped the IWW out of existence. The Depression had a particularly serious effect on the unskilled and semi-skilled workers who made up the bulk of the IWW membership. Il Proletario and other foreign language L.W.W. papers were forced to suspend publication. From August 8 to December 12, 1908, the Industrial Union Bulletin appeared fortnightly instead of weekly, suspended publication temporarily between December 12, 1908, and February 20, 1909, and ceased publication with the March 6, 1909, issue. IWW locals dissolved by the dozens in the general headquarters in Chicago was the only maintained by terrific sacrifice and determination. The hope of collecting money due from local unions, expressed at the Third Convention, vanished. Before collections could be arranged, the General Secretary explained, the industrial panic struck the country with all its force, and the misery following in the wake of that collapse was mostly felt in places where the industrial workers of the world had established a stronghold. As a result, the revenue for December 1907 was not more than half of what it had been the year before. 61. Fighting for its very existence, the WW virtually suspended organization of workers into unions and gave up its strike activities. However, it boasted that it was winning support of large sections of the working class because of its activity on behalf of the unemployed. However, there was some dispute within the IWW whether the organization should even be involved in fighting for immediate relief for those out of work. There were those, for example, who adhered to the theory that immediate demands to solve the unemployment problem, such as shortening the workday or providing public works, were a waste of time, and that the only answer was for the workers to take over and operate the industries. 62. The Industrial Union Bulletin, on the other hand, emphasized the need for a mass campaign for a shorter workday through economic action. We do not share the view that the unemployed can be entirely eliminated under the capitalist system, but that unemployment can be greatly reduced in volume by the action of an economic organization in shortening the workday and dividing up the work at hand, goes without much argument. 88. The editorial was entitled, Special Agitation for a Shorter Workday. But the IWW was scarcely in a position to do much in this direction. Most of its energy was spent in leading the unemployed in local demonstrations. In January 1908, the 1WW in St. Louis led 6 marchers to the city hall to demand work from the government. In the same month, meetings and parades of the unemployed were organized by the IWW in
Chicago and Boston. 64. In February, local No. 1 Cent led a successful demonstration in Youngstown, Ohio, for work for the unemployed on public improvements.
The Youngstown Daily Vindicator reported, the Board of Service was swamped by men, led by the industrial workers of the world, asking for employment, and the board has agreed to act. The men will be employed in 3-day shifts as long as there is not sufficient work to give all steady jobs.
As soon as possible a larger gang will be put to work grading the new road. Greater than 611.
The New York Propaganda League, organized by the L.W.W. on April 21, 1908, carried on systematic agitation for unemployment relief throughout the city at open-air meetings. Speakers in English, Yiddish, and Italian, including 18-year-old Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, addressed the meetings on the need for organization to end a system which doomed so many workers to starvation in the midst of plenty. Miss Flynn also addressed an unemployed demonstration, organized by the IWW, at Philadelphia's City Hall Park in August 1908, after the Industrial Union had been barred from the Unemployed Council by the AFL-L's building trades unions. Even the Philadelphia Press had to report the fact, there were more unemployed at the City Hall Plaza yesterday to hear speakers representing the industrial workers of the world than have ever attended a demonstration in this city in recent years. Greater than 66.
When the L.W.W. mobilized the unemployed of Los Angeles to the League was formed solely for propaganda, and a worker who joined it did so for the sole purpose of taking an active part in the work of propaganda. If he wished to join the IWW proper, his application would be referred to the local union of his industry, already in existence, or to the district organizer.
Miss Flynn delivered her first public speech on January 3, 106, at the age of 16 before the Harlem Socialist Club.
She joined the IWW in 106, becoming a member of Mixed Local No. 179, in New York City.
Thereafter, she was in constant demand as a speaker. Referring to a speech she delivered in Duluth in November 1907, the Industrial Union Bulletin called her, the girl with a mission. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn is nothing if not earnest.
Socialistic fervor seems to emanate from her expressive eyes, and even from her red dress.
She is a girl with a mission, with a big M. On March 15, 1908, the Los Angeles Times, under the heading, Most bloodthirsty of agitators are the she-dogs of anarchy, wrote, E. G.
Flynn is said to be only 17, but her power of speech has won her spellbound audiences all over the eastern cities. Never has she advised violence.
But the teachings of the young girl are so intensely radical, and her demand for action so vehement that she is assured of a royal welcome from any audience of extremists. Monda Public Works Program, the police commissioner ordered a halt to street meetings to advance this campaign. When the IWW defied the order, its leaders were arrested and jailed. However, the city and county authorities were forced to appropriate money for a public works program. 67.
In Seattle, where thousands of workers were reported to be starving by the winter of 1908, the IWW and the AFL cooperated in the unemployed movement. On January 20, 1908, a huge parade of the unemployed took place in that city under the joint auspices of 24 IWW
and AFL locals whose delegates had previously met to arrange the demonstration.
The city council, responding to the pressure, appropriated $3,000 to build roads and establish camps outside of the city.
Unemployed were to receive board and lodging and 25 cents per day. 68. Out of the distressed economic conditions and unemployed struggles of ~1E Northwest emerged one of the great songs of the LWW. A dispatch to the Industrial Union Bulletin from Spokane tells the story. There are so many hundred idle men in this country that many around the headquarters have little to do but study the question, compose poetry and work up songs for old tunes. It might be of interest to some to know about the program that has been followed out in this city for a few weeks and which has its effect.
Among the LWW membership there are a few good singers as well as jaw mouths, and their genius has been expressed in the following composition and the rendition at street meetings as well as in the hall, and the song follows.
Hallelujah, I'm a boomy, air. Revive us again. 0, why don't you work? As other men do? How in hell can I work when there's no work to do? Chorus. Hallelujah, I'm a boomy. Hallelujah, bum again. Hallelujah, give us a hand out. To revive us again. 0, I like my boss. He's a good friend of mine. That's why I'm starving, out in the bread line. Chorus. I can't buy a job, for I've not got the dough. So I ride in a boxcar, and am a hobo. Chorus. The words to the song appeared for the first time in the Industrial Union Bulletin of April 4, 1908.
A month later, a dispatch from Spokane reported that it was now being sung not only here, but also in the surrounding towns and camps, by those who, having heard it here, are now scattered after the deplorable job. This song is not scientific in the strict sense, but it is not without its effect in keeping alive the holy flame of discontent. 169. Out of the economic crisis in the Northwest emerged not only a song that was to exert an influence on the course of the IWW but also a new type of worker who was to play an important role in the organization. We are confronting a new condition in the labor movement in the Northwest, wrote J. H. Walsh from Spokane in July 1908. Every train in this country is loaded with dozens of hobos, working men looking for jobs, and in some instances there are hundreds in place of dozens. The men coming to the headquarters report the same news day after day, and that is that this unemployed army is getting larger and larger. LWW organizers at Spokane, Seattle, and Portland met the trains as they came into the city, handed out leaflets to the hobos, inviting them to the IWW halls, signed them up into the union, and led them in demonstrations for relief and work. Other hobos, who had been jailed as vagrants, were approached in the same way as soon as they were released from prison. We are meeting with great success in reaching these unemployed as they come in on the trains or out of jail, an IWW organizer wrote from the Northwest. We don't propose to form a Coxey's army to march to Washington, but we do propose to form a militant army to march to the local authorities for jobs, ham and eggs, and pork chops. 70. This was the Clement that played so important a role in the second and most serious internal struggle in the IWW's career. It came at the Fourth Convention in 1908. The Fourth Convention and the Second split. In 1906, after the delegates to the Second Convention of the IWW ousted the president, a number of industrial unionists from the Socialist Party withdrew from the IWW. Then when the
F of M broke off all connection with the LWW, still more members identified with the Socialist Party withdrew, and when A.M. Simons and Eugene V. Debs were no longer connected with the IWW, many other rank and file IWW members who were also members of the Socialist Party quit the Industrial Union. One effect of the departure of many Socialist Party members was to strengthen the position of the direct action, anarcho-syndicalist element in the IWW. Most of these elements now held the Socialist Party and all its work in contempt.
For one thing, they felt that the party was a worthless reform movement run by sky pilots, ministers, lawyers, politicians, editors, and small businessmen, or, as Trautmann expressed it, the bourgeois Clement of lawyers and intellectual swaggerers. 71. Then again, what the LWW called the lying report of the SP delegation to the International Socialist and Labor Convention at Stuttgart in
August 1907 had deepened its contempt for the leadership of the party. Morris Hillquid and A.M. Simons SP delegates to the Stuttgart Convention attacked the IWW for dividing the workers and recommended endorsement only of boring within the AF of L. In reply, F.W. Hesselwood, speaking for the IWW, accused the Socialist Party of being merely a vote-getting machine, which will stoop to anything and go to any length to secure votes.
They have defended a lot of scab unions of the AF of L in California, have endorsed resolutions condemning the Japanese and asking for their exclusion from America, although we find that the Japanese, with very little education in revolutionary unionism, make better union men than the sacred contract scab of the AF of L. The so-called neutrality of the SP in its relations with labor organizations, he charged, boiled down to support of the agents of the capitalist class. Essentially, neutrality towards trade unions was equivalent to neutrality towards the machinations of the capitalist class. 72.
The stand taken by the Socialist delegates at the 1907 AF of L Convention and by the Socialist Party at its May 1908 convention only confirmed the IWW's view of the party. At the 1907 AF of L Convention, when Gompers presented the facts of NAM's attempt to bribe him, Berger arose and promised that the Socialist delegates would vote to make Gompers' re-election unanimous, and that he himself would second the nomination. He proudly reported that the declaration was followed by a storm of applause such as has been rarely heard in any convention.
Even though Gompers effectively crushed Berger's effort to conduct a discussion of socialism on the usual ground of no politics in the AF of L, the Wisconsin socialist felt that the applause that greeted his declaration of support for the AF of L president was proof that a common basis was found for united action for the socialist trade unionists and the so-called pure and simplers. To the IWW it simply proved that the
socialists had surrendered even the pretense of struggle to oust the AF of L bureaucracy. At the 1908 Socialist Party Convention, which met in Chicago May 10-17, attacks by the center and right on the IWW for its extreme radicalism were coupled with demands that socialists bore from within the AF of L rather than join the IWW.
The sidestepping of the issue of craft versus industrial unionism and the refusal to endorse the latter, the passage of a resolution favoring the restriction of immigration, and of a constitutional amendment restricting party membership to those who advocated political action as a weapon of the working class, by providing for the expulsion of any member who opposed such action were all concrete proofs to the militants in the IWW that the Socialist Party was in no sense of the word a genuinely revolutionary movement. And the fact that the center and right publicly proclaimed that the party had given up revolution for reform still further convinced the direct actionists in the IWW that there was no room in the industrial union for the socialist party ideology. 73. Meanwhile, an argument over economic theory was taking place in the IWW between the De Leonites and those who opposed their view. The issue involved was whether a rise in wages caused a rise in prices. The De Leonites contended that a rise in wages did cause a rise in prices, and coupled this with the argument that this demonstrated that workers could not improve their conditions in organizing to increase wages, but must take only revolutionary action to abolish the wages system. Their opponents in the IWW contended that a rise in wages caused no rise in prices, basing their argument on the Marxian theory of value and on the arguments advanced by Marx in value, price and profit. To this they added the contention: if a rise in wages caused a rise in prices, employers would welcome instead of oppose wage increases and would lose rather than gain by wage cuts. To accept de Leon's viewpoint,
they argued, was to accept the idea that the Union is of no or only secondary importance. 174. The ideological dispute was carried on in the columns of the Daily and Weekly People and the Industrial Union Bulletin.
James Connolly recently arrived from Ireland where he fought the SLP for attempting to control the unions, was a chief opponent of the de Leon theory.
Writing in the Industrial Union Bulletin of October 26, H.07, Connolly argued in favor of the theory that wages did not cause a rise in prices. This fact of our common everyday experience is in striking confirmation of the theory of Marx, as you will find it stated, for instance, in value. Price and profit, T1 is that the market price of labor, wages, is determined by the value, price, of the necessaries of life. On the other hand, the contention of our opponents on this matter, the contention that a rise in wages is offset by a rise in prices, is best crystallized in the formula that wages determine prices, a theory that Marx calls antiquated and exploded, an old, popular and worn-out fallacy. Thus economic science, based upon and in alliance with the facts of life, emphatically refutes the contentions of the writers of Marx's day as well as those of the charlatans of our day who revamp the same arguments to prove the same point. At the same time, the direct actionist IWW leaders, Street, John and
Troutman, were growing more and more irritated by de Leon's continued use of the people to advance the principles of political action and to attack those in the IWW who opposed such action. An article in the Daily People of March 13, 1908, entitled, Political Action, and denouncing those in the IWW who opposed it, especially aroused the resentment of the direct actionists. In November 1, less than 07, directly after the Third Convention, the IWW
General Executive Board was already considering the charge that the Daily People was being used against the Industrial Union, and that de Leon was plotting to dominate the IWW and convert it into an appendage of the SLP. De Leon and his lieutenant, Rudolf Katz, heatedly denied the charge, and the controversy over this issue between them and Troutman and other anarcho-syndicalists filled issue after issue of the Industrial Union Bulletin.
Naturally, the discussion was replete with long analyses of the virtues and defects of political action and with long quotations from various theoretical writings on capitalism and socialism to buttress the differing points of view.
The letters to the editors, columns of the bulletin were preempted for several months by adherents and opponents of de Leon and the SLP 711. By the spring of 1908, this interminable squabble had thoroughly disgusted rank and file elements in the IWW, especially those in the Pachi.Phi Northwest, who felt that the endless controversy over de Leonism was interfering with the all-important task of organizing the unorganized.
Why does the IWW not grow faster? These elements asked, and they answered. Too many political squabbles fill the bulletin, taking away valuable space from organizational activity. The bulletin should not be used for anything but the propaganda for industrial unionism. Clear the deck for more constructive work, went the appeal from the Northwest, for more organizing. Again, there is enough work in this Northwest country in the line of organizing, at the present time, to employ an army of organizers. F.
W. Hesselwood, who had formerly worked, Joseph J.
Etter, who was soon to become one of the leading organizers of the WW, maintained that many non-SLP members of the IWW were also angered by the fact that SLP members propagandized for both organizations at the same time. One night they would urge from the soapbox support of the SLP and the next night that of the IWW.
It was a familiar custom of theirs to pin the IWW button on one lapel and the SLP button on the opposite lapel of the same coat. Taking into consideration, right or wrong, the prejudices of the average unionist against the SLP, we can readily surmise how much attraction that sort of propaganda held for the average unionist towards the WW, the light of the past. Industrial Worker, July 7, 1945. Closely with de Leon, summed up the viewpoint of the IWW members in the Northwest when he wrote, "I hope that you won't print any more of that junk about de Leon, Katz, etc., as the great majority of the members do not belong to the SLP and the continua, harping about these things will do more harm than X greater than D. Tell them there is too much to do to bother with such small matters, and if they don't like it, go to hell, or some other place. It costs more to be eternally getting out these petty charges than the whole bunch of these political fanatics are worth. The IWW has no political affiliation, and that settles it, and any more of this damn dope about de Leon or SLP will be very obnoxious to me and to hundreds of others that are the life of the IWW. 76. The bulletin rebuked Heselwood and others like him for dismissing significant theoretical questions so casually.
Quoting Karl Marx on the necessity of emphasizing theory in educating the working class, it commented, "Although the devotion of so much space in the bulletin to a discussion of political issues may retard the growth of the IWW, it is safer if the slow groundwork is done perfectly and future work thereby secured." At the same time, the bulletin conceded that its critics were justified in their major complaint, and that it was time to concentrate on organizing the unorganized.
It appealed to the SL.P. comrades to put a stop to discussions of the political question and recognize that the duty of the hour demands the upbuilding of economic organization. If de Leon, it noted, could repudiate sectarian methods and realize what was happening within the IWW, he would quickly understand the value of the bulletin's advice to the SL.P. A new element, it pointed out, had entered the IWW, composed largely of farmhands, loggers, sailors, unemployed, and other migratory workers, in short, the honorable and ancient order of overalls wearers. These men, unable to vote in national or local elections because they never stayed in one place long enough to fulfill voting requirements, and suspicious of politics because of their bitter encounters with the law, were opposed to all ballot box politics. They were interested at present only in what they regarded as a real revolutionary program, a program of economic action. If de Leon were wise, the bulletin observed, he would postpone the whole discussion of political action and join with this new element in building the IWW by concentrating, for the time being, entirely on what this new element called the real constructive work of organizing the wage workers industrially. 77. De Leon had only to read the dispatches from the Northwest to understand that the bulletin was accurately describing the characteristics of this clement in the IWW. A typical dispatch read, "I have seen for some time that the workers of the Northwest who carry their homes on their backs will have some difficulty in emancipating themselves at the ballot box, and especially so when they have to move about twice a month and leave the counting to some Citizens Alliance disciple or the Mine Owners Association." But de Leon was not one to take advice readily, and, in addition, he had only contempt for the new element in the IWW whom he regarded as bums, rather than workers.
Possessing a supreme confidence in himself and his views, highly impatient with those who could not see matters in the same light as he saw them, he continued to hammer away in the daily and weekly People on the all-importance of developing the political reflex of the IWW, making it unmistakably clear that this meant helping to build the SL.P.78.
Thus the attempt of the Industrial Union Bulletin to stave off a split in the LWW failed. IWW. Red Special Overalls Brigade. Read a headline in the Bulletin of September 191-1908. The article by J.H. Walsh vividly described the experiences of the delegation to the 1908 IWW convention from the West, numbering 19 men and 1 woman, a group of red-blooded working stiffs, who had beat their way from Portland to Chicago, holding propaganda meetings en route featured by singing sessions. The Overalls Brigade arrived in Chicago in time for the opening of the convention. They immediately joined forces with St. John and Troutman to gain complete control of the convention and oust Daniel de Leon and his followers. The direct actionists were determined to eliminate de Leon's ideological influence within the IWW, and the Overalls Brigade was anxious to get rid of an influence which, by creating endless bickering over terminology and procedure on issues which they considered unimportant, was, they felt, holding back the organization activities of the IWW. The tactic they used to oust de
Leon was to deny him a seat at the convention on the flimsy ground that he is not a member of the local of the industry in which he is working, such local being in existence. The technicality was that de Leon was a delegate, as he had been at previous conventions, from the office Workers' Local Union, when, as an editor, he really should have been assigned to the Printing Workers' Local Union. The Credentials Committee, dominated by St. John and his followers, reported in favor of barring de Leon. The latter's supporters challenged the recommendation on the ground that de Leon had proved his devotion to the working class, and whatever his personal faults, he had given impetus to the movement for industrial unionism by his writings and speeches on the subject, had effectively demonstrated the weaknesses of the craft union form of organization, and had exposed, better than anyone else, the treacherous role of the labor lieutenants of the captains of industry, the so-called labor leaders, the labor fakers. Moreover, they claimed that the protest against him was not brought in good faith and other motives were behind the whole procedure. In his own defense, de Leon argued that the issue at stake in the move to bar him from the convention was his opinion, as regards to the correct structure of an industrial union. He reviewed his efforts since the founding of the IWW to establish the theory that political and economic organizations are necessary for the task of emancipating the workers. Because he understood that political action was civilized and gave dignity to labor, he had been obliged to fight against the advocates of physical force within the organization. This had gained him the enmity of the direct actionists who now sought to expel him.
He warned, in closing his defense, that repudiation of the policies he had affirmed would mean the eventual destruction of the IWW. Street. John, chairman of the convention, answered de Leon.
He was unable to see how a revolutionary movement would be successful as long as ideas such as advocated by the protestee de Leon were adhered to by masses of workers. Labor political action pleased the capitalists, for it presented them with no danger to their privileges.
It was a danger, however, to labor, for it wasted their efforts in an activity that could not gain them their emancipation. De Leon's ideas and actions, Street.
John insisted, were at variance with the adopted principles of industrial unionism, and would, if followed, change the IWW from a revolutionary organization into a mere political vehicle for de Leon's personal ambitions.
Therefore, the delegates should assume their duty to the revolutionary working class and establish the principle that the organization is supreme, the individual only but a part of the whole. The proteste has placed himself above the organization, and pointed out a road that inevitably must lead to disaster. For these reasons, Street. John concluded, he should not be followed, nor allowed, to take a seat as delegate to this convention. 79. The motion to adopt the recommendation of the Credentials Committee and refuse to seat de Leon as a delegate was carried by a roll call vote of 40 against 21.
Following his ouster, de Leon and his supporters withdrew from the convention and made plans to set up their own organization with headquarters in Detroit, which would be true to the principles of the industrial workers of the world. 80. From the Fourth Annual Convention in 1908 until 1915 there were two industrial
workers of the world, one in Detroit and one in Chicago. The Yellow WW, as the Detroiters were called, represented Daniel de Leon and a group of his faithful followers. The Red WW of Chicago, led by St.
John, Haywood and Troutman, represented the Clement that gained complete control of the organization at the 1908 convention. In 1913 Troutman resigned from the Chicago IWW and applied for membership in the Detroit IWW. The Detroit faction strenuously maintained that they were the real IWW, and in all of its propaganda, the Detroit IWW emphasized that it stood for civilized labor activity as opposed to the anarchistic, direct action methods of the Chicago IWW. We propose to win by intelligence, not brute force, declared the Industrial Union News, its official.
With de Leon and his followers out of the way, Street. John, Troutman and their followers moved to make it clear that the IWW would thereafter have no truck with any kind of politics or politicians. They called immediately for action to expunge from the preamble all references to political action. 81. But even without de Leon's presence, there still remained some feeling that the political clause should be retained. It is significant that the Constitution Committee's majority report favored retaining the preamble without any change, while it was the minority report which recommended the elimination of the political clause. In the subsequent debate on the report, it became clear that not all who favored de Leon's ouster were opposed to political action under any circumstance. RNCES.
Delegate Sauer, speaking for the majority report, argued that though he had favored the ouster, the elimination of the political clause would only increase opposition to the IWW among those who should be its allies. If changes are made, there will be more squabbles with the members of the Socialist Party and the Socialist
Labor Party. He was supported by Delegate Hesselwood, who asserted that though he had opposed de Leon, he did not favor the change.
Pleading for keeping the preamble intact, he stated he did not care to be called a dynamiter, and the changing of the preamble by taking out the word political will inevitably give somebody a chance to denounce the IWW as an anarchist organization.
Let the preamble stand at least for the time being. His view was seconded by Delegate J. Eder, who also urged that the preamble be kept unchanged for the time being, and that the question be put to a referendum of the rank and file. The spokesmen for the minority report were vigorous in denouncing the old preamble. Delegate Axelson contended that rag chewing will never cease in meetings in the council of the IWW as long as the present organ in May 1912. The Detroit IWW would rather Jose a strike than win by having one drop of human blood spilled. It called upon the workers to come together on the political and industrial fields. The Detroit IWW was rarely more than another propaganda organization of the SLP.
In 1912 and 1913, when it reached its peak, it claimed a membership of close to N.U. But when it is realized that in this figure are included 7,000 or 8,000 silk weavers in Paterson who only rallied temporarily to the Detroit IWW, the failure of the group to appeal to those outside of the SLP is obvious. In September 1915, at its 8th convention, the Detroit IWW renounced the title of
IWW and changed its name to the Workers' International Industrial Union. But the WIIU never recruited a larger membership than had the Detroit IWW, and it never conducted a strike of any importance. In 1925, the remnants of the WIIU voted to dissolve, bequeathing the assets and membership to the Socialist Labor Party. Industrial Union News, January 1912 to January 1916, H. Kuhn and Olive H. Johnson, The Socialist Labor Party, New York, 1931, pp. 80-81, John J. Murphy, The Workers' International Industrial Union, unpublished M.A. thesis, Columbia University, 1921, pp. 32-40. Confusing reference to political action is expressed in the preamble.
Show me, he asked, where political action has accrued to the benefit and where it can benefit the working class. Delegate Thompson asserted that the harping on the necessity and importance of political action turns the workers away from the IWW and instills in their minds the belief that relief and salvation can be expected from the capitalist class and their political agencies. He insisted that the minority report was based partly on Karl Marx's writings, and, as for the cry that the proposed change would bring down the charge of anarchy on the
IWW, he asked, where can there be anarchy when we advocate and stand for organization? Is organization anarchy? Delegate Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, speaking in favor of the change, declared, the present preamble with its contradictions had been the cause of much discussion and confusion, and among the membership of the LWW there were so many different versions as to the meaning of political action and few only are able to explain it.
Political action has today no power in itself as thousands are disfranchised because they are out of employment and traveling through the country in search of work. Her remarks aroused a burst of applause from the Overalls Brigade, whose members had just experienced the conditions Miss Flynn described. Following the debate, the vote was called for. The report of the majority was defeated and the minority report was adopted by roll call vote of 35-32. The second paragraph of the new preamble now read, between these two classes a struggle must go on until the workers of the world organize as a class, take possession of the earth and the machinery of production, and abolish the wage system. 2 additional paragraphs were added at this time to the preamble. Instead of the conservative motto, a fair day's wage for a fair day's work, we must inscribe on our banner the revolutionary watchword, abolition of the wage system. It is the historic mission of the working class to do away with capitalism. The army of production must be organized, not only for the everyday struggle with capitalists, but also to carry on production when capitalism shall have been overthrown. By organizing industrially we are forming the structure of the new society within the shell of the old. The IWW was now under the control of the anarcho-syndicalists, headed by St. John and Troutman, with the Western contingent as the backbone of their support. Despite this victory of the anti-political actionists, the closeness of the vote on the change in the preamble revealed that those who opposed purely economic, direct action were still an important section of the IWW. Their influence, indeed, was sufficiently strong to compel the anarcho-syndicalists to join with them in adopting a resolution which was to be a signal to the world that the change in the preamble did not mean that the IWW was an anarchist organization and did not favor terrorism. The WW refuses all alliances, direct or indirect, with existing political parties or anti-political sects, and disclaims responsibility for any individual opinion or act which may be at variance with the purposes herein see expressed. 82. Results of 1908 Convention. Street. John was elected General Secretary-Treasurer and the IWW remained under his guiding hand until 1915. During these years the Western Clement took over control of the IWW and made it an organization which reflected both the strength and the weaknesses of its composition and ideology. No sooner had the 1908 convention adjourned when the Industrial Union Bulletin predicted that the future of the organization was linked inextricably with the Western Clement. The outstanding thing about the Fourth Convention, it observed, is the spirit that actuated to an unusual degree those delegates who, lacking the means of transportation, had to cover hundreds of miles on foot, travel by freight and in boxcars in order to participate in the convention. With such men in the ranks, the IWW may confidently hope that success will crown their persistent efforts towards industrial emancipation. It acknowledged that there might be complaints from the East about the dominant influence of the West over the IWW.
But it insisted that this was unjustified. In proportion to population, the West has by far purchased and distributed more IWW literature, furnished more readers of the bulletin, and contributed more to the financial support of the organization than the entire section east of the Rocky Mountains. With a working class imbued with such a revolutionary spirit, class consciousness, and devotion to the organization at its base, how could the LWW not succeed in its mission? 8.
The second split in the IWW was inevitably followed by the usual prediction that the organization was slated for immediate extinction.
"We need no longer fear this crazy assortment of fanatics," Lenin wrote to Gompers in November 1908. "They have just about committed suicide at their recent gathering in Chicago. And when this so-called union is buried, it will take along with it to its grave all the fanatical principles of industrialism, which it has so futilely sought to impress upon the American workers." 84. The viewpoint that the WW was a total failure and that, as a result, the idea of industrial unionism had suffered a tremendous setback, was also expressed by Charles H. Moyer. In an address to the 16th Convention of the W.F.M. late in 1908, President Moyer declared that the IWW has been landed high and dry on the rocks of destruction. He recalled the great enthusiasm with which the IWW had been launched, the founders believing that its principle of industrial unionism would draw to it the support of the unorganized workers in the mass production industries as well as of existing industrial unions like the United Brewery Workers and the United Mine Workers.
Consequently, the W.F.M. had predicted that industrial unionism was bound to win. But the friends of industrial unionism had been sorely disappointed, and so Moyer concluded, "After careful study, it occurs to me, and I believe that it is a well-established fact, that industrial unionism is by no means popular, and I feel safe in saying that it is not wanted by the working class of the United States." 85.
Lenin and Moyer were wrong on both accounts. The LWW was far and dead. It had survived its most bitter cleavage to date. The structure of the Union was intact. Although it now had perhaps only Jew members, 84, it could present a program on which substantial agreement had been secured. To be sure, the program virtually guaranteed the isolation of the WW from vast numbers of American workers who knew and experienced that political action was a necessary weapon in the class struggle, and that, indeed, the existence of many unions, threatened by injunctions and other court decisions, could only be preserved by labor's effectiveness at the ballot box. Yet with all of its ideological weaknesses, its strategic mistakes and tactical errors, the IWW continued in the forefront of the fight for industrial unionism. If most of the existing industrial unions refused to associate themselves with the IWW, there still were fertile fields for organizing. To these fields, the organizers of the IWW now turned to the steel and textile mills of the East, to the lumber camps of the Northwest and Southeast, and to the farmlands of the Pacific Coast and the Great Midwest. The spectacular course of the IWW in the next few years would, as we shall see, bring the principles of industrial unionism to the attention of hundreds of thousands of American workers, including even many of the AFL.